Did you finish telling the court what happened on 13 to 14 October? I don't think he did.
No, that's basically the reason why. On 13, 14 October 2020, where was that interview? Was it in town? Was it in Okahanja? Was it in Otjivarongo?
My Lord, on the 13 to 14 October, that interview took place in Otjivarongo ACC offices. And I just want to inform the court that that statement which was given on the 14th, because I first met the ACC officials, Mr. Kanyangela and Mr. Benel Gashkwa, on the 13th. But the statement was given on the 14th. But that statement which was given on the 14th, my Lord, it was given under duress.
Let me explain to you. Let me ask you a straightforward question. During the time of the interviews that took place between you and ACC, when they extend certain warnings to you, and they explain to you the consequences of the statements that they have obtained to you in subsequent court proceedings.
Yes, my Lord.
What was that answer?
They explained to me that my witness statement will never be used against me.
Okay. Then we can move on that answer. You initially...
Sorry. Mr. Kanyangela is speaking. Mr. Shuudifonya.
Yes, God.
Is speaking of they. I don't know who they are.
Can you be more specific? Who was the person that has extended a warning to you, or who was present in that particular room? Was it one person, two person, and if you know the names as well?
My Lord, we are talking of 3 occasions here. The first occasion took place on 11 June 2020.
And who was present?
That was the first occasion. And there were 4 authorized officers present. And during that interview, my rights were explained. And it was Mr. Kanyangela, it was Mr. Andreas Kanyangela present, Mr. Verem Oilfield, Mr. Kerel Klute, Mr. Benel Gashkwa, and Miss Karumbu. These were the 5. Miss Karumbu.
Karumbu.
Yeah, Kalumbu.
Kalumbu.
Yes. So these were the first people present during my first interview.
Okay, before you proceed, where and which town?
In Windhoek at the ACC headquarters.
Then you make reference or you refer to a second occasion?
Yes. So the second occasion took place in Otjivarongo again, on the instruction of Mr. Andres Kanyangela, that I should go to their office and give my statement in Otjivarongo.
No, during the first...
That was on the 28th of June, 2020.
Now, your first interview, yes, was there a statement provided to them?
Yes, my Lord.
And still, they engage you or request you to a second interview in Otjivarongo?
Yes, my Lord.
You also make reference to a third occasion?
Yes, my Lord.
When and where was the third interview? Where did it take place?
The third interview took place again in Otjivarongo on the 13 to 14 October 2020. And that is the one I'm saying it was done under duress.
We will deal with that issues in due course.
Okay.
So, right on that point, as we stand here today, according to an indictment that we received, you face certain charges, more particular counts like racketeering, money laundering, fraud, theft, well as corruption. That is the charges that have been leveled against you by the state, the allegations as contained in the indictment. Eventually, at a trial court, what do you intend to plead to these charges?
I will plead not guilty, my lord.
Okay. So let's move on to the next topic at hand. Let's start off with the applicants before court currently. How do you know applicant number 1? Mr. Sakhir Sangala. Do you know him? And if so, how?
Yes, I know Mr. Shangala is our former Attorney General of the country and is a former Minister of Justice.
Have you at any stage more particular before this matter at hand engaged, met him?
Come on.
Mr. Sangala, do you know him on personal level or professional level?
No, I just know him as an Attorney General and as a former Minister.
Have you engaged with him on any particular topic?
No.
What about accused number 2, Mr. James?
Mr. James Hatuikulipi, I know him. I've known Mr. James since 2005, if my memory serves me well. Because Mr. Hatuikulipi, we are from the same area. And he's one of the inspiring black businessmen from our region. And we have been together in our region since 2005 up to date.
How was the relationship between the two of you?
So, Mr. Hatuikulipi, my business relationship and him have started in 2017 when my entity called Njako Investment got a financial assistance from Otwafika Logistics, CC. From Otwafika Logistics, CC. It was through Mr. James that I got that loan to establish Njako Investment, CC.
So was it a starting capital that you referred to?
That's correct, Mara.
Okay. We will come back to that one. What about applicant number 3, Mr. Pius?
Pius, I've known Mr. Pius Matelulo since 2017. So he was introduced to me by Mr. Hatuikulipi because when we were signing the agreements between Njako Investment and Otwafika Logistics for the loan, it was Mr. Pius Matelulo who signed that agreement, and he was introduced to me by Mr. Hatuikulipi.
What about applicant number 4, Mr. Mike, that have testified before you?
Mr. Mike, I've known him since 2015, 2016. We have been friends since that time, since our university time, and our business relationship started 2015.
Okay. I will come back to that issue then. What about the last applicant before the court, Philippus Mapopi?
So, Philippus Mapopi, I've known him since 2006, and we have been friends and since then.
Okay. Yesterday, the state introduced a document, more particular pertaining to the issue that a certain company, of which you have already referred to, Njako Investment CC. Do you know that company?
Yes, that is a cross corporation where I have 100% interest.
Are you the 100% member in that particular close corporation?
That's correct.
There was also allegations to that effect that the applicant number 4 reserved that particular name for you. Can you comment on that?
Yes. I requested Mr. Nghipunya, it was around February 2017, to reserve a company name, Njako Investment, for me with BIPA offices in Bindu. So he did so, and that's what I can comment on that in that regard.
So I will,
In which year?
February 2017.
so I will provide you now with a document, and I want you to identify such document, and then we can take it from there. So can you identify the document? What is the heading of that particular document?
Your Lordship, the copy in front of me, it's a founding statement, CC1, for a company called Njako Investment CC.
Just for the record, what is the registration number of the closed corporation?
The registration number is CC/2017/01658.
Okay. Furthermore, what is of interest for the proceedings for now, what was the description of this particular business? What services, according to the document, can this particular CC render?
So, Your Lordship, the principal business of this entity is construction, renovations, property development, supply and delivery of goods, transportation, mining, fishing, catering, cleaning services, food processing, farming, and all related services.
Okay. Yesterday, much time has been spent by State Council during cross-examination about activities in Angola, a mining company in Angola. Do you know anything about that?
Yes, Your Lordship.
Can you inform the court? Can you be more specific? Can you tell us more?
My Lord, this entity, Njako Investment CC, made an investment into an Angolan, into the mining project in Angola, where Wanyemba Investment, where Mr. Nghipunya is a trustee, have entered into the investment agreement between this entity. So this entity and the Wanyemba Investment Trust,
Which entity?
Njako Investment CC, and the Wanyemba Investment Trust are doing investment in Angola together.
The reason why initially I refer you to the founding affidavit, the founding statement. So according to the founding affidavit, indeed mining was also one of the services that you can render. Is that so?
That's correct, man.
Now based on that, was there any agreement between you and the company or whoever was involved in the mining activities?
Mr. Engelbrecht, where do you get that evidence?
Beg your pardon?
Where do you get that evidence?
During the testimony of applicant
No,
number.
no, no. I'm asking, where do you get that evidence?
Which evidence, my lord?
What you are putting to the witness?
Let me rephrase. Let me put it like this. Is there any agreement between you and any other company when it comes to the activities in Angola?
Yes, Your Lordship.
What is the name of the companies?
There's an agreement between Wanyemba Investment Trust, and Jaco Investment Coast Corporation regarding the investment in Angola. And I think, Your Lordship, we have the copy. I think my counsel can provide that agreement in that regard.
So I want to provide you now with a document in order for you first to
Madam Kotodali, before you give it to him, let them see it.
Yes, my lord.
So can you identify the document in front of you?
Your Lordship, a copy in front of me is having a title saying Memorandum of Agreement for the purpose of providing funding and acquiring shareholdings in a mining and exploration venture made and entered into by Jaco Investment CC and the Wanyemba Investment Trust in respect of Wanyemba Investment.
Okay. Can you go to the second
No,
page?
no, it's not Wanyemba Investment.
What is? Just read it as it appears before you, sir.
Memorandum of Agreement for the purpose of providing funding and acquiring shareholding in a mining and exploration venture made and entered into by Jaco Investment CC and Wanyemba Investment Trust in respect of Wanyemba Investimento.
Yes, Wanyemba Investimento.
Yes, that's correct, madam.
Okay. Let's go to page 2 thereof. What is the name of the parties? Can you just read me the first page thereof, please?
Okay. Number one, the parties. The parties to this agreement are Jaco Investment CC, referred to as Jaco. Registration number is CC/2017/01658. Herein represented by Otniel Shuudifonya in his capacity as a member and duly authorized thereto. And 1.2, Wanyemba Investment Trust. Trust registration number is T260/17. Herein represented by Samuel Israel in his capacity as trustee and duly authorized thereto. Number 2, the recordials. GIT is in the process of negotiating a joint venture agreement with Angolan diamond concession holders, which will give GIT access to diamond mining and exploration and exploitation operations in Angola. GIT needs funding in order to make capital and operation contributions to the diamond mining venture. Jaco is prepared to make funding available to GIT on loan account and for a shareholding in a diamond mining venture. And the parties have reached agreement on the terms and the record same as such in the writing below.
What was the reason what the purpose for that agreement?
Your Lordship, the purpose of this agreement is for the parties. It's for the parties to do. It's for Njako Investment providing funding to Wanyemba Investment Trust as capital contribution, so that in return Njako Investment will hold 35% interest. No, 30% interest in that mining operation. But it will be given to what the loan which Njako is giving to Wanyemba. It will be given in the form of a loan, and that loan will be recouped once the operation has started.
Now, while we are on that point, these operations, the operational of this company, or what, the project in Angola,
Yes.
it is still ongoing. What is the current status, or what is the position?
My Lord, since I got arrested, I didn't make any contact. I don't know the current status as we speak now. But before my arrest, the project was ongoing. The operation had started.
And while you're in custody, who's looking after your interest in Angola?
My Lord, as we speak now, when I'm arrested, there's no one protecting my interest.
My Lord, at this point in time, if there's no objections from my colleague, that agreement will be admitted into the record. Counsel for the state.
Your Lordship, I did not quite clearly hear who are the signatories to this agreement, because on the last page it's not so legible, that signature on the document that we have.
The signatories, if
On the first
my
page.
memory serves me well, the signatories identified on page 2 of 7. I don't know.
That's also my understanding, but we
Okay,
can
but you
confirm
can
it.
answer.
So, let's start page number 1.
No, just go to the signatories.
Okay, so let's go
The
to
question
the
is
last page.
straightforward.
Your Lordship, the signatory to this agreement, for Njako, it was myself, and for GIT, it was Mr. Samuel Islay, the trustee of Wanyemba Investment Trust.
Do you have a copy with a better signature, Mr. Engelbrecht?
Unfortunately, I also just received copies thereof. So that is the best that I could provide the court with.
What is called, there's no objection from the state, Your Lordship.
Okay. Exhibit M. M for Moses.
Or Milton, for that matter. As the court raises. So can you please return that particular document? There's also one issue that I want to cover with you. Sir, yesterday, more particularly during cross-examination, allegations have been leveled that indeed there was an agreement, a memorandum of agreement or understanding between you and Mike, applicant number 4, more pertaining to the operations of the company of which you, I beg your pardon, the CC, of which you testify and say that you 100% shares in that company, Nanyako Investment CC.
The
Is that
CC doesn't have shares, Mr.
members?
Yes.
You are the 100% member in that particular CC. That is what you have testified.
That's correct, my lord.
I will provide you a document that have come up yesterday and we have been read into the record at length, certain paragraphs. It is depicted A36. It is not yet before court, if my understanding. So what document is that in front of you?
The Lordship, the statement is leading as follows. Memorandum
What
of
statement?
I mean, the agreement.
Just refer to it as such.
It says memorandum of agreement entered into between Mike Nghipunya, ID number 840720101154, hereinafter referred to as Mike, and Otniel Shuudifonya, ID number 860422000275, hereafter referred to as Otneel, in respect of the ownership of Njako Investment CC, registration number CC/2017/01658, and the utilization of revenues received or generated by this entity.
Sir, were you party of that particular agreement? Have you signed it?
No, my lord.
Was there any discussions between you and applicant number 4 pertaining to that particular document?
No, my lord.
Was there any discussions whatsoever, the interest of that particular document in front of you?
No, my lord.
Okay. I would refer my lordship to the disclosure of the state. That particular file, more particular to page 224, the discovery. 224. May I proceed, my lord?
Yes.
So I will provide you now with a document one for you. So, have you seen this document before? Mr. Otneel?
Yes, I have seen this in the discussion, my lord.
I want you to read for me that document into the record. Then if there's any reason or any need, I will explain the relevance of that particular document. Can you please do ask the
Sorry?
Then I will explain
Why do you explain?
if there's any need.
No, no.
I will ask
Even if there's a need, why do you explain?
I will ask questions pertaining to the document. Sir, can you read that document for us? Loud and clear into the record.
The heading, it says notes by W.C. Kutse.
Kotse.
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 Kotse. Okay. 30 August 2018. 15 minutes past 2. I spoke to Mr. Nghipunya. He says that 1,200,000 was paid by Njako Investment CC. The company wants to buy the whole unit, but does not have all the funds. He agreed with company that they pay the 1.2 million. He financed the rest with a home loan. The installments will be taken as rental due to the company, and at a later stage, the unit will be transferred to the company, Njako Investment. Njako Investment is a general investment company, he says. He is not a shareholder or a director of the company.
No, sir. Applicant number 4, Mr. Mike, is here, as it stands here, a shareholder or director in the CC?
No, he is not, my lord.
He will never be a shareholder, Mr.
On the point of law, yes, my lord. But I just refer to as it stands.
No. Mr. Nghipunya will never ever be a shareholder in Njako Corporation. Yeah.
Indeed, my lord.
So why ask a question that will never be a reality?
My lord, I take note of the remark. I will not take it any further. I now know the law when it comes to the CC membership and what goes along with that.
Yes.
Sir, when was the first time that you have sight of this particular document?
My lord, I got this document when the document was disclosed by the state.
So,
it was in April 2021.
okay. My lord, the next application, if there's no objections, this letter, the note is to refer to, also being admitted into the record, if there's no objections from my learned colleagues.
There's no objection, Your Lordship, but that comes from the bundle that we provided. We intend, when we lead our evidence, to submit the whole document where that thing is attached. But there's no objection.
I believe
Did you hand up a single copy, or it's just a one?
it's just a letter, it's just a single document. But
No, I'm saying, did you hand up a copy, or is it only the one that is in the file?
there's only one that is in the file.
Or you don't have additional copy?
That is as I received it from the bundle.
Okay, it's exhibit M.
N.
N.
Will you return?
You have additional copies.
I've made 3 copies available, my lordship.
Okay, can I have one copy?
So let's go to the second leg of the issues that is important for me as far as the bail application is concerned. Can you also inform the court any companies, CCs, P2A Limited, of which you are a member, shareholder, or director?
Your Lordship, for the interest of this court and the allegations which are brought by the state against me, I'm a member of Njako Investment CC, where I'm the 100%, I hold 100% interest. And then there's an entity called Fine Seafood Cross Corporation, where I have 50% interest.
How much?
50% interest. And there's,
Members' interest.
yeah,
Is it the CC?
that's correct.
So it's 50% members' interest. Okay?
That's correct. And then there is another enterprise called Fine Seafood Investment Trust, where I'm a trustee.
Is that all?
That's correct, madam.
Okay, let's deal first with the first. Fine Seafood CC. You already testified that this company had been established in 2015. Is that so?
That's correct.
You also testify that you received a capital, startup capital from applicant number 4. Is that so?
That's correct.
What was the amount?
When did you testify that, Mr. Engelbrecht?
If I can recall correctly, in the beginning,
I heard about Njako. It's the first time I'm hearing Fine Seafood. I heard about Njako that he got a startup capital or startup loan from Mr. Hatuikulipi in respect of Njako. That's the testimony I heard.
let me rephrase my lord. Okay, let's deal with it. Can you tell us about the company Fine Seafood CC?
Your Lordship, Fine Seafood
Close Corporation.
Cross Corporation, it's an entity where I have 50% members' interest. And the other 50% is owned by my other member.
What is the name?
And, come again?
What is the name of the other member, sir?
It's Samuel Isla.
Proceed.
And in 2015, when we set up that entity, we got the financial assistance from Ms. Nghipunya.
Sorry, let me just quickly, I'm sorry,
Yes.
so that I just, you are saying Mr. Samuel Israel is the other 50% member of
Fine Seafood CC.
Fine Seafood CC.
Correct, my lord. And our startup capital was provided by Mr. Mike Nghipunya for that entity.
And what was the amount involved?
It was 1.3 million, my lord.
That you received the money? Not you, the CC.
The entity didn't really receive money, but we received equipment and stock.
What kind of equipment and what kind of stock?
Because, my lord, Fine Seafood CC,
I just want to understand. You're saying the startup capital of 1 million
to the value of 1 million.
or to the value of,
Yes.
was provided by Mr. Mike Nghipunya.
That's correct. So, my lord, we receive equipment. Equipment I'm referring to, because Fine Seafood CC, it's a fishing trader. I mean, it's a fish trader company. We do sell fish with that company, and we distribute fish with that company. So what happened is the support we got as a startup capital from Mr. Nghipunya was the containers where we are keeping our stock. It was the first stock for all our branches, and it was also stationaries like computers and teller machines for our shops. So that amounts to the 1.3 million Namibian dollar. That was that we received from Mr. Nghipunya.
Is there anything else that you want to add, more particular pertaining to fine seafood CC?
My Lord, with fine seafood now, as we are standing here, my Lord, there are allegations. There are allegations brought by the state that fine seafood CC have received 2.9 million from Skeleton Coast Trawler Limited, which is a subsidiary of Novanem. So, and that, the state is alleging that that money was for quotas related to Fishcor. So, but the truth is, that amount when it came to fine seafood CC, it was an investment specifically into our butchery businesses for Wanyemba Investment Trust. So the trustee of Wanyemba Investment Trust, who is Mr. Nghipunya, he brought a proposal to fine seafood that he wants to invest into our business, specifically into the butchery business. So we accepted the proposal and we agreed that he will put a capital of 3 million. That was the agreement. And then I remember it was around November 2019. Mr. Nghipunya informed me that I should issue an invoice. I should issue an invoice on a company called Skeleton Coast Trawling Pty Limited.
On or two?
Two, yeah. Thanks, my Lord. Skeleton Coast Trawling Pty Limited.
Sorry, it's a court orderly. Yeah. Please just tell those people they are making noise outside. Okay?
So he then told me I should issue that invoice. He gave me the amount and the description which I should put on the invoice. He also informed me that the amount which is on the invoice is the amount which Wanyemba Investment is entitled to and due to Wanyemba. But Skeleton Coast Trawling, they are owing Wanyemba, and instead of that money being paid to Wanyemba, that money should be paid to Fine Seafood CC for their investment as per the agreement. So the allegation now to say that fund, when it came to the CC, because I'm charged personal capacity and as an entity, I'm charged that I defraud Skeleton and I have laundered money from Skeleton. So that is the truth, that Fine Seafood never rendered the service to Skeleton. The money which was paid to Fine Seafood CC was money for Wanyemba Investment Trust. And it was the arrangement done between Wanyemba Investment Trust and Skeleton Coast Trawling.
Further to that, during cross-examination yesterday, your name was also mentioned in a company by the name of Morris Investment Pty Limited.
Yes, my Lord.
Do you know such a company?
Yes, I know the company, my Lord.
How do you know such a company? What is your involvement?
Yes, my Lord, that company belongs to the shareholders in that company is Wanyemba Investment CC in that company.
What is the company's name?
Modest Investment Pty Limited. The shareholder in that company is Wanyemba Investment CC. So what happened is in 2015 to 16, I was managing that company. I was assisting the shareholder to run that company on the day-to-day operations.
You say you run that company on a day-to-day basis.
You've spoken of two companies.
Yes,
You have spoken of Modest Investment Pty Limited,
yes,
and you've spoken of Wanyemba
investment CC,
Investment CC.
yes.
So you say Wanyemba Investment CC is what?
Modest Investment Pty Limited
Yeah.
owns Wanyemba Investment CC. The shareholder of the Modest is Wanyemba Investment CC.
What does that mean?
My lord,
What is your understanding?
Modest have got shareholders,
Yes.
and those shareholders is an entity called Wanyemba Investment CC.
So does Wanyemba Investment CC own 100% shares in Modest?
Correct, my lord.
So Wanyemba is the sole shareholder in, not the other way around.
Yeah.
Wanyemba is the sole shareholder of Modest Investment Pty Limited.
That's correct, my lord.
May I proceed, my lord?
Okay, yes.
Modest Investment Pty Limited. If you can, and if you're in a position, what was the activities or what was the business on which this company have done business?
My lord, Modest was running a shuttle business, and they were also doing constructions. So my basic job there was to do contract management and projects management.
So Modest was running a shuttle business.
Yes, a shuttle business, and also doing constructions and renovations. Yeah.
Okay. So I want you to stop you there. Just oversight from my side. What is your qualifications that you own?
My lord, I have a bachelor in business management, and I have also a postgraduate in business,
Postgraduate what?
postgraduate diploma in business, and I have also
In business what? Business operation?
business administration.
Yeah, okay.
Then I have also a certificate in project planning and management.
Can you also inform the court on which years you have obtained these qualifications?
Yes, Your Lordship, the bachelor I have obtained it in 2019.
2019.
No, 2009, my lord. 2009. While the postgraduate diploma in business admin, I obtained it in 2017. And the certificates in project planning and management, that one I obtained it in 2014.
Okay. Now let's deal with the subject matter, more particular, the company that may have been all over the place for the last few days, Nyanyako Investment CC. Tell us about this company and their involvement. What kind of business?
Council?
Yeah,
Your Lordship,
the name that you are providing is a name I'm hearing for the first time.
Okay. Do you know a company or do you know a close corporation by the name of Nyanyako Investment CC?
It's in Jaco.
Nyanyako, beg your pardon?
It's not
Nyanyako?
N-A.
Okay, the spelling is just okay, but my mistake, I take full responsibility. Nyanyako Investment CC.
Your Lordship, that is an entity that we have been explaining from the beginning, I think. It's an entity which I established in 2017, early 2017, to venture into various sectors of economy, like I have explained here. So, and that is the entity which have got an investment agreement between Wanyemba Investment into Angola, into the mining of Angola. And that is the entity which was provided with startup capital by Mr. Hatuikulipi.
By Mr.
Hatuikulipi. Startup capital was provided by Otafika Logistics CC through
Just hold on.
public entity. So my dealings were with private companies only. That one, I just want to put it on record, my lord.
Any of the CCs receive money from any public company, sir?
No, my lord.
Any of your companies receive money from public companies?
No, my lord.
So there's also allegation pertaining, as far as the indictment is concerned, that you received, or not you, Njapa Investment CC, received a payment or amount from a company by the name Select Investment Number 1, Pty Limited, a certain, belongs to a certain Mr. de Klerk. Can you comment on that?
Your Lordship, that is the allegation from the state that I have been involved in conspiring with Fishcor CEO, the chairman. I have conspired with them to launder money from Fishcor through DHC and CELAX. That is the allegation, that Njako Investment have received 2 million from CELAX, and that I have benefited from that money. But the truth here is, my lord, my relationship with Mr. Hatuikulipi, which my business relationship, which started in 2017, early 2017.
Sorry, sir, I don't want to interrupt. Can you refer to him as applicant number?
No, it's okay. It's his name.
There's two with the same surname in this matter.
Then I thought you said the chairman. Oh, okay, let me know. But just refer to him as either Mr. James Hatuikulipi, but the one before court, or identify which one you are referring to.
Okay, thanks, my lord. So my relationship, which started in 2017, my business relationship with Mr. James Hatuikulipi, it developed into trust and good track records. That Njako was assisted with startup capital and the loan was repaid. So our relationship developed trust, and as a result, it was around August 2017, Mr. Hatuikulipi explained to me that he was running the Swapo Part Congress for November 2017, and he needed cash for him to carry out his operations related to the Swapo Part Congress. So he then requested me, because I'm running fish shops with Fine Seafood CC and other businesses. So he requested me to assist if my business have some surplus of cash on monthly basis. So me and Mr. Hatuikulipi agreed on that, and I can testify to this court that I advanced Mr. Hatuikulipi different amounts at different times, which was totaling to the amount of 2 million. So as a result, Mr. Hatuikulipi then refunded my money. So where he got his money, whether it's from CELAX or where, that one I didn't question him, but he confirmed with me and the payment came in. So the allegation to say that I've conspired with him, that one holds no truth, because the payment of 2 million to Njako was a repayment of debts due to us.
I want you to be more specific. What do you mean? Due to us.
Due to me, my lord.
To you as Shuudifonya or to you as Njako?
As Njako, my lord.
Except that 2 million, as far as the subject matter is concerned, have you received any funds from anyone of your co-accused?
No, my lord, I can't remember any payment from the co-accused.
You also mentioned a trust, Fine Seafood Trust. Is that so?
Fine Seafood Investment Trust.
Can you tell us more about this trust?
Your Lordship, that is the trust where I'm a trustee together with Mr. Saki Kadila Momo. We are the trustees. And we established that trust for the purpose of investing into properties.
And is that the only services that this particular trust renders, or any other businesses?
That enterprise name, not so much I can remember that entity did. It was still a new trust, and we didn't do much about engaging into many businesses up to now. So, but maybe just to bring the court into perspective, because there are now allegations that Fine Seafood Investment Trust have received 10.3 million from Saga Seafood. And apparently, according to the state, that money is related to quota, which was given to Saga Seafood by Fishcor.
Before you proceed now, have you received the money? Have you received 10.3 million?
That's correct, my lord.
And for what purpose or for what services, if any, have you received that money?
So, my lord, the 10.3 million, which was received by Fine Seafood Investment Trust from Saga Seafood, does not related to any quota. If the court can allow me to give a bit of background on that, because I came to know Saga Seafood since 2017, when I used to buy fish products from them, because I'm running the other company with fish shops, and I used to source fish from various companies, and Saga Seafood was one of them. So in 2018, early 2018, that's where I met Mr. Ale of Saga Seafood. So I became their regular client for horse mackerel, and then around July, Mr. Ale Anderson explained to me that they have a project of supplying fish feed to aquacultures around the country, and also they have a project of producing fish feed in the future. That was his explanation. So he explained to me that they need the support of a local companies to assist them in that regard. He then further revealed the budget to me, that the budget for this project of supplying fish feed and producing fish feed is 9 million. When I showed my interest, we had a long discussion around that, which aquacultures, what quantity, and so on. He then agreed that, we then agree all of us that I should issue him the invoices for him to secure the budget from their entities. I then issued the first half, the 4.5 million. That is the first amount I issued in an invoice on. It was around August. And then the second invoice was issued in October. So in total, this amount or this budget was secured and it was paid to Fine Seafood Investment Trust. It was then agreed that because Mr. Ale in October, Mr. Ale was traveling to Iceland.
October which year, sir?
2019. He was traveling to Iceland when the last payment came in. He then said he is traveling and he's coming in November for us to sign an agreement which will detail the specific quantity and the types of fish feed which will perfectly suit the aquaculture that we have in the country. When the Fishrot scandal broke out in November, I think 29, Sagas Seafood, Mr. Ale himself, he communicated to me, said they are putting that project on hold because of the Fishrot scandal. So up to today, that project is still on hold. And I'm still waiting for Mr. Anderson for us to carry out that project as planned.
And what happened to the money?
The money is still invested into in our entities.
So the money is still available?
It's still invested, yes, it's still available.
There's one more issue basically that I want to deal with you that I've been also made reference yesterday, and that is pertaining to a company by the name
I
of...
see the witness wants water. Is there enough water for you?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Are you okay, sir?
Yes.
So there was also a reference to a certain company by the name of Low-Key Investment Pty Limited.
Yes.
Do you know such a company?
Yes, I know, my lord.
How do you know such a company? What was your involvement? You in your personal capacity, or in a CC, or in a company, or in a trust, if so?
Your Lordship, Low-Key Investment Pty Limited is an entity that I came to know around 2017. Because Low-Key was one of the company in the fishing industry which were operating vessels. And Low-Key was operating the freezer vessel. And they were catching hake. And I came to know them in 2017 when I was looking for the bait catches for my entity, Fine Seafood CC, which is trading fish. So I became their client end of 2019, from October towards the end of the year. I became their client. So then that's where I met Mr. Victor Videra, the director of Low-Key Investment Pty Limited. So he then explains to me the various sectors where they want to venture in, because they wanted to venture into food businesses here in Namibia, as well as in Angola and South Africa. They also wanted to venture into mining in Angola. To be specific, it was oil. Yeah, it was oil. And then they also wanted to venture into beef in Namibia. And they also wanted to venture into beef in Zambia. And through these discussions, me and Mr. Victor, he said they need a local company which can do consultancy services for them. That is where the agreement, which was also disclosed by the state, between Njako Investment and Loki Investment came into life. That Njako Investment was contracted by Loki Investment to providing consulting services. To be specific, to do studies, because these are the studies which we were doing. In total, there were around 15 studies which we did. And then we were also contracted to do vessel management. Under vessel management, we were not really managing the day-to-day operation of the vessels, no. We were, because Loki wanted to acquire second-hand vessels to incorporate them into their entity. So now it was our responsibility, whenever they have a vessel that they want to buy, we go assess and give recommendations to them. And then the last services we did, it was vessel repair also. So that was the involvement of Njako Investment with Loki. And my lord, there are now allegations that Njako Investment CC received money from Loki which are related to quota. And apparently I have conspired with Mr. Nghipunya, Mr. James Hatuikulipi, the minister, Mr. Benatezau, for the benefit of my entity. And that is not true. The truth is, we have that agreement, and the services provided by Njako and the invoices issued are inconsistent with the signed agreement.
Yes, sir. I will provide you now with certain documentation, with a document indeed such documents we receive from the state.
Show them to the state first.
Sir, can you please identify the document before you?
Your Lordship, the document before me is titled Agreement of Consultant Services entered into between Loki Investment Pty Limited and Njako Investment CC.
Let's go to there's a signature, initial on page number 1. Can you confirm if you are in a position who signed that particular document, sir?
Your Lordship, the document was signed by myself and Mr. Victor Videra from representing Loki Investment Pty Limited.
Can you also go to the last page of that particular agreement? When and where was this document signed?
It was signed here in Windhoek on January 10th, 2018. Signed by Mr. Victor Videra
On behalf of?
on behalf of Loki Investment Pty Limited and myself on behalf of Njako Investment CC.
So what is of interest for me is, can you go to page, unfortunately it's not numbered, but with the heading, paragraph 6.
Your Lordship, paragraph 6 it says duties and functions.
Can you please read it into the record for us?
Loki Investment Pty appoints Njako Investment CC as the service provider, and to this extent, Njako Investment CC shall, 6.1, provide consulting services such as market prospecting and research services in Southern Africa, specifically Namibia and South Africa, as well as encourage business relationships of African companies with the European market. 2, report on the political, labor, financial, and social situation in Namibia and how it can impact those in low-key development or business activity. Reports related to the other areas of the food sector beyond the fishing industry, such as meat or agriculture. General regular country risk report. 6.2, provide vessel management services such as studies and reports on new vessels that can be incorporated into the low-key fleet, prepare regular reports on the behavior of the fishing industry, and application and adaptation of the company's resources to the optimization of the effective hake fishing in Namibian fishing ground, holding regular face-to-face or teleconference meetings to analyze the evolution of low-key's fleet performance. 3, provide vessel repair and management and maintenance services, such as reports and meetings focused in ensuring that the vessels are well managed and repaired and in a good fishing conditions as set by the relevant authorities. Reports related to repair work, maintenance, and optimization of the ship, all of the processing and freezing tunnels. Provide the necessary reports and meetings when requested to do so from time to time.
But also, if there's no objection from my learned colleagues, such document to be admitted into the record. The agreement between the parties as they've testified by the witness before court.
There's no objection, Your Lordship.
Exhibit O,
As it is a court.
the obit.
So, let's deal with the CC. Any of the CCs that you have mentioned, is there any property in the names of the CC?
The CC, there is no CC holding property, my lord.
What about the company?
But Fine Seafood Investment Trust, yes, that one holds a property.
Where was that be?
It's in Walvis Bay, elf number 35. I think, I can't recall the elf number now, but it's in Walvis Bay.
And if you can recall, what is the value of that property that you're referring to?
Yes, my lord, it's 4 million, my lord.
And that property that you refer to, is it an operation? Is it a Is there any business on that particular property?
Yes, it's occupied by my lord.
What kind of business, sir?
It's rented. It's a renter.
Did you hear the question? What kind of business? Is it residential? Is it commercial?
Business.
Is it educational? Is it the property?
It's business, my lord.
What kind of business, sir?
My lord, the property we are referring to, there is an office building where we have entities that are renting into that building.
When you refer to we, can you be more specific?
No, my lord, I'm referring to myself and Mr. Saki Kadira as trustees of that trust.
So, in conclusion, let me just take you a little bit back. You testified in the beginning that basically in October, anti-corruption already informed you that you are suspect. Is that so?
Yes, my lord, they told me in June.
In June already?
Yes, June 2020.
And you also testify that you have been arrested in December 2020. Is that so?
That's correct, my lord.
When was the first time that you yourself become aware that indeed the police, anti-corruption, whoever, that you are wanted in order to be arrested?
Your Lordship, I came to know that I'm wanted on the 14th of December.
How?
When my co-accused appeared in court, it was Mr. Saki Shangala, Mr. James Hatuikulipi, Mr. Mike Nghipunya, Mr. Bernard Esau, Mr. Thompson Hatuikulipi, Mr. Pius Machelulo, Mr. Philippus Mapopi, we were arrested together. So when those co-accused appeared on the 14th of December, it was clearly stated during that court proceeding that we are wanted, me and Mr. Philippus Mapopi, and the warrant of arrest were issued.
Were you in court? How would you know that?
It then, because I was in the north that time, it then came into the social media. So I came to know from the social media that it was stated in court proceeding that we were wanted and the warrant of arrest for us were issued.
Okay.
That is how I learned about it on the 14th of December 2020.
Now, what happened from 14 December up to 21 December when the police or anti-corruption arrested you? What have you done?
So on that day, the 14th December, I then, when I see the message on the social media, I then communicated with my attorney, who is Mr. Engelbrecht, and then I informed him that I'm wanted by the ACC and the police is looking for me, and that I instructed Mr. Engelbrecht to inform ACC officials or investigators that I'll hand over myself on the 21 December. They must not look for me. I will hand over myself on the 21st of December.
And have you done so?
I have done that, my lord.
Okay. Do you know perhaps, you said on the 21 of December, Was the police involved, or was it only members of the ACC?
There were members of the police involved, my lord.
How was the police involved? What was their involvement?
So, on that date of 21st December, I hand over myself to the ACC. I went to their headquarters here in Windhoek, together with my counsel, Mr. Engelbrecht. And on that meeting where we find the ACC officials, it was Mr. Ipinge, and then we find 2 police officers who are coming from serious crime investigation.
Okay. Now, sir, one of the allegations, or one of the reasons why the state opposed your bail is that you would abscond. Why have you not done so between 14 December up to 21 December?
Your Lordship, I had no intention, and I still have no intention of running away. Because I came to know that I'm a suspect since June 2020. And ACC have been calling me in for other statements. And on that day of the 14th December, when I came to know that I'm wanted, I still instructed my attorney to talk to the ACC official that I will hand over myself. So therefore, the ground of the state to say I will abscond, that one doesn't hold water, my lord, because I knew since June that I'm a suspect, and I knew on the 14th of December that I'm wanted, and I was in Wangwen, Oshikango area to be specific, which is bordering Angola. So, but I made sure that I instruct my attorney to inform ACC official that I will hand over myself, and I did so. So therefore, the allegation that I will abscond, my lord, it doesn't hold water.
In conclusion, sir, you already testified that on 3 occasions, members of ACC interview you. Is that so? On 3 occasions?
That's correct, my lord.
Now, during that interview, or these 3 occasions that they interview you, to the best of your recollection, was any member of the Namibian police present, ask you questions pertaining to the issue at hand?
No, my lord.
According to your observation, who investigate this particular matter? Was it the ACC or members of the Namibian police?
It was Anti-Corruption Commission, my lord.
Yes, sir. So I will give you now the opportunity. If there's anything of which you think it's important, as far as the bail application is concerned, that you think it's important, that you must inform this honorable court. Of which maybe something that you think is important, of which I have not asked you questions, or you have not testified about.
Your Lordship, the allegations against me could have been explained, and I have been explaining to the ACC that the revenue which my companies were making have been not in any way related to quotas. The funds which I have received from Loki, they are in line with my agreement signed, which we gave as an exhibit. The funds which were paid by Skeleton Coast Rolling Limited, which is a Novanem subsidiary, that one, it was an investment for Wanyemba investment. And the payment from Celax to Njako investment, that was the repayment of debts due to Njako, my lord. Therefore, to allege that the state has a strong case against me, that the funds I have received are related to quota, is misplaced, my lord. So therefore, I don't think, and I'm convinced, the state doesn't have a strong case against me. And it's also not in the public interest, my lord, for me to be kept in custody just for these mere allegations. I know and understand that the interest of the public is that they want me to be held accountable for what I have done. They want to make sure that I stand my trial, and they want to make sure that justice is served at the end of the day. So, and that one I have established already, my lord, that I will stand my trial. I have no reason to abscond. I have no reason to interfere, since I've known all these witnesses which are involved here, and I'm prepared to put up a bail deposit of 50,000. So, and also the court, any condition which the court is willing to impose is welcome to do so, my lord. So I think that's all I can say in a nutshell, my lord.
Okay. Sir, do you know a company by the name of Select Investment number 1 Pty Limited?
I don't know that company, my lord.
When was the first time that you become aware about Select Investment number 1 Pty Limited?
My lord, I only came to know Selax, that name, when ACC officials were questioning me about it. When ACC was questioning me about the payment from Selax, that is the only time I came to know about the name. Because my thinking was the repayments of my debts from Mr. James Hatuikulipi, I thought he paid it's either from his many businesses or from maybe Swapo funds, because he was implementing Swapo Congress project. So I didn't ask him, Mr. Hatuikulipi, which company did he use to pay me. So I only came to learn that the payment apparently it came from Selax Investment during the ACC interview.
And when was that? Was it during the first time, the second time, or the third occasion when they interview you?
It was in the first one, the one for June 2020.
Do you know Mr. de Klerk?
No, my lord. I don't know Mr. de Klerk.
When was the first time, if you can recall, that this surname, de Klerk, was mentioned to you by anyone as the owner or the shareholder of Select Investment number 1?
He never testified to that effect, that his name was mentioned to him. So he said he doesn't know the person, and he never testified to that effect. So that question is inappropriate, Your Lordship.
Okay. Was the name of Mr. de Klerk at any particular point in time up to date mentioned by anyone to you?
No, my lord. I only learned that name on the media when they were publishing the Fishrot scandal.
My lordship, that is evidence in chief. No further questions.
Yes, Mr. Deputy.
As it was a court, Your Lordship, the state is ready to proceed.
Okay.
You testified in your evidence with regard to the questioning by the SEC at different occasions, yeah?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And And at some stage you were asked a question by your lawyer that did the ACC explain the consequences of a statement in court proceedings? You remember that?
Yes, my lord.
Oh, okay. And your answer was that they explained to me my witness statement will not be used against me. You remember that?
That's correct, my lord.
Your witness statement.
That's correct, my lord.
You are a witness.
That's correct.
Yes, not a suspect, witness.
Your lordship, maybe I should explain something here. Because when I went to the ACC first, there was an oral interview, and there was a statement which I made. So during the oral interview, that is where they mentioned that I'm a suspect.
And that oral interview was the first interview, the second interview, or the third interview?
The first interview.
The first interview.
Yes.
And the issue of the witness statement, was that the second interview or the third interview?
The first interview.
The first interview?
Yes.
They informed you that you're a suspect, they informed you are a witness in the same
Yes.
interview?
At the beginning, when they began with me, they said, I will give a witness statement, it will never be used against me. And then later, when we were concluding the interview, Mr. Velum Oilfield, he informed me straight that, Mr. Otneel, you are one of the suspects.
This was during the first interview, according to your evidence?
That's correct.
Oh. Now, I want to know, what is your relationship in particular with Mr. Philippus Mapopi?
Your Lordship, Mr. Philippus Mapopi, I have known him since 2006. He is one of my friends. And I have done business with him also. I remember he wanted to venture into fishing distribution as well. I supplied him with fish, and he paid for that. And we have been engaging each other at social level, and I have been supporting him where he needs support.
All right. Mr. Hartman. I just want you to have a look at the bundles of exhibits provided by the state.
Show it to Mr. Engelbrecht.
We gave you. Can you please go to page 199 of that bundle
Page 1?
of exhibits provided by the state?
Page 1?
199, 199.
Yes.
You are there. What is that document?
This is the document coming from Nedbank. It says, know your client account opening questionnaire
For
individuals.
All right, for fine seafood.
For Fine Seafood Investment Trust, yes. That's correct.
Okay. This is the document that you filled in.
That's correct.
Okay. And you signed that document at the bottom, yeah?
That's correct.
All right. Now, at next of kin details, who's indicated there?
Philippus Mwapo, yes.
Okay, he's your next of kin.
No, he's my best friend.
He's your best friend.
Yes.
Oh, okay. So you are not related to Mr. Mapopi?
No.
You are not. you know what next of kin means?
Maybe I'm not, because I've never worked in a bank. So
That's English. That's not Bengali.
So I don't know what it means in this context, but what I thought was they're asking me any close related person to you.
Any close related person?
Yes, like Mr. Mapopi he's my close friend.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
So, Mr. Mapopi, you are so close to him
Yes.
that if any information about you is needed, they can actually approach Mr. Mapopi for that information.
Yes, any information they want, they can always ask Mr. Mapopi.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
It also appears you also had a close relationship with Mr. Nghipunya. Is that right?
Yeah, we have a business relationship.
Yeah, I mean, he funded one of your businesses,
Yeah.
provided you the capital to start a whole business. You must be very close to him.
Yeah, yes.
You are, right?
Yes, I'm his friend, yes.
Oh, okay. And from your evidence, it appears that entities you have interest in, which are engaged in businesses in Angola, yes?
That's correct.
All right. How much was invested in the business in Angola?
My lord, so far, Jaco Investment have invested 7.4 million.
Okay, that's a lot of money. And Gwandjemba investment, is it the CC or the trust that's involved?
It's a trust.
The trust. And how much has it invested?
That one, I will not be exactly sure how much they put in.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So you said for Jaco it's 7.5.
7.4 million.
7.4 million. Oh, okay.
And maybe I can just explain a little bit,
Yeah, please go ahead.
because as per the agreement, Jaco will invest 15 million over the period of 15 years. So I just want to highlight that one.
All right, thank you. I mean, for such a large amount of money, you have to make sure it's going to the right place, right?
Yes.
So I take it you've been to Angola just to see what's happening with the project?
Yes, I've been in Angola, and I've been Angola for many times.
Many times.
Yes, most of the weekends I spend in Angola.
Oh,
If you check my passport.
yes, indeed. When you said many times, roughly how often would you say you go to Angola?
I can say, because at first we were establishing the project, trying to get the joint ventures, making sure the agreement is signed with the joint ventures. And then I started going to Angola many times during 2018.
Okay.
So roughly I can say I can make 7 to 8 times in a year.
7 to 8 times in a year since
Yes.
2018.
Yes,
That's every year since 2018.
yes.
Oh, okay. And how long would you stay there?
Come again?
How long would you stay there when you go there? How long would you normally stay there?
Normally, it depends on the activities which are taking place, my lord. If it's management meeting, normally I stay for 3 days. If it's a meeting which requires to visit and supervise the whole operation, normally it takes a week.
Oh, okay. Anything from 3 days to a week. And where would you be staying when you're in Angola?
My lord, this project is in Lunda North. And there's a town called, not a town, we call it a settlement called Kakolo. So when we go there, because most of the supervisors and project managers, they are staying, they have accommodation in that town or in that settlement. So whenever I go, I fly to Luanda. From Luanda, I fly to Saulimo. And then from Saulimo, I take a shuttle to Kakolo.
Okay.
So then we stay in Kakolo, where other project managers are staying. And then every morning we commute to the site.
Oh, okay. And who are these project managers?
We have 2 project managers there. We have Fabian Capello. Fabian Capello and Moses Maguel, M-A-G-U-E-L, Maguel.
All right.
Yeah.
Would you be staying at their houses?
Yes, normally when we are coming, they are normally informed that we are coming, and they make space for us.
Oh, okay. These are your business partners?
Yes, those are the concession holder.
Okay, and you've known them since 2018?
No, I have known them since beginning of 2018.
Oh, okay. I know you are business associates, but business associates also become friends, isn't it?
Yeah, because you do business with someone you trust.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So would I be correct to say that apart from being business associates, you can consider them to be your friends as well?
No, we are associates.
Just associates?
Yes, because the word friends doesn't really say it all.
All right. Now, these associates that you are referring to, are they Angolan nationals?
Yes, they are Angolan nationals, yes.
Oh, okay. And you spoke about management there in Angola. Who are you referring to as management? You'd meet management in Angola.
Those are the project managers, the traditional leaders, because that area is also under a certain traditional authority. And then plus other provincial, there they call it provincial council, who need to come and give a certain input related to our mining.
All right.
Yes.
Take in consideration your investment of 7.4 million in the project in Angola.
Yes.
Do you have assets there?
My Lord, yes. Most of the capital which were given by Njako to that project, most of them, they were used to acquire machineries. So those machineries are there.
Okay.
The bulldozers, excavators, yes,
Okay.
the TLBs, those ones are there.
All right. That's what the 7.4 million was used to purchase.
Yes, but not the whole of it.
Just some of it.
Yes.
All right. How much of it is left?
Left for,
You said not all of it was utilized. Is there any of it which is left?
yes, because the other funds were used for operational purposes.
Okay.
Yes.
Is there any amount from the 7.4 million that is left in Angola?
Yes, that one is, it's in Jaco's, it's in Wanyemba Investment Trust.
Gwanyembe Investment Trust.
Yes.
That Gwanyembe Investment Trust you are referring to, is it another entity registered in Angola?
No.
Here in Namibia?
It's here in Namibia.
Oh, okay. You said that you invested this money in Angola. What do you mean when you said you invested it in Angola if it's here in Namibia? The 7.4 million.
No, Your Lordship, it's like this. Wanyemba Investment Trust is the one which get access to the license holders. And the agreement between the concession holder and GIT, that joint venture agreement is between Wanyemba Investimento, the one in Angola, and the joint venture partners.
All right.
Are you getting it?
Yes.
So now Njako was investing this money through Wanyemba Investment Trust in Namibia. Yes, and that fund was used to acquire machineries.
Oh, okay. And this Gwanyemba Investimento,
Yes.
in Angola. Is it a CC?
No. No, it's a PTY, that one.
It's a company.
Yeah, it's a company, yes.
Oh, okay.
It's a company.
And who are the shareholders in this company?
The shareholder of that trust is Wanyemba Investment Trust, the one in Namibia.
You said the one in Angola is a company,
Yes.
and the shareholders are?
The shareholder is this trust which say,
Oh, okay. Wanyemba Investment Trust.
yes,
It's the sole shareholder.
yes.
Oh, okay.
And just to also expand, my lord, and the agreement was once the mining operations start generating revenue, and then the loan for Njako will be repaid, and then Njako, in lieu of the interest which is supposed to be accrued from that loan, Njako will hold 30% in that Wanyemba investment in Angola.
Oh, okay. Once the company starts generating
Revenue.
all right.
Yeah.
Do you perhaps know as to when this company will start generating revenue?
We could have generated revenue long time.
Oh, okay.
It's only that now we are incarcerated.
This case is disturbing you.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So, any time that you are released, you could carry on with the project, yeah?
My lord, once I'm released on bail, I will subject myself to the bail condition.
Yeah, but I mean, you can still carry on with the project, even with the bail conditions. You can communicate with your colleagues in Angola.
For the sake of having the project to carry on, I have to make sure I appoint someone to represent me there.
Oh, okay. So at the end of the day, we can agree that there's still this very likelihood of you generating income from Angola, yeah? From the Angolan project.
Yes,
Oh, okay.
once the project is operational.
All right. You also dealt with the issue of Mr. Nghipunya, the allegations that he has an interest in your entity, Jaco Investment CC.
Yes.
Yeah. If you go to page 200 of the Now, before we get there, I just wanted to find out from you, during 2017, were you having a residential address?
During 2017, in Windhoek I was not having,
Okay,
but I was having in Otjivarongo.
all right.
Yes.
Did you ever come to Windhoek or not?
Yes, because I've been in Windhoek before I went to Otjivarongo.
Oh, okay.
I've been staying here.
Where were you staying?
I've been staying in 2015. I was staying in Komasdar
Oh, okay.
from 2010 to 2015.
And then you went to Otjivarongo
Yes,
in 2015.
yes.
All right. During 2015, while you were here in Windhoek, were you close as well to Mr. Nghipunya?
Yes, I've known Mr. Nghipunya since 2000. 5-6.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay, I referred you to page 200. This reservation application for reservation of proposed name by Mr. Nghipunya. You see that?
Yes,
From Jaco Investment CC.
yes,
And according to you, you instructed him to go and register the CC for you.
No.
To go and reserve the name for you.
yeah.
Apologies.
Yes, that's correct.
All right. And why did you not do it yourself?
No, because that time I was based in Ochibarongo. 2017, I was based in Ochibarongo.
Oh, okay. So you asked him to assist you.
Yes, just to assist me as a friend.
Oh, okay. And the only thing that he was involved in is the reservation of the name.
That's correct.
Okay. And who finalized the registration of the entity?
It was myself.
Yourself.
Yes.
So you filled in the outstanding documents and so on and so
Yes.
forth. All right.
I came to Vindu.
Oh, okay. Okay, so on page 201, it's just the same, the application for reservation of name by Mr. Nghipunya. Do you have the forensic report with you?
No.
Where is the, okay, Mr. Nghipunya has the report. Perhaps he can provide it to you so that you can also use it now. Thank you, Your Lordship. I just want to take you to page 94 of that forensic report. Are you there?
Yes, my lord.
All right. There's an indication there of immovable property owned by Mr. Mike Nghipunya, yeah?
Yes, correct.
All right. And property number 2 is F171 Rocky Crest. That is in Ichabo Street. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
Do you know that residential address as well?
Yes, I was using this residential address before.
Okay, why didn't you tell us you're using it? All right, no, it's fine. Are you going to tell us?
Yes, my lord, this is an address which I was using when I was in Binduk here because
Which address?
for property number 2.
F171.
Yes. So this is the residential address which I was using when I was in Binduk here because I had no fixed residential address because I was renting, and renting you can be here tomorrow you are in Komasdar, tomorrow you are in Hakahana. So I was not having a fixed address that time, so that's why I was using that one.
All right. What do you mean when you say you are using this address?
I mean, whenever I'm completing my documents, for anyone to know where he can get me, so he must come to that address.
Okay.
Yes.
So that would be the address where anyone could find you.
Yes. Once, when you are looking for me, and then you go there, you will find me, or anyone who is there can tell you where I am.
Okay. Insofar as page 199 of the state's disclosed bundle is concerned, in June 2017, you provided your residential address as Mochuarongo.
In page what?
199 of the state's bundle.
199?
Of the state's bundle. The page that we're looking at for the Know Your Client account opening questionnaire.
Yes.
Okay. Before I proceed, you remember you dealt with the agreement,
Yes.
dubbed the secret agreement on the ownership and disbursements of funds between you and Mr. Nghipunya with regard to Njako Investment CC.
That's not an agreement.
Okay. The memorandum.
It was never an agreement. It's a document which I came to
Yes.
know here. Yeah.
Yes, where it's alleged that Mike had a secret interest in Njako.
Yes, apparently, yes.
Yes. And the state is also alleging he had a secret agreement in Njako. He also reserved the name for the CC. You still disagree that he
I'm
was?
disputing that.
You are disputing it.
Yes.
All right. Can you provided us with the funding statement for Njako Investment CC? Do you still have that with you?
Yes.
Do you still have it?
I gave it back.
All right. Lordship, we just kindly request for it to be provided to the witness. While he's still looking for it, in 2017, you had relocated, now you were in Ochuarongo. So if anyone was looking for you in 2017, they'd find you in Ochuarongo. All right. So that would be the addresses that you then provide to those persons.
Yeah.
All right. Have you found it?
More specific, the document that you referred to.
The founding statement.
Yes. Your Lordship, I don't know if the court still has it.
Yes, I still have mine.
Okay, thank you, Your Lordship. All right, according to your testimony, you are the one who completed the rest of the information with regard to the registration of this CC, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you provided the information on this document?
That's correct.
All right. And this is the founding statement for Njako Investment CC? Okay. Now, I want to know, what is the address of the registered office for this CC?
It was F171, Ichabu Street, Rocky Crest.
All right. Whose address is that?
This address belongs to Mr. Nghipunya, yes?
Mr. Nghipunya.
Yes.
So this Njako Investment, its registered office, the address is at Mike's house.
That is the address which I was using when I was registering this.
This is the address on the documents. This
Yes.
is the registered address.
Yes, that's correct.
So looking at this is where this entity is based, at Mike's house, Mike Nghipunya's house.
That is the address which I was using that time. That's correct. I didn't have a specific address for Vindu, but that was the one I was using.
But you said that in 2017 you were in Ochuarongo. You provided us with an address in Ochuarongo. You were
Yes.
staying in Ochuarongo.
Yes,
You had an address in Ochuarongo.
yes.
And it appears this funding statement, I see here it's date stamped 13 February 2017. That's correct?
Which one?
The funding statement.
Okay, it was February 2017. Yes.
All right. This is when you were in Ochuarongo.
Yes, I was in Ochibarongo that time.
All right. And it's not the Ochuarongo address provided as the address for Njako Investment CC.
Yes, the business address for Njako is Ichabu Street.
Ichabod Street.
Yes, that is a business address for Njako.
Oh, okay. And at this stage, you as the sole member of the CC, I think you indicated you're the sole member, yeah?
That's correct.
All right. You're not based in Windhoek.
Yes,
You're not operating in Windhoek.
yes, but the entity address was still in Windhoek because there's a difference between me and Njako. So the address for Njako stays in Windhoek, and my address changed.
All right.
Yes.
It's not the issue of the address. It's the issue that the address is Mike's house. It's his residential address. This is where this Janko investment CC is based. At
Yes.
Mr. Nghipunya's house.
And that is the address I was using.
Oh, okay. And do you see why we allege that Mr. Nghipunya had a secret stake in this entity?
That one doesn't hold water council.
Okay, why not?
Mike being my friend since 2006, and me using his address, it doesn't make him to hold interest in my entity.
Now, what I want to find out from you, there's the document at page 199 of the state's disclosed bundle, yeah? And it appears that was filled in June as well of, okay, not as well, in June 2017.
Yes.
And that entity, is it using the address F171 Ichabod Street?
This entity is Fine Seafood Investment Trust.
Yes. Is it using the same address as Jaco?
No,
Which address is it using?
no. This one it has a Walvis Bay address because it was registered in Walvis Bay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So your other entities have different addresses.
Yes, other entities have got different addresses. Yes.
It's only Jaco, which has Mike's address.
So, Fine Seafood also is having the address of Mr. Nghipunya. Yes.
All right.
Yeah.
Fine Seafood CC.
CC, yes.
The CC.
Yes.
All right. Because we know that he's also a signatory to the account of Fine Seafood CC, yeah? The bank account.
Yes, he was because he gave us a startup capital, and he wanted to control his injection, his capital injection.
All right. So he had some sort of interest in Fine Seafood CC that.
Yes, because of his loan which he put in. The startup capital we got from him.
All right. And is that why his residential address was included on the documents for Fine Seafood CC?
No.
Why?
That was, I explained to you, that was the address I was using when I was in Vindu.
Fine Seafood for.
Ichabod Street.
Oh, okay.
Yes. So the company was registered in November 2015.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So if anyone wanted to have any dealings with this entity, and this is the address which is provided in 2017, but you are not there, they would go to F171 Ichabod Street, yeah?
That's correct.
Okay. And who would they be dealing with there?
They will deal where? They will deal how?
I mean business. I see there's Japan Investment CC, address of registered office,
Yes.
F171 Ichabod Street.
Yes.
And then I go to that particular F
Yes.
to approach them with a business proposal. Who would I be dealing with there?
No, they will be told the address of that person have changed. They will be told by Mr. Nghipunya that that person is no longer using that address.
So it's Mr. Nghipunya who is to inform us.
Yes, he is the owner of the address. He will tell you that company is no longer using this address.
I see. Insofar as these documents are concerned, the registered, the address of registered office. Why did you not change this address?
My Lord, I think maybe just the omission which we didn't do, but we were still going to do it. So because it was not a must, it's not compulsory that we change our details.
For 3 years, an omission, you are just, what are you waiting for? It's your entity.
Yes.
Change the address. What are you waiting for?
No, we will address that one when need be.
All right. You see, you also testified about, I'm not sure if that's you, Mr. Nghipunya, or if you also testified about it, assisting him with projects. Is that part of your evidence under Gwajemba investment? I'm not sure if you mentioned CC of the trust that you'd assist him.
Yes, I assist him with the modest.
With modest. So that would be under the CC.
Yes.
All right. What exactly were you assisting him with?
There, I was only dealing with contract management and also managing the operations, because they were also having sites.
All right.
And normally on a weekly basis, because Mr. Nghipunya was in Rudres that time, then on a weekly basis, I used to come and have meetings with the workers, with the foremen, and to make sure that all the disputes are resolved.
All right. With Gwajemba Investment Trust, what was your involvement in the trust?
Your Lordship, as I have said, Gwajemba have that relationship of the investment in Angola. And then, as a result of that agreement, I became part and parcel of Gwajemba management. I came into the management just to make sure that the investment Njako is making is used for the intended purposes.
The investment in Angola?
Yes, because the payments have been coming to Gwajemba for them to acquire machineries and other stuff.
All right.
So as per the agreement, I was allowed to come into the management just to make sure the funds are used for intended purposes.
When you said you were allowed to come into the management,
Yes.
who allowed you?
It was the trustees,
Who?
Mr. Nghipunya and Mr. Israel Samuel.
Okay.
Yes.
And what management role were you having?
Basically, where I was involved fully is when Gwajemba was also constructing a certain building in Utapi.
All right.
I think it's under this elf which are here. Property number 3, the Utapi one.
Okay.
So here I was involved in terms of recommending the engineers to the trust and also appointing the contractors for the trust just to make sure that the construction is well done to our expectation.
Okay. With regard to Gwajemba Investment CC, you said you were involved in the day-to-day running of the entity.
It was modest, which yes.
Okay, but you're involved in the day-to-day running.
Yes,
All right.
until 2016.
From which period to which period?
From 2015 up to 2016.
Okay. This is while you were involved, employed at the Regional Council.
2015, I was still employed here in Ministry of Land Reform.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Now, I just want you to go to page 261 of the States Disclosed Bundle.
Page
261.
261. The Deloitte report.
No, of the disclosed bundle by the state.
Yes.
What is depicted there?
This is the annexure, what? SFS1. It's a project brief for Wanyemba Investment Trust.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
And in respect of this project brief, who were the contact persons at the bottom of that document?
It was me and the trustees.
Okay, so your contact information was provided along with Wanyemba Investment Trust in
Yes.
respect of that project.
Yes. The one I've mentioned for Utapi.
Okay. I want you to go to page 262.
Yes.
Your Lordship, I'm informed the applicants need a health break. Perhaps we can take a short adjournment.
10 to 15 minutes.
As it good.
What did we have?
May we proceed, Your Lordship?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Okay, I referred you to page 262.
262. Yes.
What is depicted at that page?
It's a letter from Wanyemba Investment Trust addressed to Kravima Engineering,
All right. Dated when?
8 February 2019.
Oh, okay. And what is the title of that letter?
Appointment letter, consultant services for the proposed office building on ELF 2727 and ELF 2728 Utapi, Sate Region, Namibia.
Oh, okay. And then the next page is that letter on behalf of Wanyemba Investment Trust signed.
Yes,
Who signed the letter?
that was me.
It was you.
Yes,
In what capacity were you signing the letter?
as a managing director.
Managing Director.
Yes,
All right. For how long were you holding this position of Managing Director?
until I was arrested.
Until you were arrested.
Yes,
So that is from February 2019 until December 2019.
yeah, it was actually January 2019.
Oh, sorry, January 2019.
Yes,
No, I was just working on the basis of the letter.
oh yeah.
Now, this Wanyemba Investment Trust, as a trust, it was having a managing director, a trust,
Yes,
a trust.
appointed in 2019 Maybe I'm going to just expand why. Your Lordship, the reason why this arrangement of managing director came into play is because I wanted to protect my investment, which Njako was doing through Wanyemba Investments to the Angola mining project. So that's why I was insisting that I should be able to see the account of the trust, I should be able to see the financial statements, and also to be involved in any project the trust is doing, so that my funds are protected.
Okay. Are you aware that for a trust, this is mainly run by the trustees?
It's a
trust is run by the trustees.
Yes, and it was trustees who nominated me to be a managing director.
Of the trust?
Yes.
I see.
It was the arrangement.
And you indicated that you're managing director from January 2019 to December 2019. As a managing director of this trust,
yes.
What are your duties exactly?
So my duties for this trust were focusing on the capital projects that the trust was implementing.
Okay.
Because that's where most of the funds this trust was investing into these properties. And I was there to make sure that those projects are implemented and to make sure that my capital for Angola mining projects is protected.
Okay. And you know that during this time period that you were managing director,
yes,
this is also in the same period where the Northern Group had paid for invoices to Wanyemba Investment Trust.
That's correct. In November 2019.
During the year?
Correct.
There are several invoices from Novanam.
Okay.
You are aware of that?
I'm aware of one.
Only one. When did you become aware of that?
I'm aware of the one which went to Skeleton Coast Trawling, which is a subsidiary of Novanam, which came from Fine Seafood CC.
Oh, okay. For now, I'm just talking about Wanyemba Investment Trust, not Fine Seafood CC. The invoices issued by Wanyemba Investment Trust to the Novanam Group. It was made during the same time period that you were managing director of Wanyemba Investment Trust.
Yes, but those ones were not done with my consultation, so that was for the trustee to comment on that one.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Before we proceed, okay, let me just find out from you. Your entities, you indicated you were interested in Wanyemba Investment CC. Sorry, JACO.
JACO Investment
yes.
CC.
Yes.
Fine Seafood CC.
And Fine Seafood Investment Trust.
Yeah, they are my trustee, yes, that's correct.
Okay. Now, insofar as JACO is concerned, were you having employees at this CC?
Yes.
How many?
14.
14. And what are their qualifications?
I'm the MD for JACO, and I have the marketing manager there, and I have the sales manager.
What are their qualifications?
Most of them, they have, all those two, they have diplomas.
In what?
Marketing, both in marketing.
Okay. And the others?
The others are those that we are the laborers and the cleaners.
And the laborers, they don't have any particular qualifications, I suppose.
No.
All right. And what was the nature of their job?
Your Lordship, the laborers, they are there to make sure that because Njako have got, Njako do get contracts, like the contract for Loki. In most cases, when there is anything needed, like for vessel repair, because we have an in-house experts, which we were making use of during that time. So he used to go around with the laborers to make sure that all the cleaning, all the tools, they are well kept up and they are cleaned properly.
Who is this in-house expert?
It's Edward Ferreira.
He was working where?
No, he was an independent expert that I was engaging during my engagement with Loki.
And what are his qualifications?
He's an expert in vessel engineering, that was, and then he was telling me he's also an expert in diesel mechanic.
In what?
Diesel mechanic.
Diesel mechanic.
Yes.
And when did you meet this person?
So I met him mid-2017.
All right. And insofar as your other entities are concerned, were you having people working for them?
Yes.
What are these people?
Like Fine Seafood have got separate employees who are running the fish shops. We have the cashiers there, and we have laborers there also, plus the truck drivers.
Oh, okay. And that's about it?
Huh?
That's about it?
Yes.
Oh, okay. And for the investment trust?
No, that one doesn't. No, that one doesn't have employees.
Oh, okay. So everything was being done by yourself?
Njako, no, me and Mr. Kadila, yes.
Oh, okay. When you started with your evidence, you provided us with a bundle of documents. Okay, this Edward Ferreira, I just want clarity. You said that you met him in 2017. In what month was it?
I can't recall now which month, but it was mid-2017.
Oh, okay. You provided us with a bundle of documents when we started. You recall that?
Yes, by my counsel, yes.
Yes. And on the first bundle, there's an ID which is depicted there.
Okay.
The one for Shuudifonya in Kodoka.
Yes, that's correct.
Who was that person?
It's our last born.
The last born?
Yes.
Oh, okay. And where's your ID?
I think my counsel should attest to that.
Okay, no, it's fine. You've not been provided with it. All right, let's move on. You are also aware that there are charges in relation to the Novanam group of companies involving deep ocean processors, Lalande Holdings, and Skeleton Coast Trawling, yeah?
Yes, I'm aware.
From the indictment.
Yes, I'm aware.
Oh, okay. And you already heard during the evidence about how the Northern Group would purchase the governmental objective quotas, and Mike negotiated agreements on behalf of Seaflower Whitefish Corporation. You heard that?
Yes, I came to learn about it here in this court. Yeah.
Oh, okay. And that they would pay Seaflower Whitefish Corporation for the governmental objective quotas. You heard that?
That's correct.
Okay. And you also heard the part where it was indicated that Mike had instructed for the fees to be split between Seaflower and other third parties, namely Njomba Investment Trust, Fund Seafood CC, and Wanakadu.
No, I didn't hear that.
You didn't hear that? Oh, okay. All right. In your evidence, you have testified with regards to the 2.9 million that was received by Fine Seafood CC. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. And what is your explanation again for this particular amount?
That particular amount, my lord, it was earmarked for Njomba Investment Trust investment into Fine Seafood CC butchery businesses. So it was the proposal of Njomba to Fine Seafood CC that they want to venture into meat processing with Fine Seafood CC, and they will avail $3 million as their contribution.
Okay.
So it was on that agreement that Mr. Nghipunya instructed me to issue the invoice on the name of Skeleton Coast for their contribution.
On the name of Skeleton Coast.
No, on to Skeleton Coast, my lord. To Skeleton Coast Trolling for their contribution to be paid. So it was, Fine Seafood didn't make any services to that company, Skeleton Coast.
Okay.
But according to Mr. Nghipunya, they nominated Fine Seafood so that the payment will be directed to us as their contribution as per our agreement.
Okay.
Yes.
So was it Mr. Nghipunya who nominated Fine Seafood to be paid by this entity?
To be paid by Skeleton Coast, yes, because even the invoice, the one you are seeing there from Fine Seafood, was given to Mr. Nghipunya.
Oh, okay. So you can see on my file. Then we can just go to page 177. That's where the invoice is of the states, of the states bundle, Your Lordship. 177. Yes, Your Lordship. Are you at that page?
Yes.
That is the invoice you issued?
That is the invoice I gave to Mr. Nghipunya, yes.
All right. And you gave it to him based on information he provided to you?
That's correct.
Okay, so he provided you information and you filled in the invoice?
That's correct.
Okay. I referred you to the statement of Mr. Jose Camano. You said that you did not hear his evidence in court. Yes, there's a portion that I referred to that you said did not hear his evidence in court.
Yes.
Yes, maybe
Whose
just
evidence?
not evidence, the statement that was put to Mr. Nghipunya.
Oh.
Yes, not evidence. My apologies, Your Lordship. I think just for the benefit of this witness, I just want to repeat it since he did not hear it. Do you have that affidavit of Mr. Jose Ramon Camano?
That's correct.
Indicating there is the general manager of the fleet of Novanam.
Yes, that's correct.
Oh, okay. And if you go to page 8 of that affidavit, 8, Your Lordship.
Yes.
There's a portion there depicted as paragraph D, payments to third-party entities. And in paragraph 27, it states that the arrangement with Seaflower had been that the entity holding the quota sold to us by Seaflower would render its invoice to Novanam for payment of the quota price. Paragraph 28, sometime after we have been conducting business with Seaflower, the exact date which I cannot recall, Mr. Nghipunya discussed with me a change in the payment arrangements of the negotiated quota prices. Paragraph 29, Mr. Nghipunya told me that there would be a new payment arrangement as follows. He would provide us with 2 invoices for the quota. I understood that Seaflower would issue an invoice and another company would issue a second invoice. The combined total of the invoices would be equal in the value of the quota price we agreed on. These second invoices, included invoices, are received as issued from Wanakadu Investment CC, Wajembe Investment Trust, Fine Seafood Investment Trust. It goes on in the next page to say that the third-party entities did not render any services to Novanam, as described in the invoices as maintenance fees, management fees, vessel repairs, and maintenance. My understanding was that payment to third-party entities was part of the negotiated cost of the quota, and for Mr. Nghipunya to facilitate getting the quota for Novanam. And for that, Novanam paid a consultation fee. You see that?
I'm saying that, yes.
All right. Okay. All right. Having this in mind, I want to take you back to the invoice that you... All right, having heard the statement of Mr. Ramon, you are in agreement that he never provided any services, as he stipulates in his affidavit, via Fine Seafood.
My Lord, according to this statement, this Mr. Ramon is talking about Fine Seafood Investment Trust.
Yes.
And the invoice which I gave is Fine Seafood CC.
Yes.
So I think I don't know what he's talking about.
Okay, fine. Let me ask you this.
Yes.
Was Fine Seafood CC paid by Skeleton Coast Trawling, Pty Ltd?
That's correct.
All right.
As I have explained.
Okay. Did Fine Seafood CC provide any services to Skeleton Coast Trawling?
No.
Okay.
Because I've explained, my Lord, that that payment was Fine Seafood CC was a nominated company, by Wanyemba Investment Trust for their investment into meat processing.
Oh, okay.
So whatever, my lord, whether how Wanyemba Investments make the arrangement to get their income for consulting services, that has nothing to do with Fine Seafood CC.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Now, if we have regards to this particular invoice, you already indicated you are the one who filled in the invoice, yeah?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And the description in the invoice, consultancy services for 2019, you
Yes.
filled in that information.
That's correct.
All right. You filled in the unit price, you filled in the subtotal, the VAT, and the total amount for $2,922,396.19.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. And by looking at this invoice, it was for consultancy services payments to Fine Seafood. Looking at it.
That's
as it
correct.
stands.
That's correct.
Oh, okay. And from your own evidence, these services were not provided. So,
That's correct.
all right. So this information as contained in this invoice is in actual fact false information, isn't it?
No, my lord. Because the payee and the payer, they understand the description. Because this invoice, as per the testimony of Mr. Nghipunya,
On
is
behalf of whom I'm testifying, Mr. Shuudifonya.
on my behalf, my lord.
Okay, now how do you testify on how the payee and the payer understand?
Okay, sorry, my lord. I will withdraw that one.
Because I have also read the statement of the payer to you,
Okay.
so you know what the payer's position was.
Yes.
Yes.
So, but according to my testimony, the description on this invoice were provided by Mr. Nghipunya, the way it is. And according to him, this service, which is indicated on this invoice, was provided by Wanyemba Investment Trust. And instead of this money going to Wanyemba, he nominated Fine Seafood to receive this money as per our agreement of investing into meat processing.
Do you personally know that such services were provided?
My lord, I don't know.
You don't know.
I don't know because I gave this invoice to Mr. Nghipunya and it's him who took it to skeleton cost and their discussion and explanation after all, I don't know.
Okay.
But what I can testify is that the payment was received as per
Yes.
the agreement
What agreement?
for Wanyemba to invest into the meat processing.
Okay. So from your personal knowledge,
Yes.
you cannot attest for the correctness of this information in here.
Yes. No, because this is the information I got from Mr. Nghipunya.
Yes, but you don't know if this information is correct. You were just given information, you were told to fill in the invoice, you filled in the invoice and
Yes.
gave it back.
Yes.
Do you know if this information is correct, that you provided consultancy services in 2019 for that amount? Do you know that?
No.
Oh, okay. So you don't know if this information is correct.
So I put it as I was instructed to do. But I know Fine Seafood didn't provide consultancy services to Skeleton.
Oh, okay. That is why I'm saying that the information in this invoice is false. Because Fine Seafood never provided these consultancy services as indicated on the invoice.
But me, the parties, me and Mr. Nghipunya, we have agreed on this description to be like that.
Yes, you agreed on the description.
Yes.
What I'm saying is that the services, Fine Seafood never provided these services, did they?
No.
Yes, that's what I'm telling you, is false information contained on this invoice.
I have no
Now,
comment on that.
you have no comment. Okay, that's fine. Let's move on.
Maar I'm a little bit worried. On 3 occasions, the same question has been asked, same answer has been provided, but still he persists on that line of question.
It's done. There's nothing I can do now. I can't, he answered, he finished. What do I do now? Do I say retract the question, retract the answer?
Come on, I will not take it any further. At least we are done with that part now.
Yeah. All right.
Now knowing that you are a person who's capable of providing false information, can you tell me, why should the court believe you when you say you will not abscond?
Also, I have a little bit problem with the man and how he phrased false information based on what?
The answer that he gave,
But is that answer false?
I don't know.
He gave an explanation.
I'm not here to make findings now.
And
So I
that's
don't
all.
know. I don't know whether it's true or it's false. It's his choice of word.
Yes, and I'm relying on the information based on the invoice as being false information. That is the basis for my question. And I'll repeat the question. Knowing that you are capable of providing false information, why should this court believe you when you say that I'm not going to abscond, I'll stand my trial?
Your Lordship, I have never provided false information, as the council is saying. The information which I provided were agreed by the parties to be as they are. They are not false, and the payment was made as per the description. So I have explained my reasoning or my grounds why I should not abscond, and therefore I think it's now just for the council to make sure that he clarifies his question better.
You want me to clarify the question?
Yeah, because
Okay, basically the essence of the question, why should the court believe you that you will not abscond when it appears here you've provided false information on this
the
document?
information was not false. It was agreed between the parties, and the payment was made.
Okay,
If it was false, that payment would never have been made.
okay. Were you subcontracted by Mr. Nghipunya to perform any services with regard to this period?
It was the investment money. It was a nominated account.
It was an investment.
Yes, for Wanyemba. This money was earmarked for investment for Wanyemba.
So you're not subcontracted.
No.
You're not doing any work for Guadiama Investment Trust. It was an investment.
Yes.
The reason I'm asking, from my recollection, I think Mr. Nghipunya's explanation was basically that you, Fine Seafood, had provided services to Guadiama Investment Trust, and he had ordered the...
Is that correct?
No.
Because my recollection is that he says Wanyemba had to invest in a meat process.
Oh, yes.
And in terms of the meat processing, the amount that was due to Wanyemba, he delegated. That's he used the word delegated payment to seafood.
Yes. Oh, yes. My apologies. I was thinking of Wanakadu. All right. Thank you, Your Lordship, for the correction. Yes. All right. All right. You also provided testimony in relation to the fish feed for aquaculture. You recall that?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And is it your testimony that Mr. Anderson had approached you?
Yes, he did.
Okay, in relation to this particular project?
That's correct.
Okay. Do you know why he would approach you, out of all people, in relation to this project?
Your Lordship, I will not give you the straight answer, but I have been their regular client, and I don't know, it was based on what that he came and shared the project with me. So that's up to him to come and clarify why he have chosen me.
Oh, okay. Can we just want to establish from you, Mr. Anderson, was he aware of your relationship with Mr. Nghipunya?
I can't attest to that.
You don't know?
I don't know.
Okay. I just want to take you to page 208 of the disclosed bundle by the state. 208, Your Lordship. Are you at that page?
Yes.
Okay. You see that there's a letter which was written by Mr. Nghipunya to Mr. Anderson at that particular page?
Yes.
All right. And this was for the support for the supply of fish feed for aquaculture.
Yes.
All right. And this is the project that he approached you about.
That I can't attest to that.
Okay. Go to the next page, page 209. The invoice that was issued was for the support for supply of fish feed for aquaculture.
That's correct. That's from the trust.
All right. And you still cannot attest as to whether or not it's the same project?
No, my lord.
All right.
Because when Mr. L explained to me, he never said he was implementing that project on behalf of Fishcor.
All right.
He never stated that.
Now, he informed you that the budget, you said the budget was 9 million.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, in Mr. Nghipunya's letter, what is the amount that was requested there?
Approximately 9 million.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Similar to the budget you were approached with as well by Mr. Anderson.
I can't attest to that.
Was your budget not 9 million?
Yes, but it was not related to this letter.
Okay, no, I'm just asking you if it's similar to the amount.
9, yeah, it's the same as 9 I've mentioned.
It's the same amount.
Yes.
Oh, okay. And it is your evidence that currently you do not have any agreements with Saga Seafood, is that so?
Yes, that's correct.
So this was from a verbal agreement where you were paid an amount of 10,350,000 on 2 invoices.
That's correct. Because Mr. L said he will conclude the agreement in November because he was out of the country. That was the agreement.
All right. So before you in actual fact agreed on the terms of condition, the responsibility of the parties, you received your payment.
Not my payment.
For the...
We have secured the budget, and the budget has been paid to the implementer.
All right.
Yes.
And
that was the discussion.
Okay. So from your evidence, this project is not kicked off?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm still waiting for him.
Okay. Where's the money?
He's still invested into our companies.
Which company?
In Jaco Investment.
It's in the account. It's in the account.
Invested.
Invested?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, in Jaco Investment.
What does that mean? It's invested in Jaco Investment.
Yes.
What does that mean?
Because, my lord, Jaco has embarked on a project for low pressure gas, the LPG, the gas project. And Njako have invested some funds there. So
Don't be vague and general.
yeah.
Just tell me the 10 million. You see, because you are saying it's invested in Jaco.
Yeah.
Tell us or tell the court
Yes.
where the money is.
It's invested in the lower pressure gas project as well as the Angola mining project.
Okay, so part of it is in the gas project.
Yes.
The other part is in the Angolan project.
Yes.
The project that you have with Mr. Nghipunya.
That's it.
That's the one.
That's correct.
Huh.
The mining project where Wanyemba Investment Trust and Jaco is.
Okay. So Mr. Nghipunya requests for 9 million. You are paid 10 million. You use the funds to invest in a project that Mr. Nghipunya is an interest in. Basically, that's what we have here before us, yeah?
No, my lord.
What do we have then before us?
I'm seeing this later after the disclosure. I have never seen that Mr. Nghipunya was involved into this fish feed project.
Okay.
It was never communicated to me.
Okay. But now we have the disclosure. You can see it. Mr. Nghipunya requested for the funds for governmental objectives, in fact.
No, this one is not for governmental objectives. It's for aqua stage.
Your Lordship,
Aquaculture development and promotion in the country.
yes, I think I'm just referring on the last paragraph where he indicated that this initiative would be supported through tonnages of quota within governmental objectives.
Okay.
So it's just on the basis of that last paragraph.
Can I comment?
Yes, you can comment, please.
Your Lordship, according to the testimony of Mr. Nghipunya, he never received any reply of this letter. So now to link the project which was given by Ms. Anderson to find seafood to this letter, it doesn't hold water because Mr. Nghipunya said this letter was never replied. They never reached an agreement with Mr. Anderson. So literally means Mr. Nghipunya doesn't know that Saga have done this. So for you to link it to this, it's not correct.
All right. So these funds, this 10,350,000, this was specifically for fish feed for aquaculture, yeah?
Yes.
And now you've invested it in other projects.
These funds, there are two components. It was the supply of the fish feed and the identification of suitable land for producing fish feed in future. So these were the two components that Mr. Anderson explained to me that we will focus on. Yes, and these funds, or if Mr. L of SAG Seafood comes today, we will make sure that, or I will make sure that we will implement this project.
Okay. But we're in agreement. The funds so far have not been utilized as agreed on for fish feed for aquaculture.
The funds are still not, the funds are still there. They are waiting for Mr. Anderson.
They're invested in your own projects, gas and your project in Angola.
But if Mr. Anderson, my lord, comes today, I will secure funds I will secure these funds. That's what I'm trying to put it across. That
You see?
if he comes today and that we need to proceed, I will make sure I make funds available as per the agreement.
You see? You have to make them available because they're not available.
Because, my lord, who pack money in this country?
Sorry, I did not hear.
My lord, it doesn't make any business sense for me to keep 10 million on a check account. It doesn't make sense.
You have to
So I have to invest it to generate income.
in your own projects.
Yes, so that it generates other monies while the owner is coming. To me, that makes economical sense.
I see. So at the end of the day, what we can agree on is that these funds were not yours to use as you pleased.
They are still not utilized.
Huh?
Yes,
I just invested it.
because on our books, on fancy food books, they are not utilized. On Saga's food, they are still recorded as that. So until such a time we fulfill that, then we can say the funds were utilized.
But the money is not there. It's not available. If they ask for the money today, you have to run around looking for that money.
Your Lordship, I don't understand how the council understands the availability of funds. Whether he wants it in a box, because I'm saying the funds.
Maybe you want it in a plastic bag.
Because I'm saying the funds are invested. The funds, are they generating money? And if the gentleman comes, we'll proceed.
Generating money for whom?
That is now the Jago investments. If it generates interest, that is up to us, the parties, to agree. Because, my Lord, it's not Fine Seafood Trust who put this project on hold. It was Miss L for Saga Seafood who said, because of this Fishrot scandal, we are putting that project on hold. So we are not the one to be blamed. So, but we have communicated to him that we are investing these funds, and once you are back and then we proceed with the project.
Have you received any money from Angola?
Not yet.
And you don't know when you receive money from Angola?
Yes, as I have said, I'm still incarcerated, and that operation is affected, my Lord.
Okay, just for clarity, how much of this 10.3 million did you invest in Angola?
It was just 900,000.
900,000?
Yes.
And the rest went into the gas project?
Yes.
I see.
Yes.
Your Lordship, perhaps this will be the appropriate time to adjourn. I think it's time now.
But you still have cross-examination.
Yes, I think I'll be able to finalize it tomorrow. We are moving faster. I think I'll finalize the witness by tomorrow.
Mr. Shuudifonya,
Yes, Your Lordship.
you are under cross-examination. I see you're a managing director
That's correct.
and a deputy director.
That's correct.
Maybe you can discuss issues around directing and managing. No, I mean it in a joke, but
Yes, yes, Your Lordship.
please, you don't discuss anything
Yes, Your Lordship.
about this case with anybody. With your counsel, your co-accused,
Yes, Your Lordship.
and even those you communicate with outside.
Yes, my Lord.
Do you understand?
Yes, my Lord.
Court is on again until tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. Yeah. Or do you want us to start at 9?
I think I'll be able to wrap up tomorrow. 10 is still fine.
10 o'clock tomorrow morning.
There's a pleasure, Court.
Yes, my lord. I assume that I did mistake. But put my own book of standard and came yesterday. Emails, I've been exceeding the call, my phone. Unfortunately, I didn't take the call. I canceled the call came. And tried to put myself on concerned. So I was busy actually end of the court. I was busy arranging my family funeral. And I received the call yesterday in the morning that one of my parents passed away. And I was on my way to court. For several people were not to attend the court. Attending the court exam. And I know that I have the documents which said before I arrived at the court.
Yeah. You see, the phone is not the issue also. It's the disrespect that you also showed to the police when they were at, that disrespect must just stop. When you break the rules, you must also be man enough to face the consequences. I'll give you your cell phone, but remember I'm announcing that a cell phone rings, you take out your SIM card, it's confiscated, it will be sold on auction. Because you are pleading and you humbled yourself, I'll give you back, I'll order that you get back your cell phone. But respect the law enforcement officers. You don't treat them and insult them the way you were trying to do. Yes. All right. Yeah, you will get it back. You can go, you will get it back. We are busy with another process now. Mr. Lutubeti, do you have any questions arising from the questions raised by court?
There are none, Your Lordship.
Mr. Patela?
My Lord, I have no further question.
Yes. Mr. Nghipunya, thank you. You are released. You may sit down. Yes.
You may recall that surely yesterday before the court adjourned, you had requested me that if I so wish, I should have the opportunity to address you with reference to authorities pertaining to my objection.
Yes.
Where I was pleading with the court not to admit into the record the entire Deloitte report.
Yeah.
I tried within the short time that I had, my Lord, to prepare a few notes on argument on these aspects.
Your colleague?
He has it already. Okay. I promised him that I would hand it to him around 8:30 this morning, but I was not able to do so. I believe I have let himself down, and I let myself down, but at least there was substantial compliance.
Okay.
There was not strict compliance, but substantially I complied. And also the benefit of this morning was that with the kind of the reasons for the delay this morning, it helped, I hope, for him to crystallize his thoughts on some of the issues arising from my heads.
Yes.
But I would like to refer you to the provision that I have quoted in there from the CPA. It's on the first page of my head's paragraph 4. You will recall that our fear that we had propositioned yesterday was as follows. The record runs, or that report runs into hundreds of pages, but we have only referred, in my assumption at this stage, my lord, to not more than 30 or 40 pages. Those pages form part of the record of what was traversed before the Honorable Court. But the remainder of that report, the hundreds of other pages that were not referred to, there are areas which the parties seemingly were not relying on, at least up until this stage. I do not know whether the prosecution, when they call further witnesses, they may want to raise certain issues in there which will add to the pages that have been dealt with by the parties. So perhaps at the end of this hearing, we can then look at that report and say which areas have been referred to, and then we can prepare a final extract. That can form the record of the court. We will not have a problem with that. But the remainder of that record that was not referred to by any of the parties during the proceedings, my lord, our stance is that that portion should not be part of the record, even if the entire record is admitted, but with a qualifier that only those areas that have been referred to by the parties, we could be comfortable with something like that. Section 235, my lord, says as soon as that entire record is considered and admitted as part of the record of these proceedings, under the certificate by the registrar, it shall be admissible at the trial court. We will lose certain procedural and substantive objections that we have pertaining to the contents or some of the pages of that report that we are not happy with.
Mr. Patela,
yes.
Does the admission or the acceptance prove the truth of what is in there?
Not necessarily.
It doesn't?
Yes.
So a party still will have to prove that what is said there is the truth and correct?
Yes, amongst others. But
okay,
once it becomes part of the record of proceedings, we cannot exercise those that we are not happy with. The record of these proceedings will be in its entirety, and any party can use it for whatever purpose that they intend to do. And that's where we get a bit uncomfortable, even those areas where witnesses were not laid. And therefore, my lord, we have referred to a number of authorities there where the courts in some instances have said the proceedings of a bail application are actually admissible in the criminal trial, the subsequent criminal trial, my lord. But importantly, when I move now to just the record itself, is what I fear, and also we need to be careful to protect this honorable court, that you are not overburdened with unnecessarily voluminous record which has no relevance to what you are going to consider. The parties themselves have narrowed down the issues up until now, and I'm saying this with a bit of caution because the state has still not closed this case itself. They may still lead further witnesses on that record. But the parties, they will narrow down where the issues are in that record, in that report, my lord, by making references and leading the evidence or cross-examining on the evidence from those pages. And therefore, that's why we rely on the case of Kawesa versus Minister of Home Affairs and others, where the Supreme Court restated the principle that although it was in the context of civil proceedings, my lord, we believe this seminal policy is applicable also in these proceedings, that we have to protect his lordship, that you don't find yourself being forced to go and look at other issues which were not put or fully argued or canvassed during the proceedings by the parties before you. We submit that thus far, and like I said, my lord, I say this with a little bit of circumspection and disquiet because the state has not yet wrapped up its case. The parties in this application have so far limited to particular issues in that Deloitte report. Such pages referred to are clearly and easily identifiable. We submit that the court then should not have regard to matters not dealt with by the parties unless if the parties themselves agree. We also say that the cases further demonstrate that relaxation of these principles is normally only possible with the consent of the parties. We say there is no question, my lord, at the moment that the parties, particularly the applicant, has not agreed to the relaxation of this seminal principle that you can have regard to further issues in the report that were not referred to by the parties. And it is on this basis, therefore, that we contend that it is also to your advantage, Your Lordship, when you now decide the case that you are not sitting with 600, 700 pages that bear no reference whatsoever or relevance to the issues that you have to decide. We submit that it is important that we extract what we have referred to, and we'll provide you at the end of these proceedings, before we make arguments, the extract of the areas that were referred to, so that during the proceedings, my lord, or when you consider what the evidence that was laid before you, you can only limit yourself to that. We believe it's not only efficient, it's time-saving, but also it helps you not to go and spend sleepless nights looking at something that is not relevant. I hope, my lord, I have put forward in very neutral fashion the reasons why I was moving that we don't want to lose the advantage, procedural advantage, which are part of the law as well, of objecting at a later stage for some of the contents of this report, because we have admitted it in these proceedings. What we have seen as well, the courts have been they are often very lenient. The trial court is often very lenient to an unrepresented bail applicant who was not fully conversant with his or her rights. That if later on the objection to the record of the proceedings be put forward to the trial court, normally the trial court will look at the circumstances of that litigant and say you were not represented, and therefore maybe you could not have understood exactly that by so admitting these things to be handed over as part of the record, you could also be waiving your right at a later stage. But in this instance, Mr. Nghipunya is represented, my lord. He has marshaled a legal team here, and he will not be able to even rely on some of those authorities, because it will be deemed that he has waived his right to object to those and some of those documents, particularly those that were not referred to, my lord. Those are my submissions, my lord, unless if you want me to clarify any further issue. That is as far as I want to take this argument, my lord. As it pleases you.
As it pleases the court, Your Lordship, insofar as the arguments have been heard this morning and the heads of arguments which have been filed, it appears that the primary concern by counsel is the prejudice to the applicant once the trial begins. Because the argument as it goes today is that if this document is admitted, once the bail application is also admitted during the trial, then in instance that might be prejudicial to the argument, to the applicant. I think what we should keep in mind at this particular stage is that we are not dealing with the trial itself today. What we are concerned with is the bail application. The issue of the admissibility of the bail application, that will come at the trial. And they're still more than entitled to raise their objections at the trial stage with regard to the admissibility of the bail application. And these arguments which have been put forth now can be put forth before the trial court. So it's not for this court to decide as to what may or what may not happen, or to have regard to what may or may not happen in future. This court is seized with the matter now. It seized with the bail application. It has to decide as to what will happen with the document which has been introduced. Now, there are several judgments which have dealt with the admissibility of documents. We appreciate that this is a bail hearing, and we appreciate that the rules in a bail hearing are relaxed, and neither the strict rules which are applicable in criminal or civil proceedings are strictly applicable in bail proceedings, but the court can have guidance from those legal principles that apply in those proceedings. I just want to refer to a few matters before highlighting the state's arguments in this particular case. The first matter that I want to refer to, this is in the context of a civil case of Linda Ipinge and Malakia Lucas and Frida Nakumba. This is case number I-1833 of 2011, delivered by Judge Angola AJ, as he then was, on 1 March 2017. I just want to refer to the second page of this particular judgment, where it is indicated that in the application for absolution, the first defendant objected to the admissibility of documentary exhibit handed into account. At no time during the proceedings did the first respondent object to the admission of exhibits handed in as evidence. The first respondent's rights were not reserved with regard to the admissibility or authenticity of the exhibits during cross-examination by counsel for the first respondent, who proceeded to extensively cross-examine the plaintiff as to the contents of the exhibits. And in actual fact, this is also similar to something that happened in this particular case. When they produced the document to the court, they produced the entire document to the court, and at that stage there were no reservations of their rights. But I think of significance, I want to refer this court to the writing of Dr. J.P. Pretorius on cross-examination in South African law, and in particular to page 315 of this book. It is indicated there with regard to consequences of cross-examination on documents, where it was said that where a witness is cross-examined on the content of a letter or a document, the cross-examination allows the entire document in. The document must be presented to enable the adjudicator of fact to place the passage or phrase in the context of the whole. And most significantly, I also want to refer to Himstra's criminal procedure. And this is with regard to the admissibility of a confession. We have the provisions of section 217 subsection 3 of the Criminal Procedure Act, which deals with admissibility of confessions. I think just to read that provision into the record, this is in the context of criminal proceedings, and section 217 subsection 3 provides that any confession which is under subsection 1 inadmissible in evidence against the person who made it shall become admissible against it if he adduces in the relevant proceedings any evidence either directly or in cross-examining any witness of any oral or written statement made by him either as part of or in connection with such confession, and if such evidence is in the opinion of the judge or judicial officer presiding at such proceedings favorable to such person. I think just to highlight, as I refer to Himstra, page 217, with regard to these statements under subsection 3, which are initially inadmissible but become admissible. What is said there is that in terms of subsection 3, when accused wishes to use a statement which is in the court's view favorable to him or her, but which forms part of or is connected to a confession, the entire confession becomes admissible. And this is similar to what is happening in this court. They wanted to use just a portion which they deem to be favorable to them, but they do not want to use the rest of the document before this court. But if we are dealing with confessions, that would be the applicable law. That if you rely on a portion that is only favorable to you, then the entire confession is admissible. And it goes on to say in paragraph 2 that when a statement is allowed against an accused, he or she is entitled to have the entire statement admitted, not a portion thereof, including the favorable parts, even if they are not an explanation of the unfavorable parts. It goes on to say that when the state only wishes to hand in a portion of the document, the accused can insist that the entire document be put in if other parts of it may be advantageous to him. And there's reference to judgments there of State versus Taylor, 1985, volume 4, essay 767. So in essence, the point that has been buttressed by these rulings is that the court cannot rely on piecemeal evidence. If there's a document to be submitted by a party, and a party wishes to rely on portions of that document, then the whole document should be admitted to the court. We keep in mind that this forensic report was not introduced by the state. It was produced by the applicants, and they produced the entire report to the court, not in piecemeal. They produced the entire report and chose what to take out from the report. Your Lordship, insofar as that report is concerned, if the court relies only on portions that have been dealt with before this honorable court, it would at the end of the day mean that the court will not have a full picture of what is contained in that report. The court will be at a disadvantage. For example, if the court takes into consideration that in their evidence, they were relying on graphs and tables which were drawn up. There's, for example, a table at page 145. And when we make reference to this table, there are references to other notes in respect of what was testified to by the applicant. So if the court now only relies on the page that was referred to, the court now does not have a full picture of what is contained in this report, because there's reference to other pages on the evidence that he testified on, and he chose to ignore the reference to those pages. We respectfully submit, Your Lordship, that this is an inquiry, and for purposes of a bail inquiry, the court must have all relevant evidence before it, and all relevant evidence before it is included in the report itself. We must also take into consideration that other documents have been submitted before this court. It's not only a forensic report. The applicant himself has submitted other documents. We know there were some agreements that were submitted and other documents, but be that as it may, reference was not made to each and every page of that document. Those were submitted by the applicant. So what are they trying to inform the court now? Should we remove pages from all these documents that were referred to and just rely on the pages that were referred to in court, and then we ignore everything else that is contained in that document? No. The documents have been submitted as a whole, and therefore the documents should be dealt with by the court as a whole. I respectfully submit, Your Lordship, that the issue of prejudice should be dealt with by the trial court. It's not for this court at this stage to deal with the issue of prejudice, and the whole document should in actual fact be admitted and not in piecemeal fashion. In conclusion, Your Lordship, we just submit that the applicant as well has not shown any prejudice in submitting the entire report. Reference has just been made to a tactical advantage, but there's no prejudice that has been shown to the court that will suffer if this report is submitted. That is all for the state submission, unless there's anything else that the court wants to hear from the state, Your Lordship.
Is there a reply on the point of law?
There is a reply. I remain with my submissions in chief, and I don't want to take this further. I have listened to my learned friend. I still believe that my objection has merit, and I've justified it on the heads, and perhaps the honorable court can consider it favorably, as it pleases the court, my lord.
Yes, the ruling stands over. I'm not going to rule now.
As it pleases you, my lord.
Yes.
As it pleases the court.
That was the case of this applicant. I close. And as there are no further witnesses to call, my lord, that was the only witness that we intended to call.
For applicant number 4?
For Mr. Nghipunya, applicant number 4.
Okay.
So in the circumstances, my lord, I'll ask that at the approaching time I be excused, but I don't want to cause a commotion here. I will just wait for the time being. As it pleases you, my lord.
As the court pleases, my lordship, I appear on behalf of applicant number 5, And basically, I just want to make the following opening statement pertaining to applicant number 5. The defense intends to lead evidence that will show and prove that applicant number 5 will not interfere with state witnesses or ongoing police investigation. We will also introduce evidence that the state have no strong case against applicant number 5. Furthermore, and in conclusion, that applicant number 5 will indeed stand its trial. So leave with this honorable court, applicant number 5 to be called to the witness stand in order to testify.
Sir, kindly state your full names for the record.
I'm Otneel Shuudifonya.
Do you have any objections to take the prescribed oath?
No.
Do you swear that the evidence that you will be giving today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, raise your right hand and say, so help me God.
Help me God.
Amen, my Lord.
As the court pleases. My lordship, as it now become practice in this court, I would just follow the same pattern, and I would provide all the parties with a bundle as far as certain issues pertaining to the applicant before court. First documents that I would provide, I would refer to them as the bundle of documents. Court. Thank you. Joseph, I would provide the bundle to the accused person after they testify because all these...
Applicant.
I beg your pardon?
To the
The applicant number 5, I would provide such document to him after they've testified because that is also the practice. Sir, can you also state, just to repeat, what is your full names for the record?
My Lord, my name is Otniel Shuudifonya.
How old are you, sir?
I'm 35.
Can you also inform this honorable court your place of birth?
I was born in Okawande in Oangwena region.
Further to that, is that particular place that you make reference to?
Sorry. What
I'm
did you say?
referring to the document in front.
What did you say? What's your name?
Otniel Shuudifonya.
The ID document in front of my lordship.
Yeah, the ID document is Hipondoka. Hipondoka Shuudifonya.
So what is your full names for the record?
Otniel Shuudifonya.
Yeah, I'm saying the ID document that you're providing is that of Shuudifonya Hipondoka.
Yes, ma'am. So what is your ID number?
86
Your ID number?
8604.
Yeah, so it's the wrong ID that you have, because the ID number that is before me starts with 91.
My lordship, on page 2 of that document.
That's a passport.
And the particulars appears there.
Yes.
So what is your ID number for the record?
It's 8604 2200 275.
And just to repeat, your place of birth?
I was born in Okaonde village in Oangwena region.
Is that part of Namibia?
Correct, my Lord.
So while on that particular document, I will provide you a copy of a document. And I want you to identify that particular document that is on page 2 of the bundle so provided. So can you identify that particular document?
Yes, my Lord.
And what's the document?
Is the copy of my passport, my Lord.
Currently, if you can also inform this honorable court, where's your passport?
My passport is with my attorney, my Lord.
And with the information that appears on that particular document, more particular, is this passport still valid
Yes, the passport is still valid
until?
until June 2022.
Okay. My lords will leave, if there's no objection, such document, a copy of the passport to be admitted into the record. If there's no objections from the parties.
There's no objection from the state.
So is it the passport, a copy of the passport, or just an extract?
Extract
Yes.
of the particular of the passport,
Yes.
the original document is available for any of the parties to have sight of that particular document.
Okay. That will be exhibit.
Okay.
Just hold on. That will be exhibit K.
As the court pleases. So let's move on to the next issue. Do you perhaps have any children, and if so, how many? For the purpose of this proceedings, there's no need for you to mention the name, just inform the court how old they are.
My lord, I have 3 children. One is 4 years old, followed by the 1-year-old, and the youngest is 8 months.
Currently, while you're in custody, who's looking after them?
My lord, now it's only my friends who are assisting, plus my families. So there's no really anyone specific who is really taking care of these children.
What I'm trying to get from you is that, where are the mothers?
They are with their mothers.
Okay, so they are in the care
Yes.
of the mothers.
That's correct, my lord.
Further to that, sir, I will provide you with documentation that is attached to the bundle, 3 extracts from birth certificates, in order for you to confirm those documents, please. Just for the record, can you just confirm the documents in front of you without mentioning the names? What is maybe important, with reference to the document, who's the father that appears on that document?
My lord, in front of me are 2 copies of full birth certificates of my children. And the first one, the father is me, Otneel Shuudifonya. And the second one is also me, Otneel Shuudifonya, as well as the third one. I'm their father.
And according to that document, that is indeed confirm the ages of the children as you have testified as before. Can you confirm the respective ages of the children?
My lord, my first child is now 4 years old. My second child is 1 year old. And my third child
according to the document?
According to the document, she's also 1 year old now.
So from the same woman or different woman?
The first two are from the same woman, but the last one is from the different woman.
As you stand, sir, is there any court order, more particular, a maintenance court order, issue against you in order to support your children?
No, my lord.
You as the father, do you make any contribution whatsoever to your children? And if so, what?
My lord, before my arrest, I used to provide my kids, I used to provide support, and after my arrest, my income was suspended, and as a result, I don't have any means to support them anymore.
Okay, let's move on. Let's inform this honorable court about your parents, your father, and your mother. Are they still alive? And if so, where are they?
My lord, my father is still alive. He's still in our village, in Angwena region. But my parent has passed on.
Which one of your parents?
My mother in 1998.
The place that you're referring to is a part and parcel of inside the borders of Namibia?
That's correct, my lord.
Well, on that particular point, do you have any family members whatsoever that stays outside of Namibia?
No, my lord.
What about your brothers and sisters?
They are still in Namibia.
Okay. You also touched briefly on the issue. Are you employed, sir?
Yes, I'm still employed.
And if so, where?
By Otjozondjupa Regional Council.
What is your position there?
I'm a Deputy Director for Rural Services.
As you stand now before this honorable court, are you still so employed? If you receive any letter from them?
I'm still employed, but my salary has been suspended, but I have never received any communication from.
When was the last time that you received any funds or salary from them, according to your information?
It was end of July 2021.
So from the end of July up to date, you have not received any salary from your employer?
That's correct, my lord.
And at the time, what was your rank, you said?
Deputy Director for Rural Services.
And what was your net salary at that particular point in time?
My lord, if I can remember, my net salary was around 31,000.
Okay. And where were you stationed? At which town, which city, which village?
My lord, I was stationed in Otjivarongo.
Okay. And one would assume, with respect, that Otjivarongo is also part of inside the borders of Namibia.
That's correct, my lord.
Can you also inform this honorable court, if the court is of the view and release you on bail, where would you go and stay?
I would stay in Otjivarongo, my lord.
Why would you stay in Otjivarongo? Is there any particular reason?
Yes, there's a particular reason, my lord.
Can you say?
My residence, I have a residential place in Otjivarongo, and I have no other residential places like Windhoek and other towns.
Okay.
So as a result, I will only prefer to stay in Otjivarongo where I have a residential place.
Okay. If I may ask, how many property do you have in Otjivarongo?
One property.
And do you know what is the earth number of that particular property?
Yes, my lord.
Can you also share it with this honorable court?
It's earth number 3221, or Rechoven, extension 7.
And for how long have you been at that particular address?
4 years now, my lord.
And that particular address, is it in your name?
That's correct, my lord.
Is there any outstanding bond on that particular property?
Yes, my lord.
And if so, how much?
600,000.
I will provide you with a document That's also part of the bundles that have been provided. So what is the document in front of you? Can you identify and can you enlighten the court, the contents thereof?
My Lord, the copy in front of me, it's a copy of deeds of transfer for the property which belongs to me in Ochivarong.
Can you also inform the court what is the address or the earth number appears on that particular document?
And if you go to page 2, the details of the property is well indicated there. It's L3221 Orotoven Extension 7.
Okay. With leave of this honorable court, and if there's no objection, such document to be admitted into the record, I would suggest such document to be admitted as K2, if there's no objections from my learned colleagues.
There's no objection, Lordship.
Before I admit it, just a question. When was this document retrieved from the deeds office?
My Lord, as it is indicated there, it says 24 November 2017.
No. When did you make a copy? Are you aware when a copy was made of this document?
Yes, I'm aware, my Lord.
When was a copy made?
It was made, I think around September this year.
Okay.
Yeah.
You testified that you purchased the property for 600,000.
No, my Lord.
Outstanding bond.
That was the outstanding bond. Yeah.
You are a legal practitioner. You are not a witness.
Yes.
What is the, did you testify that you purchased the property for 600,000?
No, my Lord.
Okay. For how much did you purchase the property?
1.7 million.
1.7 million.
Yes. No, 700,000, my Lord.
I want you to go to page 3. What does page 3 say? What was the purchase amount?
This was the purchase price for the L-van.
So you purchased a vacant F,
Yes.
and then you
And then I took a bond, then I built the house.
what did you give as security for?
It was my policy for the life cover.
So the property, it's not the property that is, you gave as security for the mortgage bond.
No.
So the property is unencumbered.
The property itself, my Lord, because I bought the vacant L-van on that price, and then I took a bond to build the house.
I'm asking, what did you provide as security for the loan that you took from the bank?
It was my life cover.
So the property itself is unencumbered. It's not bonded.
Oh, yes, my Lord.
Yes. Mr. Mortgage bond is Mr. Engelbrecht. Life security you don't mortgage.
I take note of that, no, my lord.
Yes. The document, I just want to record so that it's clear. It's The document that you have placed before court, which you have asked me to accept as an exhibit, does not indicate any encumbrance on the property. So the property is not encumbered. It doesn't have, it's not provided as security.
Yes, my lord.
Okay, I'll accept it into evidence as exhibit L.
Sir, except the property in Otjivarongo, is there any other immovable property anywhere in Namibia? And if so, where?
My lord, I still have another property in Ondangwa, and that one is also registered under my name.
Do you have any documentation to that effect, sir?
Yes, my lord.
Can you provide as such?
So in front of me here, I also have a copy, the deed of transfer for that property in Ondangwa. And on page 2, you will see the ELF number is well indicated, ELF 3441, Ondangwa extension 16.
That property paid in full?
Yes, my lord, this property, it's an LV, it's not yet developed, it's still a vacant LV.
Unimproved.
Unimproved.
My lord, such document, if there's no objections from my colleague, also be admitted into the record.
Exhibit L2.
There's no objection, Your Lordship.
So admitted.
But sir, we will come to the CCs and trust. Let's continue. You have also indicated before that indeed you stays in Otjivarongo. Is that so?
Yes, correct, my lord.
You have also informed us that indeed that you were so employed before your arrest in Otjivarongo.
That's correct.
If this court is of grant you bail, and there are certain conditions attached to that, more particular bail conditions, which police station would be the nearest for you in order to report yourself?
Otjiwarongo police station, my lord.
And are you willing to be subjected to any bail conditions of which this court deemed fit at the end of the day, if the court make the finding that indeed that you're suitable in order to be released on bail?
Yes, my lord.
What is one of the conditions or any of the conditions according to you that you will adhere to at the end of the day?
My lord, if I'm the applicant if I got admitted for bail, I'm ready to surrender my travel documents. I'm ready to report myself twice a day, Monday and Friday in Otjivarongo police station. And I'm also ready not to travel without informing the authorized investigating officer. And I'm also ready, and I'm not intend to interfere with any witnesses.
Okay. But on that particular point, can you also give the court the indication which amount you are willing to put forth or to tender when the court decides at the end of the day, if so, that you would be able or to afford as a guarantee basically to come back to court?
My lord, I'm willing to put up a deposit of 50,000.
You also informed us that currently you don't receive any salary.
Yes.
How would you be able or be able to come up with that amount suggested by you, sir?
So, my lord, the 50,000 that will be the support that I will get from my friends, and I have communicated with my friends that if the bail gets successful, they should be willing, and they are willing to support me in that regard.
One of the objections from the state, the fear for them is that basically that you would interfere with state witnesses. Can you comment on that?
Yes, my lord. We have received, or I have received, the list of witnesses. The disclosure has been disclosed, and I know the witnesses, which the state is relying on. So there is no way I'm going to interfere with them, because they are well known to me. And the court is also, it's also on the discretion of the court to give any condition if need be.
Okay. Let me ask you like this. Since your arrest, up to date, that you at any means, directly, indirectly, try to influence, to interfere with any witnesses?
No, my lord, I've never.
Since your arrest up to date, that you try, any means, directly, indirectly, to interfere with ongoing police investigations?
No, my lord.
Okay. Let's deal with the issue of prior your arrest. No, before we go there, do you know when you have been arrested?
Yes, I know when I was arrested.
When was that, sir?
21 December 2020.
21
December.
Are you sure about the date?
Yes, my lord.
And when you appear in court, do you know perhaps that date?
Yes, it's on the same day, my lord.
And since then, you are in police custody?
That's correct.
Now let's go a little bit forward. Before that, was there any particular point in time that more particular the ACC members engage you, ask you questions, sir?
My lord, since May 2020, I was summoned by ACC Director General to come to their offices to be questioned on some of the payments which came to my entity.
Can you be more specific? Do you perhaps have a name of an officer at that particular point in time that asked you questions?
Yes. In June 11 June 2020, I was interviewed by 5 investigating officers.
Do you know the names?
Yes, I know their name.
Can you provide the names to us?
One is Mr. Andres Kanyangela. The second one is Mr. Oilifield, Velum Oilifield. The third one is Kerel Klute. The fourth one was Velum Ngashkwao. And the fifth one was Miss Kalum.
Okay. Probably on that point, sir, I'm sorry that during the first interview, any member of the ACC extend a warning to you, explain certain rights to you before they start with the interviews?
Yes, on that day, my rights were explained, my right.
On how many occasions have they engaged you and asked you questions, sir?
So, my lord, in June, to be specific, on 11 June 2020, we did the first interview, and at the end of that interview, they also informed me that I'm the suspect.
Who informed you that?
It was Mr. Velum Oilifield.
Okay. What did he tell you?
No, he explained to me that you, Mr. Otneel, you got a payment of 10 million to your account from Saga Seafood, and you are one of the suspects.
Okay. What is important for me is that since 11 June 2020, one of the investigating officers, Mr. Olafir, informed you that you are a possible suspect, or he said that you are a suspect.
And that's correct, my lord.
Now, since 11
What is correct? Because there are two, that you are a suspect or a possible suspect.
No, you just rephrase that, my lord. What was the word that has been used by Mr. Olafir?
No, he said, Mr. Otneel, you are one of the suspects.
One of the suspects.
Yes.
Since 11 June up to date,
Yes.
have you interfered with any ongoing police investigations?
No, my lord.
Since 11 June up to date, have you tried to abscond?
No, my lord.
But you testify that since 11 June up to date, that information was already in your personal knowledge. Is that so?
That's correct, my lord.
Which information?
The information that is a suspect.
Oh, okay.
My lord, I just want to expand on my counsel's question again. So after the questioning of 11 June, the same officer, Mr. Andres Kanyangela, on the 28th June, again, he summoned me to Ochivarongo office to give another statement. And also, after that statement for 28th June, it was again in October 2020. Mr. Kanyangela summoned me to Ochivarong office again.
Which date?
13 to 14 October. He summoned me to Ochivarong office again to give another statement.
My lord, so before we continue, I've been alerted by my learned colleagues that it's a convenient time for us for the lunch break, seeing the light that my senior, Mr. Patella, was not in a position today to enjoy his coffee. So I think it's a convenient time in order for us to break.
So he wants to enjoy coffee over
It
lunch?
seems to me that he will also want to enjoy his coffee as well,
Over lunch?
because that opportunity was not afforded to him during the course of the day.
Mr. Patella, you are free to enjoy your coffee over lunch. Court will adjourn until, as I indicated, 2:30.
That's the court case.
The debate is who's the boss and who's not the boss, but at the heart of this story is how fishing resources funded political campaigns of the president. That is
The media houses, not the print media, but the recording. I'm keeping on getting disturbing reports that we are recording in transgressions of the ground rules. Particularly, recording continues after I've left the courtroom. And we have agreed, and I have said, recording starts as soon as I get into the courtroom and as soon as I leave the courtroom. It's not nice to use some of these extreme, because the next thing I'll do is I'll say, I'm withdrawing the permission and no recording will take place. So please, let me not get another report of an incident of the transgression of the recording rules.
Okay, sir. I just want to get a clear understanding. Payments made to Kwanyemba Investment Trust, either from Jaco Investment, Fine Seafood CC, or Fine Seafood Trust, were any such payments for the mining project in Angola?
There were never payments, my lord, made from Fine Seafood CC, Fine Seafood Investment Trust to Wanyemba Investment Trust.
Oh, okay. So all the payments from Jaco to Wanyemba, those were all for the mining project in Angola?
That's correct.
Mr. Kontombolo, you are a court interpreter. You know the rules. Please keep the door open. Yes, you are one of our assistant interpreters. You must know those rules. No. Keep it open.
And Your Lordship, I just want to inform the court also, based on what he questioned me.
Based on?
Based on what he was asking me.
Okay.
The Jaco, as I have explained, have a contract agreement with Loki. And Loki was provided with services by Jaco. And payments were done in that regard. So when the council was asking me before we left, he was asking me by saying, payments, money from Loki are related to quotas.
To?
Quotas. And I'm still repeating this, my lord. The payment between Loki and Jaco has nothing to do with quotas. Those payments are in line with the agreement that is signed between Loki and Jaco. And the services was provided, reports were produced to this court this morning, and that is the relationship between Loki and Jaco. So if the councils have some quotas missing somewhere, that has nothing to do with Jaco and Loki. And the state, I think they should provide that evidence that Mr. Shuudifonya and you, Mr. Louis or Mr. Victor of Loki, you were giving quota to each other. There was no such meetings. And I think I'm just urging the council when he keeps on repeating that Jaco got money for quota. That is not correct, my lord.
Everybody has his version. You have your version,
Yes.
the state has its version.
Yes.
Depending on, and as I said, for me now, I'm never going to make a determination whether you got money for quotas or not. My question is, my function here is simply to determine whether, because as I said, I'm keeping on repeating this.
Yes.
You have a right
Yes.
to your liberty. You have that right.
Yes.
The state has a right to ensure that the interest of justice and justice is done.
Yes.
So what I have to weigh is your right to liberty and the right to see that justice is done. And whether in the administration, on the information that is before me, is it in the interest of justice for me to grant you bail, or is it not in the interest of justice for me to not to grant you bail? You understand?
Noted, my lord.
So I'll never make a determination whether you got. That is for the trial court.
Yes.
The trial court will determine whether you got money for quotas or not.
That's correct, my lord.
Can you please go to page 399 of the forensic report? Are you there?
Yes.
It's paragraph 11.104, the syndication there of purchase of unit 116, 1990 South by Jaco Investment CC on behalf of Mr. Nghipunya. You see that?
I see that.
And it's indicated there that the purchase price was 2.2 million plus fees, and that 1.2 million of the purchase consideration was paid on 14 August, and fees of 108,510 was paid on 29 August 2018 by Jaco Investment CC. You see that?
I see that.
All right. And why was this property being purchased?
Your Lordship, there is an agreement between Jaco and Wanyemba to invest into property. Like I've mentioned this morning, that we are also having property development investment, Jaco and Wanyemba. So Jaco wanted also to venture into properties, and as a result, we are co-financing the properties together with Wanyemba Investment Trust. So in this case, Wanyemba Investment Trust was not having enough capital to finance that property, to bring its contribution. So it was the trustee who brought the contribution on behalf of the trust. So as a result, you will see Jaco Investment made a capital contribution of 1.3 million. 1.3 million. If you add 1.2 million plus 180,000 for the fees, so that will give you 1.3 million. That was the contribution of Jaco Investment regarding that property.
And there's another unit here under 11.106, unit 18, 1990 South. You see that?
Yes, I see that.
And it's indicated there Mr. Nghipunya purchased unit 18, 1990 South for a purchase price of 2,250,000. The transfer was registered on 24 May 2019. This purchase was ostensibly partly financed by a loan of 1.8 million in the personal capacity of Mr. Nghipunya. However, we did not receive documentary evidence of such. The remainder of the purchase, to the next page now, it indicates the remainder of the purchase price being 450,000 plus transfer cost of $114,160, totaling $556,000. And $160 was paid on 28 March by Jaco Investment CC. You see that?
I see that.
Okay. And on whose names are these property registered?
These properties, as they stand now, they are on the name of Mr. Nghipunya. Because he's
In his personal name.
on his personal
Yes.
unit 116. Yes. Because he took a bond. The capital contribution of the trust, Wanyemba Investment Trust, because Wanyemba was not having enough funds that time. So the trustee, Mr. Nghipunya, was the one who made that contribution on behalf of the trust. So he took a bond from FNB.
Okay, but you also contributed
Yes.
funds. Is there any reason why then it could not be put in the name of the trust since it was a joint business?
Because of his because the bond was registered on Mr. Nghipunya's name. So the bond have to be repaid. Then once it's repaid, and then the property is released from Mr. Nghipunya, then our agreement was to form what an entity called Wanyemba Properties, where Jaco will have 40%, and then Wanyemba will have 60%. And that entity will hold the property which we are co-financing.
All right, but so far today that entity does not exist.
It does not exist up to
All
now.
right, and as things stand right now,
Yes.
these assets are under Mr. Nghipunya's name.
Yes, they are on his name.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
All right. You also provided us with a bundle of documents. Where are those documents? You indicated were reports. You recall that?
Yes, the reports, yes.
Okay. And this bundle of documents, all right. In your evidence, you had indicated that you had been interviewed by the ACC several times, yeah?
That's correct.
How many times exactly?
Interview, it was once, but the giving statement, it was 3 times.
Oh, okay. And you never provided any of these documents to them?
This document, I can't recall that I gave them to. I can't recall now.
No, they were not provided.
They were not provided?
Yes.
Okay. They were not requested, maybe.
But they were requesting you to provide any information of relevance, isn't it?
Yes. And I provided agreements, invoices, and a statement. But the reports, they've been there.
Okay, then why did you not provide these reports?
My Lord, they were not requested, the reports.
Okay.
Yes.
And these reports, were they provided to, what's the name of that? Were they provided to the entity Loki Investments?
Yes, they were made for Loki.
They were made for Loki and provided to them?
As you check, if you check on top, the client is Loki.
Yes, I see it's written there. But the question is, were they provided to them?
Yes, they were meant for them.
Okay. But interesting enough, in the documents that they've also provided, these reports do not form part of it.
Maybe it was never requested. So they can still ask if...
When you say it was never requested, were you there when ACC was requesting documents from Loki?
No, my Lord.
So how do you know that they were not requested?
I mean from myself, my Lord.
No, the question is from Loki.
No, Loki, I won't know.
And with regard to the email from Loki that was produced before court, these documents were also never mentioned in those emails.
My Lordship, on the emails that I have, or which I provided to the court, these reports were mentioned.
And with regard to these reports, I see none of them are signed, yeah?
Yes, they were never signed.
Not a single one of them.
Yes.
Why not?
Yes.
Why not?
That's how they were done.
Who prepared these reports?
Your Lordship, if you check this, there are different types of reports here.
Mm-hmm.
Some are studies. The studies, they were done by myself. The studies, the desk study was done by myself. But the one for the vessels repair was done by Mr. Edward.
Which studies were done by yourself? Can you show us that study you are referring to?
If you go to, like the one talking about The one talking about economy report for Angola. The one talking about economy report for Angola. Taxation in Namibia.
Okay, just hold on. I want to look for those reports. Oh, you say the one that is written economy report Angola?
Yes.
Is one of them.
Yes. And then if you...
Oh, okay, no, hold on. Let's stay with that one first. The one written economy report Angola. Don't rush.
Is it economy report or risk, country risk report?
I know it's economy report, Angola.
Then it appears.
Do you have any extra copy? Your Lordship, we can provide a copy for the court.
I think I don't have that one.
Okay.
No, I have it. I have it.
For example, this report that is written Jaco Investment CC and Client Loki Investment Pty Ltd.
Yes.
And then the dates.
Yes.
You said you prepared this document.
Yes.
Okay. Does your name appear anywhere on the document?
No, I'm representing Jaco.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
And there's no signature on this document?
No, there's no signature.
Oh, okay.
That's how they were done, and the clients, they were happy.
All right. This document, in actual fact, could have been generated at any stage and printed at any time.
That is the state's opinion.
All right. Mr. Shuudifonya, you've heard the evidence in the state's possession. What has been put to you with regard to the state's case? You've seen the forensic report, and there are monies which came from the quotas, went through your entities, and they ended up in Mr. James Hatuikulipi's business entities or Mr. Nghipunya's business, and these monies were generated from quotas which they were dealing with.
That's not correct.
Are you saying this is just a coincidence?
That's not correct, my lord.
What is not correct?
Unless, my lord, maybe I'm being prosecuted because I know Nghipunya and I know Mr. James Hatuikulipi. And I think the state it's a crime because I've known these people.
I want your testimony, Mr. Shuudifonya. I don't want your opinions and your arguments.
Okay. So there is no any money linked to quota which came to my company. As I have explained, low-key, I provided services, we have signed an agreement, and produced, clients are happy. And my lord, I don't know, I'm now failing to understand the position of the state. Is the state, that's the state representing low-key in this case, because the Jaco Investment CC and low-key, they have an agreement. They signed the agreement. Services were rendered. Payment was made. And all of a sudden, the state is saying, no, that money must be related to quota. And I think Article 21, my lord, it talks about right to trade. I have right to trade with anyone.
Mr. Shuudifonya,
Yes.
I think I've said to you, I want evidence. You have employed, you are paying somebody lots of money for that matter to speak on your behalf. These are legal arguments you are submitting. He must do it. What I want from you is what happened.
Yes. So, Council, funds from Loki, as I have explained, have nothing to do with quotas. Funds, let me just repeat that. Funds from even skeletal cost, the one which you have mentioned yesterday, have nothing to do with quotas. The 2.9 million which came to fund seafood CC. The fund which I got from the 2 million which was paid by CELAX, as per the evidence now, I have no role to play in any quota allocation. That was a refund of my money which I gave to Mr. Hatuikulipi. So even the 10 million which was paid to Fine Seafood Investment Trust, it was the project for Saga Seafood, for us to deliver fish feed for them. And there is no way we were linked to quotas. Njako, Fine Seafood CC.
And you appreciate that you are currently facing very serious charges. Several counts of, there are counts of racketeering, there are counts of conspiring with the co-accused person commit offenses under the provisions of the Anti-Corruption Act. You are facing several counts of fraud, theft, money laundering. You appreciate that these are serious offenses, yeah?
They sound serious, but the evidence which the state have provided to me, they are no longer serious.
Okay.
So the charges are serious, the offenses are serious at one point, and at another point they are no longer serious.
No, my lord, when they were brought to me before the disclosure, I was maybe expecting, what did I do? What is that I have done? I don't know anything wrong I have done. So even when the disclosure came, because I knew it all along, there was no wrongdoing in these businesses. So those charges are there, those counts are there, brought by the state, but to me they are not strong.
They are not?
They are not, they didn't make a case so strong because the evidence which the state has doesn't support them.
And the allegations to show the seriousness of the matter is that you were part of a criminal enterprise which misappropriated over 317 million Namibian dollars.
I was never part to that, my lord.
And you appreciate that if convicted for these offenses, the sentence in all likelihood would be a heavy sentence.
I have no comment on that.
No, okay. And you also appreciate that there's a need for this trial to be seen to the end with all the accused persons being tried before court.
That's correct.
I just want to find out from you. When your warrant of arrest was issued for you, you disappeared for a week. You are laughing, are you?
No, my lord.
You did not disappear.
No, my lord.
Were you at home in Ochoarongo?
No, my lord.
Where were you?
My testimony said, on that date, I was in Ohangwena.
Doing what?
I was at home in the village.
Resting.
Yes. It was, yes.
Did you take leave?
Yes, I had a leave.
It's only unfortunate, Your Lordship. I don't have the statement here. But I want to put it to him. He can. What's the name of this? The statement is disclosed to the parties. I just want to make sure if I made note of the name of the witness.
Maybe I can just help my lord. I was on sick leave.
Sick leave?
Yes, on sick leave. From 14 to 19. I was on sick leave.
Okay, so you did not report to work
What do you mean?
in Otjozondjupa.
I was on sick leave.
All right.
I was
And-
sick.
All right. And you only informed your supervisor you're on sick leave while you're in the north.
Yes, it's a normal practice. When you are sick from the weekend.
You say it's a normal practice.
Yes.
We in practice get sick.
Sorry, my lord. So, if I got sick on a Sunday
Yes.
and I'm not able to come to work on Monday, so the first thing I'll do, I'll communicate to my senior
Okay.
that I'm not able to, I won't be able to come to the office. I'm sick.
Okay.
As soon as I come to the office, I'll bring along the doctor certificate.
Okay. You were sick. You started being sick when?
My lord, it was Saturday the 12th, I think.
While in Otjozondjupa.
No, I was never in Otjibarongo that day.
Where were you?
I was in the north.
When did you go to the north?
The Friday,
That Friday.
yes,
Oh, okay. And then Saturday you were in the north.
yes.
I think from your evidence, you indicated that you called your legal representative.
That's correct, on the 14th,
Is that on the Monday?
Monday, yeah.
Okay. And informed him to inform the authorities not to look for you.
Yes, that I will hand over myself to ACC office
Okay.
on the 21st.
After that would have been a week after.
That's correct.
Okay. Is there any particular reason you did not want them to look for you?
No,
You just didn't want them looking for you.
no, I gave the instruction. It was for them to take it or not to take it. But I have done my best just to inform the authority that I'm not running away. I'm in the north and I'm coming on the 21st.
Oh, okay. But was there any particular reason as to why on that Monday they could not approach you?
Monday.
Yes. When did you inform your legal practitioner? Was it on that night?
On a Monday, yes.
Okay. Is there any reason as to why the authorities could not approach you on that Monday? You know, Angwena.
No, they could have approached me.
But I hear you say you told them not to look for you.
Yes, I gave the instruction to the council that
No,
I will
all
avail
that I'm
myself.
asking is,
Yeah.
you said they must not look for you.
Yes.
Now you say they had reason to, they could have looked for you.
Yes, because it's not an order, that one.
Oh.
I was just pleading with them not to waste their resources because I will avail myself at the end of the day. But the instruction which I got from my council is that they said the warrant of arrest was already issued and wherever they see you, they will arrest you. That is the instruction I got from my council.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Where were you staying there?
Where?
Where you were?
In Angwena. I have a house there.
Why didn't you tell us? I thought you only had a house in Otjozondjupa.
No,
Yeah.
the village house.
Oh, you have a village house
Yes.
there. Oh,
Where we are staying with our parents, yes.
oh, okay.
Yes.
All right. Your Lordship, there are no further questions.
Lordship, there's no re-examination. I don't know whether or not there's any questions from the court.
Yes, there are questions from court. Mr. Shuudifonya,
Yes, Your Lordship.
I just want to get it. Was it your testimony that you finished studies at the University of Namibia in 2009?
No, it was from Polytechnic of Namibia.
Oh, you didn't go to the University of Namibia?
And then the postgraduate diploma was done with University of Namibia.
Okay, when did you finish your studies?
2009, my lord.
2000.
For the bachelor degree with NAST.
With NAST?
Yes.
And Mr. Nghipunya was also at NAST?
No, Mr. Nghipunya, I remember he was at University of Namibia.
Okay. Because what I got from your testimony is that you were at the university together. Because you testified that you met Mr. Nghipunya at university.
No, I said during university time, my lord.
Yes. The impression that I then got is that you were at the same university.
I know, my lord.
Okay. You finished in 2009?
9 years.
And then what happened between 2010 up to today?
2010, I got an employment.
Just go slow, go slow. In 2010?
Yes, after graduation, because we graduated the following year, 2010. So I got an employment in August 2010 at an organization called TACMOS.
TAC? TKMOAMS. TACMOS. It's an NGO which is running the orphans and vulnerable kids. So they give those supports. So I was an income projects coordinator for that project. So I was running projects which were generating incomes for that organizations. And then in 2011 July, I got an employment at Ministry of Land and Settlement. Now it's Ministry of Land Reform as a development planner. Grade 8. Okay, from 2000 until when?
Until 2015 June. And then from 2015 June, I became a chief development planner, grade 6, in Otjozondjupa Regional Council.
Chief developmental planner?
Yes. And then thereafter...
You moved to Ochiwarongo?
Yes.
In June 2015?
That's correct.
Okay.
Then thereafter, I got the promotion from a chief to a deputy director, rural services, in August 2020.
So 2015?
Yes.
You were chief development, you were not deputy director?
No, up to 2020 August. Because I started being a deputy director when 1st of August 2020.
Okay. Now, let's go back.
Yes.
2010.
Yes.
Where were you staying?
2010.
Yeah.
That time I was renting in Banaheda.
Okay.
Yes.
2011?
It's the same.
You were renting in Banaheda?
2011. 10? Let's go back to 10. Let's go back to 10.
2010 you were renting in Banaheda?
Yes, I was renting in Banaheda. Then in August I moved. In August I moved to Oshakati.
You moved to Oshakati?
Yes, because that organization, TACMOS,
was
based in Oshakati.
Okay.
Yes. So I stayed in Oshakati until 2011 June, July there, yeah, June. So then I came back to Windhoek. Then I was staying in Khomasdal
Okay.
that time.
Khomasdal
Yes,
until
until 2015 before I left.
before you moved to Otjozondjupa.
That's correct.
And in 2015, when you went to Otjozondjupa,
I was in 2015. The 2015 I was renting for the first 2 months. I mean for the first 2 years, 15 and 16. I was renting in Orotobeni,
okay.
Ochibarongo.
All right. You have the I think it's the disclosure from the state.
It's closer. Yes.
You have the disclosure from the state.
Yes, from the state. Yes.
So between 2010 and 2020,
Yes.
there was no stage where you were unemployed.
From 20 yes, August 2010 onward.
You were never unemployed
No, I was employed.
all the time.
Yes.
All right. Go to page 199. You have that?
Yes, my lord.
What is on page 199?
It's a know your client account opening questionnaire.
All right. When was that?
It was June 2017.
All right. On employment details, what did you tell Nedbank?
Self-employed.
Were you self-employed then?
Your lordship,
No, I'm asking, were you self-employed?
in relation to fine seafood season. Yes.
No. Were you self-employed?
No, my lord.
You, on the, that's 2017, you were not self-employed.
Yes, my lord.
But you told Nedbank that you were self-employed. Right? 2017, where was Mr. Mike Nghipunya?
2017. He must. It was in Ludret.
Mr. Mike Nghipunya was based in Ludret.
Yes.
Do you know where he was in February 2017?
February
2017.
February 2017. Yes, I remember he was in Windhoek that time.
Where in Windhoek was he?
It must be at his residential address, my lord.
No, don't guess. Just tell me where he was.
He was in Windhoek. I can't tell which place he was. But
Was he on leave or what was he doing in Windhoek?
no, that one I can't tell, my lord.
Where was Mr. Nghipunya in January 2016?
January
2016.
I can't recall. I don't know now, my lord.
But
It's
you can recall February 2017.
yes, 17 because I sent him to the Ministry of Trade that time.
He was in Ludret.
Yes,
You were in Otjozondjupa.
yes. But he was in Windhoek that time of 2017.
Right. let me ask you, what do you understand by the term invoice?
An invoice. It's a document searching for payment without charging VAT.
No. What do you understand by an invoice?
It's a document that seek payment to be made.
Document seeking payment.
To be made.
For what?
For a service rendered.
Okay.
Yes.
You provided an invoice to Skeleton Coast?
No, to Mr. Nghipunya.
No. You provided an invoice to Skeleton Coast?
No, my lord.
Okay. Where are those? Mr. Litubetsi, if you can just assist me with the invoices. They're on page.
As it plays the court, let me just get the page number.
Page 114.
Uh, 177.
Those are GITs.
At page 177, Your Lordship.
So on page 177. And the one of Saga Seafood is on what page?
If the court would bear with me, page 209 and 210.
Two.
177?
Yes, I'm there.
I don't know. I left my specs somewhere, so I'm struggling to see. Yes, Skeleton Coast Trolling Pty Limited.
Yes, that's correct.
You provided them an invoice.
It was provided by Mr. Nghipunya.
No. Is it not yours? Seafood.
Yes,
Fine Seafood.
Yes, that's an entity where I have interest, yes.
Who prepared this invoice?
It's me, my lord.
To whom?
To Skeleton Coast.
Okay, telling them what?
The consulting services for 2019.
Fine Seafood?
CC.
Fine Seafood CC provided you with a consultancy for 2019.
That's correct, my lord.
Pay us 2.9 million.
That's correct, my lord.
Did you provide that service?
No, it was provided by Wanyemba, my lord.
Yeah, no. I am not asking who provided it.
Okay.
I'm just asking you.
All right.
What is an invoice? You were correct. An invoice is a document given to a person to tell them that I rendered service,
Yes.
pay me.
Yes.
Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that's what you did.
That's correct.
But did you provide the service?
No, my lord.
On page 209 and 2110. Do you have that?
Yes.
What is that?
It's a tax invoice from Fine Seafood Investment Trust to Saga Seafood, Pty Limited.
Okay. What is the invoice for?
Invoice there is showing the number, invoice number.
Yeah. What is it for?
I can't explain that one now, my lord.
If you read, what does it say?
It says invoice, column 002/19.
Okay, go to, you see there is quantity.
Yes.
And what is the quantity there?
1.
And description?
Support for supply for fish feed for aquaculture.
What you are telling Saga is that you supplied fish feed for aquaculture.
Yes,
They must support you for that, for the supply of the fish feed.
that's how it was agreed. my
No, no.
lord.
Remember I asked you what is an invoice.
Yes,
You said an invoice is a document
Yes.
where you are telling a person that
Yes.
I rendered these services, now pay me for my services.
or I'm going to render the service.
No, is that, do you charge before
Yes.
you render the service?
Sometimes it depends to the arrangement of the
An
client.
invoice also?
Yes,
Okay. You are going to render the service,
yes,
all right? And you are paid in advance.
that's correct, my lord.
In terms of this invoice, in terms of what was it charged?
It was on the Saga Seafood project for supply.
No, I mean in terms of what? Was there an agreement or not?
Yes, the one I have explained, my lord, the verbal agreement that I had with Mr.
It was only a verbal agreement
Yes,
that you will render an invoice
yes.
before you even render the services?
No, my lord. It was like, provide me with the invoices for the company to secure the budget so that this budget is transferred to your entity.
What does it mean to secure the budget?
To secure the budget means Saga have to go source where they are going to find this money. And the money, and maybe the...
Sorry? To secure the budget.
Yes.
I just explain to me what it means to secure the budget.
My lord, for when you are in management and you are
In
running
what management?
project management, for example. When you are running,
Don't give me examples.
Okay.
Just tell me, what was your agreement?
Yes. Our agreement is that provide me with the tax invoices so that I will secure.
Mr. Shuudifonya,
Yes.
you know, are you saying you can render a tax invoice
Yes.
for services not rendered?
That was the agreement. ma'am.
No, I'm asking. Are you telling me that in management, I see Mr. Engelbrecht is nodding his head. He renders services. Do you render services for, or do you render tax invoices for services not provided?
My lordship, that would depend between the parties.
no, I'm
but not
asking-
in my kind of profession.
Yes. So don't shake your head to influence the, please. Do you render services, or do you render tax invoice for services not provided?
Yes, my lord.
Mr. Shuudifonya, I'm not a taxman, but I'm telling you, my experience, I was a professional legal practitioner. And if you have not rendered services here, you don't provide a tax invoice. You provide a pro forma invoice. If you have not rendered the services, the auditors always informed me, you don't do a tax invoice, you do a pro forma invoice.
Noted, my lord.
Now I'm asking, am I correct or am I wrong?
To me, it depends.
Oh, okay.
Whom are you dealing with?
Okay. But do you know that if you render,
But I understand the implication.
if you render a tax invoice,
Yes.
you become liable for paying tax on that invoice.
That's correct.
Now, in this case, have you rendered the service? If you have to pay back the money, are you going to claim back the tax?
No. No, my lord.
Okay. So, and you rendered an invoice for the support, for the supply of seafood acquisition,
Fish feed, yes.
fish feed.
Yes.
Did you acquire the fish feed?
Not yet, my lord.
You got payment?
That's correct, my lord.
What did you use the payment for?
He's still invested, my lord.
No, what did you use the payment for?
Investment. I invested the funds
Invested where?
in Jaco's projects.
What do you understand by investing?
Is when investing, the way I understand it is when you are injecting a certain capital into a certain project and you are expecting a return on that.
So where did you invest it?
In the liquefied petroleum gas project?
You did not invest it to supply fish feed for aquaculture.
No, my lord, I'm still waiting.
No, you
Okay.
did not invest it to acquire fish feed for aquaculture. You invest it into the low pressure gas.
Yes, low liquefied petroleum gas, yes.
That's what you used it for.
Yes, that's what I invested for, yes.
So you did not invest it as you told Saga Food that you are going to acquire fresh feed, feed for aquaculture.
No, my lord, but the way you are putting it wrongly, my lord.
How do I put it wrongly?
Because it's like you are saying you promised Saga that you do this and you didn't do it.
No, I didn't say you promised. I said you told Saga,
Yes.
pay me 5.17 million to support my acquisition of feed for aquaculture.
Yes, but it's
Am I correct?
no. Saga Seafood,
No, I am talking of the invoice.
okay.
The invoice says
Yes.
you told Saga Seafood,
Yes.
pay me 5.17 million
Yes.
to support the supply to acquire fish. What is it? Feed for
Yes.
aquaculture.
For aquaculture, yes.
Yeah, that's what you told
That's correct.
Saga.
That's correct.
Did you use the 5.1 million
Not
to
yet.
support you for the acquisition of fish food?
Not yet.
You used the 5.17 million
Yes.
to invest in a gas product.
That's correct.
All right.
But Your Lordship, I think the way you are putting it, you are painting a certain picture.
I'm painting nothing.
Yes.
I don't even have a kwaso, what do you call it, to paint.
But Your Lordship, allow me to explain it.
No, I've allowed you. But remember, I've allowed you to speak.
Yes.
All that you must take my questions.
Okay.
I first ask you, what is an invoice?
Yes.
An invoice, and you explain to me, an
Yes.
invoice is a document you render to a person
Yes.
to tell me that I've rendered these services and pay me for that services.
Yes,
that's what you told me.
Yes.
Now I'm asking you, you rendered an invoice
Yes.
that you need support to acquire
Fish feed.
fish feed.
Yes, that's correct.
So how am I painting a picture?
So now, let me also explain the narrative around that invoice. Why was it done
No,
like
you
that?
see, what I'm interested in now
Yeah.
is what the invoice is saying. Is there a letter of explanation?
No.
Yeah, you see, I'm asking what an invoice is, what it's saying.
Okay, thanks, my lord.
All right. Did I hear you correct in your testimony? Did I hear you correct? That it was 10.3 million.
Yes, VAT inclusive, my lord.
Okay, yeah, no, I'll come to the VAT. What is the amount of VAT?
675 plus 675 is
1.3 million.
1.3. Yes.
Did I hear your testimony correct?
Yes.
That you invested part of these funds
Yes.
in the venture in Angola?
Yes, that's correct.
And the amount that you invested in Angola is 900,000.
That's correct.
And the amount that you invested in Angola was to buy machinery and equipment.
That's correct.
And it's for 900,000.
Not only for that, my lord.
No, I'm asking, is it for 900,000?
Yes, but the value of the machine is beyond that, my lord.
You invested
Yes.
900,000
Yes.
to buy equipment in the machinery in Angola.
That's correct.
You invested. Okay, the machinery that you bought,
Yes.
how much did you buy it for?
The machineries, the value which when I was given the report by the trust of Wanyamba, by the trustees of Wanyamba, the value now is 9 million, my lord.
Did you hear my question?
Maybe you can repeat it again.
Okay. How much did you use to buy equipment in Angola for the project in Angola?
As Njako.
How much did you use
Yes.
to buy equipment in Angola?
7.4 million, my lord.
7.4, not 900,000.
In total. Your lordship, remember the agreement started in 2017 onward.
You see, I just want to get understanding.
Yes.
And I think Mr. Lutibeti was at pains to ask you this question. And you said until you came and settled at an amount of 900,000.
Yes.
Okay. Now you say you used 7 million Namibia dollars.
Yes, 7.4.
7.4.
Yes.
Okay. Can you give me the breakdown of where you got the 7 point and who bought the 7.4 million?
Your lordship, the payments, the funds are being transferred to Wanyamba Investment Trust. And it's Wanyamba Investment Trust who source the machineries. And
No, just tell me how you remember I said give me the breakdown of the 7.4 million.
Your lordship,
What it means is 900,000
yes,
came from
Njako,
Jaco,
and then
the 6.5.
I remember there was a 400, but I don't have figures here now, my lord. There was a 400, there was a 1 million, there were payments at different times.
Yes, you see why I'm asking these questions?
Yeah.
Because let me I'm frank.
Yeah.
Why I'm asking this question? You told the court that the equipment that was in Angola was bought for 900,000. That's what you told the court.
No, my lord. Okay. No, your lordship.
Yeah, no, if I'm wrong, that's why I'm giving you. You see, it's very good that I'll tell you.
Yes.
Because I make the decision at the end of it.
Yes,
and
that's
I
right.
don't want to make decisions based on false and wrong premises.
Yes.
So this is what I'm saying. Okay, tell me,
Yes.
break down the 7,400,000. How you financed that 7,400,000.
My lord, to break it, it's difficult now because I don't have my bank statement. But what I can say is, when we signed the agreement, the total investment which was done by Njako to acquire machinery is 7.4 up to now. That 900 which the state was asking is part of 7.4 million.
Okay, yeah, no, just tell me where the 7.4 million comes from.
So that one I can't tell you now, my lord, because I don't have my bank statement here.
It's fair. You have worked, from my calculations, you have worked for about 11 years now.
Yeah, almost.
And around 10 of the 11 years, you were a public servant.
That's correct.
You were doing consultancy.
That's correct.
You were doing studies.
Yes, that's correct.
When were you doing this? Were you on leave? Were you put in special leave? Were you absent from leave from the employer? Because this report, the way I looked at it, it's a full-time job. Am I correct?
No, my lord.
They won't require a full-time job.
No, my lord. Those are desk studies. And during my working time, I made use of students also to assist me in that regard. So those are desk studies which I can make use of any.
So you were not sleeping at all?
No, my lord, you don't sleep in business.
You don't sleep?
Yes, that was an opportunity, that one. That contract was an opportunity.
Sure. Would you be standing here if you don't sleep?
It's how you do it, man.
So you said you used students?
Students and other academics, researchers.
Whom have you contracted?
I can't be specific now, my lord, because I don't want my witnesses to be. I know how the state used to bulldoze our.
I'm not interested in jeopardizing your defense.
That's correct, my lord.
Okay. You testified about your agreements with Otwafrika Logistics, Close Corporation.
Yes.
And Jaco Investment.
That's correct.
Let me go to the first agreement. Do you have a copy of the agreement?
Yes, the first one, yes.
Okay, don't open it now. I'll ask you to open it. You said the first one you got a loan of how much?
It was 3.8, my lord.
Okay. When did you get that loan?
If you go on page 6, my lord, 3.2.
No, on page 2?
6.
No, I want page 3.
Page 3. Yes, the 3.8.
It's 3.8 million.
Yeah, that was the capital I requested, yes.
Okay. How did you testify? What did you tell the court? How did you have to repay that loan and when?
So I have to repay it within the period of March 2017 up to August 2018, within that period.
Is that correct?
Yes. If you check on point 2.29, my lord, on page 4.
2 point?
Page 4, 2.2.9. The loan period.
Okay. But I want you to go to page 6.
Yes, my lord.
Oh, okay. No, I am wrong here.
Yeah.
Because this is how
the funds were agreed to come.
To you?
To me, yes.
Okay. Okay, then I read it wrong.
Yes.
Thank you for helping me.
Thank you, my lord.
Yes. All right, those are the only questions I had for you.
Thank you, my lord.
What I think is the best is Mr.
I just have two questions arising from the court's questions. You indicated that you used students and academics for your paper.
Yes.
Are those persons acknowledged anywhere in the papers?
No, my lord.
Okay. And you testified about the 7.4 million that was paid to Angola.
Yes.
How were those funds taken out of Namibia to Angola?
Your lordship, as far as I know, those funds were never taken out of Namibia. We bought machineries here. Some machineries were bought in South Africa. And they were brought here, and then we transport those machineries through Oshikango border, Rubango, then Rwanda, then Kakola.
Okay. How were the machineries bought? Was payment effected in Angola from the accounts of these entities?
No, the payments were bought from the Wanyemba Investment Trust of Namibia. The payments were done from Wanyemba for machineries. That's how the machinery were bought, by Wanyemba. Then they were brought to Namibia because some they were coming from South Africa, and then from here we ship them to Angola.
No, you didn't ship. You transported.
Yes, we transported them. Yes, thanks, my lord.
There are no further questions, Your Lordship.
As the court pleases. Let me draw your attention to the question at hand, page 199 of the disclosure by the state. 199.
Yes.
The issue at hand, employment details, where you inform the bank that you are self-employed.
That's what.
You got that part?
That's what it appears here, my lord.
Why have you informed the bank that you are self-employed, sir?
No, was he first self-employed? Not why. First establish the fact. My question was, were you self-employed?
Let me ask the question differently then. When you opened this bank account, was it in your personal capacity or was it in favor of a CC or a trust?
It was in the favor of the trust.
And you yourself at the time was employed.
That's correct.
But this specific account, was it in favor of the trust or in your personal capacity, sir, on your name?
It was in the favor of this trust.
Okay, so therefore, you informed the bank at the time when you opened on behalf of Fine Seafood that you are self-employed.
That's correct.
Furthermore, 209, 2010 of the disclosure of the state issued then tax invoice.
That's correct.
And you also explain to the court why you have issued a tax invoice. Is that so?
Yes, I did, my lord.
You use a word in order to secure funds.
That's correct, my lord.
What was your understanding of that word at the time?
My understanding was Mr. A. Anese, the managing director, was going to secure funding from their companies with their management, so that fund is being transferred to Fine Seafood Trust. That was my understanding.
But you also informed the court you received basically that money before the services have been rendered. Is that so?
That's correct.
Question that follows. In your kind of business operation, is that normal?
That's normal, my lord.
No further questions, my lord.
On what basis is it normal?
Because it depends how the parties agree. If the
Then it cannot be normal. It depends on an agreement.
Yes.
It's not what is normal.
It depends on the agreement, my lord.
Yes.
My lord, so that is the case for applicant number 5. No further witnesses to call.
Mr. Muroro, you also...
No questions.
All right. Mr. Shuudifonya, thank you for having come in to testify.
Thank you, Your Lordship.
You are excused. You may step down.
Thank you very much.
Now you are released. You
Thank
can
you.
now speak.
Okay, thank you very
or
much.
with anybody.
Thank you, Your Lordship.
As the court places, my lordship, I have one more applicant to call. That would be applicant number 6. I would make the application. There's a convenient time for us now to break, although it is 3:30 roughly. Thus, in order for issues that have been covered during the course of the day, where that particular applicant comes into play, just to receive further instructions on that particular score. So my application would be that the matter be postponed until tomorrow morning, and with leave of this honorable court.
How long is his testimony?
I believe that evidence in chief.
No, Mr. Ashish, sorry. You are excused. You may sit down. Yeah, you are long excused. Or you enjoy standing there.
I don't want to commit me as far as time is, but I believe.
Sorry. What is that? Yeah, keep it in the witness box. Let it remain there.
And lots of, as far as the last question.
Just leave it there.
Okay.
Yeah.
This is mine.
Is that yours?
Yes, my lord.
May I?
Yes, you may.
My Lord, I would not be in a position to commit myself as the time that, but what I would try my level best and try to cover all issues, and I believe that we will be done, evidence in chief, before lunchtime tomorrow.
Then he can start.
But my Lordship, the issue is not about that. My request is that his name has been mentioned, even yesterday.
Who's he?
Applicant number 6, his company's name has come up.
Who's that?
Mapopi,
Mapopi.
yes.
Peter.
Philippus. More particular the CC.
Okay.
So I just want to get further instructions on that one. And then that is the reason for the postponement that I seek.
Instructions with regard to?
Evidence that has been led today
Today.
through the applicant number 5. So I just want to cover certain issues. But what I can do, my Lordship, in order not to waste time or to not to use time, we can start off with as far as the personal issues is concerned and then see how far we can. And then if case law dictate, I can further consult with him until such time that they reach the point of cross-examination.
You see what? From me personally, once you start and once you put a witness in the witness box, for you to consult with him, you need to bring an application. Cross-examination, I don't allow consultation. When he's providing evidence in chief, I will only allow consultation with leave of court. So if you put him in, remember, you will then have to ask permission to consult him. If you want to consult him, rather than apply for me to stand down and for you to consult.
My Lordship, based on what I already informed the court, application would be the matter being then postponed until tomorrow 10 o'clock in order to give me the opportunity to take further instructions from the applicant.
Mr. Litubeti, before I make a ruling.
I believe tomorrow we do not have much time. I think tomorrow should be the last day that we have for this week. For the state, it's desirable for the.
What I will definitely not do. What I will definitely not do. I will not allow cross-examination to start if we cannot finish it tomorrow.
Yes.
Then I will not allow cross-examination to start. But if it's for the purposes of leading evidence, and if we can finish the evidence tomorrow, if the evidence can be finished tomorrow and cross-examination starts on the date of adjournment, that I can allow.
Then that is in order, Your Lordship, because I don't think cross-examination will be finalized, since I had counsel indicating to the court that they'll finalize the evidence in chief by lunchtime. So if that is the case, it's going to be impossible to
start cross-examination.
Yes, it will not be finalized tomorrow.
All right.
If it's for the evidence in chief, then it's fine. There's no issue with that, Your Lordship.
All right, then we will stand down until tomorrow morning. At what time, Mr. Engelbrecht?
Then I will use the phrase in the capable sense of the court. 9 o'clock I would be available, but I don't know whether or not my colleagues would be available. The sooner the better in order for us to see how far.
The state is available, Your Lordship.
Can we then start at 9 o'clock tomorrow? Is it possible? Yeah, it's possible for the applicants to come at 9.
Yes.
Yes. We will then start at 9 o'clock.
As the court pleases.
Yes.
As it pleases the court.
Court will rise.
For the national one, I think. That's the something in the US. Yeah, that's it.
Funding statement for Jaco Investment CC was submitted as an exhibit yesterday. The state request for it to be submitted as an exhibit.
We are at Exhibit O.
As it plays a
So
court.
this one will be P.
As it plays a court.
That's a founding statement. Yes.
As it plays a court. Mr. Shuudifonya, yesterday we were dealing with the 10.3 million that was received by your entity. You recall that you indicated that part of these funds were invested in Angola.
That's correct.
How much did this was invested in Angola?
900,000,
900,000.
maybe in dollar, yes.
Okay. And what was the nature of this investment?
The nature. It was for the mining project.
What exactly mining project? What was it doing?
No, we were just acquiring machineries, and we make sure that we have enough machineries on site.
Okay.
Yes,
So the funds were used to purchase machinery.
that's correct.
Okay. Now, can you tell me how is the purchase of machinery for your business and investment? Does that generate income?
The machineries, my lord, the machineries were acquired for a mining project,
Yes.
which will generate revenue at the end of the day.
It has not generated any revenue to date. The purchasing of machinery itself, that is not an investment, is it?
It is,
It is.
yes.
Okay. How much interest has it generated, that investment of yours?
There is no interest generated yet because the project is now still on hold because we are incarcerated.
All right.
Yes.
So if the owner needed that money back, you would sell the machinery.
Your Lordship, if the owner comes today that
The owner of what?
Your Lordship,
The person who transferred the funds to you,
yes,
let's say, for example, the person who transferred the funds to you needed the funds today. Would you sell the machinery?
Your Lordship, I know it will take me 2 or 3 days, but I will make sure the funds are refunded.
You'll get the funds from somewhere else.
I will make sure the funds are refunded because
How?
I have the money.
Okay.
Yes.
And you are asking for bail in the amount of how much? Is it 50,000?
The funds are invested, my lord.
Yes. No, I'm asking you. You're asking for bail of how much? 50,000.
Yes, 50,000, yes.
And you're able to get funds somewhere to pay 900,000.
Yes. Yes, because that is the fund, because that fund for 10 million is invested into 2 projects. The liquefied petroleum gas project and the mining project. So I will make sure if Saga Seafood comes today, I'll make sure that I will secure the funds.
Oh, okay.
But Your Lordship, I don't know, Your Lordship,
I'm listening. The fact that I'm writing doesn't mean I'm not listening.
okay.
Yeah. No, I'm listening.
I don't understand why the council is more concerned about the arrangement between Saga Seafood and Jaco Investments, because the funds are intended for aquaculture fish feeds, and it was Saga Seafood who introduced us to that project, and it was Saga Seafood who put the project on hold. So I don't know why the state is concerned about where is the money, while I have informed the council that the money are invested, and if Saga comes today, the funds will be availed.
No, okay, I'll answer you since you like asking me questions. I'll answer you maybe these ones. We are concerned about the funds because those funds were meant for governmental objectives.
And I have mentioned many times here, my lord, that...
Okay, let's not go into a debate. Cross-examine, answer questions, we proceed. I don't want the debate.
Thank you, Your Lordship. All right, did you agree with Saga Seafood for the funds to be utilized to purchase machinery?
The agreement between Njako and Saga Seafood is that the funds, because they put the project on hold, Njako will invest that money. And then once the Saga Seafood comes back, then we will start implementing the project as per the agreement.
Okay, so there was no specific agreement to purchase machinery?
Yes, because the investment is up to Njako to see where to invest.
All right. You also testified about the project that was taking place here in Namibia where the funds were invested, yeah? You split your investment according to you. Part of the funds were invested in Angola, parts were invested here in Namibia.
That's correct.
All right. What was the nature of the investment here in Namibia?
Your Lordship, in Namibia, we also had an investment arrangement with the Wanyemba Investment Trust to invest into property development. It was more on property acquisition.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
So the funds from this 2.3 million were invested in property here?
From what?
Property acquisition.
No, the funds from 2.3 million.
Yes.
Which 2.3 million?
The one from Saga Seafood.
You see, you are confusing me. The testimony that I've heard is 10.33 million and the 2.9 million. The 2.9 million was supposed to be for the investment into a meat processing plant.
Yes.
And the 10.3 million. I can't say now which one now, only if I go through my notes. But I haven't heard of a 2.3 million. I've heard of a 2.9 million and the 10.3 million.
Yes, we are referring to the 10.3 million.
Okay.
I believe that is the amount that he indicated. The 900,000 was invested in Angola.
Oh, yeah.
And the rest was invested here in Namibia. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. This is the 10.3 million from the letter. Okay, let me not deal with the letter from the two invoices that were issued to Saga Seafood.
Correct.
Okay. All right. So you said that the rest of it was invested here for property development.
No.
What was it for?
For a liquefied petroleum gas project. LPG project.
And how much was invested in this project?
My Lord, so far we have invested 8 million on that project.
All right. And where is the rest of it? So there's 8 million accounted for, according to you, in the project here?
Yes.
And 900,000 in Angola?
Yes.
From this 10.3 million?
Yes.
Okay, and the rest?
The rest was VAT, my Lord.
What do you mean by that?
The rest, most of the fund, because you remember the project cost was 9 million, and it's still 9 million. So the 900,000 went to Angola. So what remains here, it was 8 million, point 100,000. 8,100,000 Namibian dollar. That one remains here, because you remember the other amount which the reason why it ended up to 10,000, I mean to 10 million, is because of the VAT.
How much was paid into account?
It was 10.3 million, VAT inclusive.
All right.
Yes.
And from this 10.3 million, 900,000 went to Angola, and how much was left in your account?
It was 8 million.
You yourself, did you pay VAT?
Me, myself.
You received 10.3 million in your account. That's the money in your account. And then you made payments. Yeah?
10 point what?
How much did you receive? You received 10.3 million in your account. 10 million.
In Fine Seafood Investment Trust.
Yes.
That's correct.
And you made payments from that amount from your account. You said you invested in Angola, you invested in Namibia.
Yes, that's
Did
correct.
you pay VAT?
In Namibia, yes, I did.
How much VAT did you pay?
I can't give you the figure now, but once I have my access to my books, I will be able to reveal that.
And when did you pay this VAT?
It must be end of 2019.
Was it only once when you paid the VAT?
No, VAT we pay quarterly, depending on the performance of the company.
Okay. So this entire amount of 10.3 million,
Yes,
from your version, 900,000 has gone to Angola.
yes,
The rest has been invested here.
yes,
The rest has been taken up by VAT.
yes,
So all the money is accounted for.
that's correct.
All right. This project in Namibia, who has an interest in this project?
Which project?
For the petroleum project.
I have the interest.
Any of your co-accused?
None.
Oh, okay. And what was the nature of the investment for this project?
Your Lordship, what we are doing, we are setting up a storage, a gas storage depot, where we will import gas, and then we have a bottling plant where clients come and refill their cylinders. Yes, that is the nature of, basically that's what it means.
The money itself, what did the money do? Was it for to build the gas storage?
Yes, it's the construction, because we have appointed the consulting company which is doing our supervision. So far we have done documentation phase, the design, the surveying of the land, and then we were in the process of advertising and have a contractor who is setting up the plant.
Okay. So the money has been utilized.
Yes, the money has been utilized so far.
Okay. So it's not invested.
It is, my lord.
You are hoping to get, by investment you mean you use it for your own personal project and you get money from that personal project. Once you get money, then you pay it back.
Njako has got an interest in that project.
Yes.
And then, because the funds are invested, Njako will get returns on that investment.
Okay.
And that returns is because any investment you are expecting return.
Okay. Do you still have the forensic report before you?
Yes.
All right. Can you go to page 306 of that report? Okay, you can start at 305.
Yes. Yes,
We're at 305.
that's correct.
All right. You can see at page 305 that there's an indication of an amount that the Salvage Group paid to Fine Seafood Investment Trust of 10,350,000.
That's correct.
All right. And then at the next page, with regard to the first payment of 5,175,000,
That's correct.
there is an indication as to how these funds were paid by Fine Seafood Investment Trust, yeah?
Which table is that?
Page 306.
Okay,
Are we there?
that's correct.
There's an indication there, Mr. Shuudifonya, on the 20th, that is you, yeah?
That's correct.
All right. On the 22nd of August 2019, 50,000 cash. You see that?
That's correct.
All right. And then on the 27th of August 2019, Mr. Shuudifonya into his FNB account, and there's an account number provided, 30,000 cash. You see that?
That's correct.
All right. And then the 5 million went to Jaco Investment CC.
That's correct.
All right. If we go to the next page, page 307, with regard to the other invoice of 5,175,000, there's also a table there as to how these funds were dispersed, yeah?
That's correct.
And you see that on the 22nd of October 2019, Mr. Shuudifonya cash, 100,000.
That's correct.
That is you, yeah?
That's
All right. Jaco Investment CC, into its net bank account, there's an amount of 1,230,855 and another amount of 140,000.
That's correct.
So there were some payments that went to you from this amount.
That's correct.
What did you use them for?
Those were the running costs, my lord.
Running costs.
Yes,
For what
operational cost.
is it?
Yes,
Because when I was asking you about this entire amount of 10.3 million, you had indicated part of it was invested in Angola, part of it was invested in Namibia, and the rest you said tax. You mentioned nothing about running costs. You mentioned nothing about receiving any payment from this. It's the first time you are mentioning it now that it has been put to you.
your lordship, Fine Seafood has its own money. And for the council to say the cash withdrawal are coming from that specific 5 million from Saga Seafood, it's not true.
The forensic audit shows that. It's not me who's saying it. It comes from the audit,
Yes.
forensic report.
That's why I'm saying the forensic is not reflecting the true reflection of the account, because Fine Seafood Investment Trust had cash in its account.
How much cash was it having?
So I can't recall now, but if we go to the bank account, we will see.
Okay, let me assist you. Paragraph, I believe it's 10.202 at page 306. There's an indication there that as a result of the balance immediately prior to the receipt of 5,175,000 reflected on the bank statement, being 4,797, and the bank account of Fine Seafood Investment Trust reflecting a single other receipt of 2,000 between the first and last relevant payment to persons or parties of interest reflected in the table below. Our analysis revealed that payments contained in the table below would not have been possible if Fine Seafood Investment Trust had not received a payment of $5,105,000 from the Samheti Group. You see that?
That's what I see here now, my lord.
Yes.
But these are allegations.
It's not allegation.
Yes.
It's a forensic report based on your bank statements.
I dispute this one.
You dispute it?
Yes.
Oh, okay. All right. Let's move on. I just want to find out from you. Do you have any business relationships with any of Mr. James Hatuikulipi's companies?
As I've explained yesterday, my lord, my business relationship with Mr. Hatuikulipi started in 2017. And that's when he was providing financial assistance through a company called Otwafika Logistics
Okay.
to Njako Investment. So that is an entity which I know is associated with Mr. James, and is also the one which he used to assist Njako.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
All right. So you needed a loan from Mr. James,
Yes,
and he assisted you to get a loan from Otwafika.
that's correct.
So you got this loan through Otwafika.
That's correct.
Okay. So your understanding is he is the one who was in charge.
That's correct.
Oh, okay. And he directed for the loan to be given to you.
Yes, Your Lordship, payments were done to Njako through EFT. So once we agree, we sign the agreement. But during the signing of the agreement, that's where I came to know Mr. Pius Mwatelulo.
Oh, okay.
Yes, because during the signing of the agreement, it was Mr. Pius Mwatelulo who was signing, representing Otwafika.
All right.
Yes,
So before the signing, I mean, you needed a certain amount, yeah?
that's correct.
All right. And you informed Mr. James Hatuikulipi how much you need,
Yes, that's correct.
and he informed you he'll give you that amount.
That's correct.
All right. And how much was it that you requested?
Your Lordship, we have signed 3 agreements because the loan was given in 3 portions. First, when I went to Mr. James, I needed 3.2 million.
All right.
And that one have got, I think, for the sake of the court, I think because we have the copies of the agreements here, maybe we can have those agreements so that we look at how the funds were disbursed and then how the funds were repaid.
Okay. I first, your counsel is here. Would have led you if he wants to. Me, I'm just interested in these agreements first. I don't want to go the content yet.
Okay.
Yeah, just give me an outline
Okay.
of what was happening. Yeah.
So first it was a 3.2 million, and then that amount was fully repaid with interest because the loan agreement is also stating how much interest should be charged.
All right. When did you receive this 3.2 million?
It was the first portion, I got it in March 2017.
Okay.
Yes.
And when was it repaid?
It is a period of a year because it went up to August 2018.
All right.
That was the period of the loan to be repaid.
Okay. When was it repaid?
So it was repaid before that,
Before when?
before the due date of August 2018.
All right. So would I take it you mean that this 3.2 million was repaid somewhere in 2018?
Yeah, 2018 and end of 2017, 2018 there. So
Beginning. Okay.
because now I don't have the agreement by my lord, but if my counsel can assist me maybe to have the agreement so that we follow it properly, how it was structured.
All right. No, it's fine. I think you can. Can we just see them as well? Can we just have
Lots of
copies?
disagreements or this, it was also provided by us by the state. They are in possession of such documents as well.
When
We
was it?
received it from the original initial disclosure.
Yes. As the court knows, the
Sorry,
disclosure
just show it to.
runs into many boxes. That's why we're making additional copies for them, even though they have the documents already.
Do you have additional copies for the court?
Unfortunately, not my lordship. We received this not as copies now, but during May already.
Your Lordship, we do not intend to waste the cost time. I think it's fine. He can testify from the agreements, because if he wants to. Okay, you can give them to him.
Are they in the disclosure anyway?
Not in the file, because this comes from the defense counsel for purposes of the bail proceedings. In bail, we prepared our own bundle, which we intend to use, and that did not form part of the bundle. Unfortunately, I don't think there's a copy for the court as well. Do you have additional copies?
Yes, in my file I have. Maybe I can just get my file.
Okay, that would be useful, please.
This one is fine. Yes, you can proceed.
All right. You indicated in March 2017 there's an agreement of 3.2 million. And you paid it, you said 2017, 2018. When was that repaid?
So if you check on, my lord, the agreement which is written first on the corner, that was the first agreement. And just to make a correction, it was not 3.2 as I have indicated, it was 3.8.
3.8.
Yes, because if you check on page 2, my lord, of that first agreement, the capital amount is 3.8 million.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Maybe perhaps now you can answer the question. When was it repaid?
Yes, it was paid between or within the period of March 2017 and August 2018. Within that period.
No, okay.
Yes.
And how was it repaid? From what entity was it repaid?
It was paid from Otwafika to Njako. And then, you mean from Njako to Otwafika, or which one?
I don't know the transactions, how they occurred. Otwafika paid Njako this amount.
That's correct.
Okay, and how was it repaid? Which entities?
Your Lordship, the payments were done to Otwafika and to any account the lender might provide with us as borrowers to pay the money.
The lender being Mr. James Hatuikulipi.
The lender is Otwafika, represented by Mr. James.
Oh, okay. The lender, Otwafika, represented by Mr. James.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
So they will direct when Njako should pay money from time to time.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
So Mr. James Hatuikulipi will direct you from time to time where you should pay this money.
Loan.
That,
Yes,
the
where I
loan,
should pay the loan back.
the loan from Otwafika.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. So how much of this amount, this 3.8 million, was natural fact paid back to Otwafika? Do you recall?
My Lord, I can't recall now.
Oh.
That one I need to go back to my books
All right. No,
and
it's fine.
confirm.
Oh, okay.
It
I
has
understand.
been how many years now? It's almost four years.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. All right. Would I take it then that not the full amount was paid back to Otwafika? You were directed to make payments elsewhere?
Yes, because the render, he direct where his money should be paid.
Oh, okay.
As a borrower, I don't have a choice. I have to pay where the render is instructing me to pay.
Mr. James Hatuikulipi?
That's correct.
Oh, okay. All right. Was it your understanding, because I asked you earlier on about any relationship with Mr. James Hatuikulipi's company, then you gave us this explanation of Otwafika. Is it your understanding, or was it your understanding that Otwafika was Mr. Hatuikulipi's company?
That was my understanding.
Oh, okay. Is it still your understanding?
Yeah, but when we got the disclosure now, when the disclosure was brought by the state, I came to learn that Otwafika Logistics is owned, or the member who is having an interest in that entity is Mr. Pusmwachelo.
Oh, okay.
That one I only came to learn it when the disclosure was brought to me.
Oh, okay. But in your dealings with Otwafika, Mr. James Hatuikulipi was running the show.
That's correct.
All right. Okay, can we go to the second agreement? Do you have your second agreement with you?
Yes, that's correct.
And when was that agreement signed?
It was signed in September 2018.
Between whom?
Between Njako and Otwafika Jaco represented by Mr. Mwatelulo, and Jaco represented by myself.
Sorry, Jacob represented by who?
Myself.
And Mr. Mwatelulo?
He signed here representing Otafika.
Oh, okay. Okay. And how much did that involve?
You mean the amount? It's 500,000.
500, okay. And when was that repaid?
It was paid within the period of September 2018 to August 2019. It was a period of 1 month.
And the last agreement?
The last agreement was signed in November 2018.
Involving how much?
It involved 650,000.
Okay, between Otafika and Jaco.
That's correct.
Okay, and when did you repay this amount?
It was payable within the period of November 2018 to October 2019. So that
Okay.
period.
Okay. So as you were dealing with Mr. Hatuikulipi, James,
Yes.
the entity that you were dealing with was Otafika.
Yes, correct.
So all your dealings with him, your business dealings, just involved Otafika.
That's correct.
Okay. And in terms of those contracts, which Otafika was it?
Otafika Logistic.
Otafika Logistics CC.
Yes, that's correct. No.
You had no dealings with Otafika Investments.
No, I don't have that agreement.
Oh, okay. Do you know a company called Great Guard Investments?
No, my lord.
SCC, you've never heard of it.
Never heard of it.
All right. JTH Trading?
JTH,
Yes.
that one I remember I made a payment to that account.
Why?
It was a repayment for the loan. That's where Mr. James instructed me to pay his loan back.
How much was it?
It was, I can't recall now, my lord. But I remember it was one of the entity where Mr. James instructed me to pay his money back.
Oh, okay. When was that?
It was in 2018.
Do you recall when in 2018?
I can't remember.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
And Mr. Jameson Hatuikulipi, do you know him?
Yes, I know him as a business guy.
Okay.
Yes.
Were you having any business dealings with him?
Mr. Thompson, he's also, I know him as a fish trader also. He was also having an entity which was trading fish. And from time to time, I remember I made use of his truck to transport my fish as well. So that's up to that level. That's how I know him.
Okay. Have you ever heard of a trust called Kambandara Trust?
No, my lord.
No, okay. And have you ever heard of an entity called Phonlil Business Trust?
What is the name again?
Phonlil. Phonlil.
No, my lord.
Okay, first time hearing of that one as well.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Now, I just want to find out from you, when you made these payments from your entity, when the payments from Jaco were being made, who was making these payments?
Which payment? Well,
From Jaco Investments,
two.
is directed by Mr. James.
Yes, I was making payment.
Okay.
Yes. I was refunding the money for which was due to them. So it was not my money.
Okay. And the bank accounts that you were making these payments to, where do you get that information?
It's from Mr. James?
Okay.
Yes.
Now, in your evidence, you testified that you lent James money in 2017.
That's correct.
And you indicated that it was for the Swapo Congress he was running.
That's what he told me.
Okay. When in 2017 was this?
Your Lordship, the 2 million which Mr. James needed cash, because he came to me explaining to me that he needed cash in his personal capacity, not as Otwafika. And that he was running a Swapo Party campaign, and he was asking for the surplus. So that was around, because I gave him different amounts at different time. From August 2017, I remember I gave him from August 2017 to around March 2018.
Was the Congress not at the end of 2017?
That one I don't know, my lord. I don't know what was his role.
Excuse me?
I don't know what was his role. So whenever he needed a cash, I said I will be able to assist as long as my fund are refunded. And he promised me.
Now, this 2 million that you paid, you said you paid it at different stages.
Different amount, different times.
Okay. Was it an amount of 2 billion, exactly 2 million?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
And where did you get this amount?
My lord, most of these funds, I was collecting them from my fish shops, because sometimes I give 50,000, sometimes I give 100,000, and then some funds are also coming from my Jago businesses.
Oh, okay.
Yes,
And this is the same time period, 2017, 2018, when you're also borrowing money from him.
with Otwafika, not in his personal capacity. Yes,
But according to you, Otto Africa, he was running the show.
yes, that time.
Oh, okay.
But this time he
So-
needed cash, and I was assisting him with cash.
He could not take that cash from Otto Africa, the one that was borrowed to you.
I don't know why he was not doing that. So that one is for him to answer.
Oh, okay. So, since you were borrowing money from him, was it your understanding that he had money?
My understanding was not that he has money, but my understanding was that Otwafika, where he is a representative, has got capital.
Oh, okay.
Yes,
So the money that you gave him, you got this from the shops, you say?
yes, the shops, and then from also because Njako Investment was also having other contracts like the one for Loki.
Oh, okay.
I was also having my own income.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Now, what I want to find out from you, were there any transfers via the bank where you loaned him money?
Where I was,
When you loaned him money, were the transfers from the bank or was it just cash?
No, I gave cash to Mr. James.
Okay, a whole 2 million was just given in cash, huh?
In total,
Yes.
it went to 2 million.
Okay. So there were no bank transactions for this amount.
It was given cash, my lord.
Oh, okay. No, it's fine. These fish shops where you got the money, where are they situated?
Your Lordship, I'm running 3 fish shops. One in Ondangwa, one in Oshivarongo, and the mobile one in Vindu.
And you got this money from all 3 fish shops?
Yes, it depends which time he asked.
And you gave him cash?
If he asked, then I would arrange for him. Then I'll give him what is available that time.
Oh, okay. Now, insofar as these amounts are concerned, were there any agreements between you and Mr. Hatuikulipi or anything signed when he took a loan from you?
The one for 2 million?
Yes.
No, that one was a verbal agreement.
That's a verbal agreement for 2 million?
Yes, because I have a trust with him. He supported me, so I have no doubt.
But he made you sign with Otwafika. He made you sign agreements.
Yes.
Where's the trust there?
Yes.
And you don't have any agreements when you give him money?
Yes.
All right. Okay.
And my lord, an agreement doesn't need to be in writing. As long as the parties agree. It's an agreement.
For 2 million? Okay.
Yes.
No, it's fine. You indicated that you received an amount of 2 million from Silax.
Yes, that one I came to learn during my interview with ACCS.
Okay. And you said that this was Mr. Mr. Hatuikulipi paying back his loan.
Yes, that was the repayment of my loan.
All right. And what did you do with this money?
That money, if I can recall, because I was also having an outstanding amount with Otafika that time. That time when I got my refund, I remember I was having an outstanding balance with Otafika Logistic. So I remember I settled that one. I think I was owing them, I can't remember now, but I was owing Otafika. So part of that money went to Otafika.
And the rest?
Then the rest was for the operations of Njako.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
So at the end of the day, I think we're in agreement that this amount was never used for any governmental objectives, yeah?
Governmental, I don't know where governmental fit. Because to me, it was my money given cash. Mr. James brought it back. Where governmental objective comes in, that's where I have a confusion.
Oh, okay. No, the question, it's just a simple, do you know governmental objectives or you don't know?
No, that's a term that I came to learn when Mr. Nghipunya was giving a testimony here.
Oh, okay. Now that you've learned that term, this 2 million was never used for governmental objectives. You use it for your own.
Yes, come again.
It was never used for any governmental objectives.
Your Lordship, the 2 million, to me, it was not a governmental objective money.
Oh, yes.
It was never related to any quota. It was my repayment.
Oh, okay.
Whether it came from the money related to governmental objective, that I would not have known.
Oh, okay.
But what I can testify is that it was my repayment.
All right.
So that one is up to Mr. James to explain.
Oh, okay. Can you just go to page 395 of the forensic report?
$395.
Yes.
Yes, I'm there.
Are you there?
Yes.
All right. At page 395, there's a summary of transactions in respect of Otwafika Logistics CC. This CC, you said this is where you borrowed your money, yes?
That's correct.
All right. There's a summary of amounts Otwafika received from parties of interest, and there's a summary of amounts Otwafika paid to parties of interest. Do you see that?
That's correct.
All right. Can we start at paid to parties of interest from line 11? Is JACO indicated there for these loans you were allegedly receiving?
I see Jaco is not there. Yes.
It's not there.
Yes.
All right. And you said you received loans from this company, the electronic transfers, from this CC.
Yes, that is the agreement I have, and that's how I was told that the money will be coming from Otwafika.
But there's nothing in the bank statements of Otwafika showing those loan payments.
That is not for me to explain, my lord. That is for Otwafika to explain. I don't deal with Otwafika. Where they get the money and give me a loan and support my business, I repaid their money. Whether the money didn't come from Otwafika as per the agreement, that should be up to Otwafika to explain.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
The reason that I'm asking is because you indicated that you were being paid via EFT, isn't it, from Otwafika?
Yes, that because the money comes through the bank, it must be done through EFT.
Oh, okay. All right. Now, I want to take you. Just give me a minute. Let me look at that page. Okay, at page 280 of the forensic report,
$280.
yes.
Okay.
Okay, there's an amount which is reflected there that you received 2 million from Silex Investment, number 1, PTY Ltd,
Yes.
by
that's correct.
Anjako. All right, and an amount of 1 million was paid to Otwafika Logistics CC.
Yes, that's what I said.
Oh, okay. So this was for the loan that you referred to.
That's correct.
Oh, okay. And in respect of which agreement was this loan, this repayment?
Which payment?
This 1 million. You were paying back a loan in respect of which agreement?
Oh, this one, okay. Let me just check. It was August 2018, eh? In respect of agreement number 1.
Are you sure?
Yes, August 2018.
Yes.
August 2018. Yes, that must be the agreement.
So this for the first agreement, the 3.8 million.
Yes.
So that was not paid in full in 2017.
No. The loan period went from March 2017 to 31st August 2018.
Okay. Maybe help me understand something here.
Yeah.
You owed Mr. James Hatuikulipi 3.8 million through Otwafika Logistics in 2017.
Yes, I owe Otwafika. Yes, that's correct.
At the end of 2017, how much did you owe him?
At the end of
2017.
the end of 2017. That one I still need to check because I need to check how much was paid.
Okay, but it should.
But that one I can't do it now here because I need to have bank documents and my documents.
Okay.
Yes.
But it should be a lot because here you were paying back 1 million in terms of that agreement.
Yes. So.
All right. Now this one, oh, you wanted to say something, sorry. So.
Yes, no, just proceed.
All right. So this 1 million, that was paid on 23 August 2018. Was this the last repayment in terms of the agreement?
I'm suspecting so.
You suspect so?
Yeah, but I can't remember now.
All right.
Everything.
Maybe just help me out so I can understand here. There's an amount of 3.8 million that is borrowed from Mr. Hatuikulipi.
No, you see, I left this to go on, but why do you say the amount was borrowed from Mr. Hatuikulipi? If the agreement is Otwafika
Yes.
and Jaco.
Yes, my apologies. Through Otwafika. Yeah?
The 3.8 was borrowed from Otwafika.
Oh, okay. And this was organized by Mr. Hatuikulipi.
I had a discussion with him, yes.
All right. And he was instructing you as to how to make the repayments.
Yes, he told me where to pay the money.
All right.
He was representing Otwafika.
Not Pius.
Pius signed the agreement.
Oh, okay.
But Mr. James, he's the one who brought Pius to sign an agreement. But Pius was never part of the negotiations.
All right.
Yes.
Now, is there any reason as to why in 2017, when you borrowed that amount of 2 million, you could not have utilized that to pay back your loan to Otwafika?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
When in 2017, when he lent money to Mr. Hatuikulipi, James
Yes.
Hatuikulipi, he could not have used that money to pay back Otwafika.
No. Your Lordship, Mr. James came in his personal capacity. And he is aware that Jaco owes Otwafika. So he came in his personal capacity, says, I'm in need of cash, so borrow me cash so that I'm going to implement my project for Swapo. So that was the agreement between me and Mr. James. So I assisted him in that regard because he's also assisting me. So I see no problem there.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
All right. Okay, let's move on. In your evidence, you also testified in relation to the dealings with Loki Investments. You
That's
recall
correct.
that? Okay. And you provided an agreement that you signed.
That's correct.
Okay. And who are you dealing with at Loki?
More specifically with Mr. Victor Videra. And Mr. Luis came into play also because he was based here in Namibia.
Oh, okay. And what was you indicated the nature of the services to Loki that you provided.
That's correct.
When you were dealing with Loki, were you aware that Mr. Nghipunya had written letters to Loki in respect of which they received governmental objective quotas?
No, my lord.
Oh, okay. All right. You also testified about the services you provided, including vessel repair services.
That's correct.
To Loki.
That's correct.
All right. And how often did you provide these vessel repair services?
Your Lordship, the vessels repairs, because there are three components there in that agreement.
Mm-hmm.
The first component is consulting services. That one was focusing more on studies because Loki wanted to invest into other sectors in Namibia, South Africa, and Angola.
Okay.
So we did 15 studies for them as consulting services. And then there is also a component of vessel management. So under that vessel management, Loki wanted to acquire second-hand vessels for their operations. And it was Njako investment through the assistance of our in-house experts that we had. He was the one assisting Loki to inspect and assess these vessels because some of them were not in Namibia. And we gave reports to Loki and recommendations. And then we did 2 vessels repair only with Loki.
Okay, only 2 vessel repairs.
Yes.
And when were those done?
Your Lordship, it was early 2018, there was a vessel repair done. And also end of 2019, I remember there was a vessel repair done. But it's only that I need documents so that I give you the precise dates.
Oh, okay.
But, Your Lordship, I have reports of what I have done. Maybe if the court can allow that to be also an exhibit.
You have the report there?
Yes.
Okay, share them.
So these are some of the reports which I could have access to while I'm incarcerated, but others will follow during trial. But that's just to indicate that what we have been doing.
All right. Where did you find these reports?
Those are reports we gave also to when we are carrying out an activity, like the consulting services. We provide reports to Loki as per the agreement.
While you were in custody, where did you get these reports?
No, these reports they were in my what? In my house. So my brother brought it.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Your Lordship, as the court can see, it's a whole bundle. We don't really have time to look at it now. I think we'll request for time to go through the reports, but perhaps I can continue with cross-examination. I'll come back to them at a later stage.
Yes, maybe whilst the issue is now the issue of costs, but it's a bail application. It's criminal in nature. The state will just have to bear the cost. If we can have then copies made of that, at least 2 more copies, one for council, one for the court, and one. It's one report. Let's say 3. One for you, one for council's applicant, and one for court. Yeah, if we can have 3, I don't know whom you will instruct to make copies so long.
As it plays the court.
I see the Ibachi. You can make 3 copies for us. Okay, if you can just get your persons to make copies, at least 3 copies. Yes.
All right. Insofar as this case is concerned, you have been provided with a statement of Mr. Jose Luis Fernandez Perez.
Yes.
Okay.
Is it an exhibit, Mr.?
No, not yet, Your Lordship. I want to provide a copy for the court.
No, I mean, is it an exhibit? Was it not? I remember you questioning Mr. Nghipunya on it.
Yes, no, it was not submitted as an exhibit. Your Lordship, I think for purposes of time, just provided the court with the original copy. During an adjournment, we just make a copy from that.
But the
There is
copies for
counsel. Oh yes, they all received.
I cannot confirm because I don't know what is the document before the court.
It's the statement that we were arguing about last week that you signed for.
just give it to him to have a look at it. Maybe what I can then do is get a 15 minutes break so that you just sort out these issues
As it plays the court.
and the copies. 15 minutes, it's 11:21. If we can come back at 11:40.
As it plays the court.
Go to Rice.
So do you have that statement before you
Yes.
of Mr. Jose Perez?
Oh,
Ho-
so it's pronounced Jose.
I think so. Or Jose, it should be. Yes, Luis Fernandez Perez. And you see in paragraph 1.3, he indicates that I am the operational manager of Loki Investments Proprietary Limited. You see that?
Yes, I see that.
Okay. And you see at page 10 that that statement is signed.
Yes, signed without a date.
Okay. At page 4 of that statement, at 4, paragraph 4.2, page 4,
4.2.
2.
Okay.
You can see there that it's indicated with regard to allocation of quotas, National Fishing Corporation of Namibia Limited, Fishcor, that during the period of 2016 to 2019, the following letters bearing the name and signature of the then Group Chief Executive Officer of Fishcor, Mr. Mike Nghipunya, Mike, were received from Fishcor and attached to as annexures LF2A to 2E. And there's a date on which the letters were written, 9 December 2016, confirmation of 1,500 metric tons of hake freezer quota to Loki. 11 December 2017, confirmation of 3,000 metric tons of hake freezer quota to Loki. 25 February 2019, confirmation of 1,000 metric tons of hake freezer quota to Loki. 23 April 2019, confirmation of 2,000 metric tons of hake freezer quota to Loki. And 25 April 2019, confirmation of 1,000 metric tons of hake freezer quota to Loki. And there were also remarks regarding that last letter, which are depicted there. All right. If you go to the next page, there's a diagram there. It starts on the previous page with regard to the quotas caught by Lockheed during the fishing seasons 2016, 2017, 2017, 2018, and 2018, 2019. You see that?
Yes.
All right. And he goes on to stipulate that with regard to the quotas allocated by Fishcor, no payments were made, as Mike had said that Lockheed was receiving these quotas based on the investments that Lockheed were bringing to Namibia. Mike repeated this concept constantly in a general way that the Fishcor quotas were being given to Lockheed so that it could help advance governmental objectives. My understanding of this was that the governmental objectives were the creation of jobs, employment of Namibian citizens, and investments into the Namibian economy, which Lockheed was doing by establishing itself in Namibia and using Namibian suppliers to provide services to it.
Yes.
And then there's a summary thereafter of the quotas with regard to Lockheed and Seaflower Whitefish Corporation Limited in 4.2.2. All right. At the next page, at paragraph 4.3, he deals with third-party payments. There's Wanakadu Investment CC. You are not involved in that?
No.
All right. At page 7, there are third-party payments to Jaco Investment CC. That is the CC in which you have an interest in.
That's correct.
And he indicates during 2018 to 2019, Lockheed received the 6 invoices stipulated in the table below from Jaco Investment CC for payment. And some of the invoices were hand-delivered by Mr. Otniel Shuudifonya. Is that right?
That is what he's saying, yes.
Oh, okay.
No, the question is that right? Not what is he saying.
No, that's not right.
Okay. You never delivered any
No.
invoices?
Hand delivery. No.
In what form did you deliver the invoices?
They were emailed.
Emails?
Yes.
Oh, okay. And he gives a summary of the invoices and the description of the invoices below. You can see that.
Yes, I see that.
All right. And you're in agreement with these invoices and the descriptions thereof.
Yes.
All right. They go all the way to page 9. And if we go to page 9, at paragraph 4.3.3.
4.3.3.
All right. It's indicated there that upon receipt of the first Wanakadu invoice, I ignored the invoice as Wanakadu was not one of Lockheed's normal suppliers. A few days or weeks after I had received the first Wanakadu invoice, dated 4 January 2017, but not received during January, but much later, I received a call from Mike telling me to pay the Wanakadu invoices. When I asked why, Mike told me that the payments were in relation to the quotas. Based on this, I initially thought that the payments that Lockheed were required to make to Wanakadu were linked to and part of advancement of governmental objectives. Later, I realized that those payments to Wanakadu had nothing to do with governmental objectives or with proper investment plans. It was then at this point that Mike made me understand through the words that he used that this was how business was done in the country. It also struck me that these payments must have been the investments that Mike had referred to when Fishcor quotas were given to Lockheed. By this time, Lockheed had invested so much in Namibia to set up its business that it had no choice or alternative but to pay the invoices that Mike requested. He goes on in paragraph 4.3.4 that it should also be mentioned that Loki had entered into an agreement of consultancy services with Jaco on 10 January 2018. You confirm that, Mr. Shuudifonya?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And this is the agreement that you provided to the court?
That's correct.
All right. He goes on to say that, however, as in the case of the Wanakadu invoice, no services were rendered under the agreement or in terms of the Jaco invoices. And the agreement is attached there too. Is Annexure LF6. And then he goes on to say that the Jaco invoices were paid on the same basis as the Wanakadu invoices described above once they were received. All right. You can see from this witness statement the assertion being made that no services were rendered to Loki, but they merely paid for these invoices on the instruction of Mike.
I dispute that.
Oh, okay. So I'm just showing you the nature of the evidence contained in the docket.
Yes, Your Lordship, maybe I can just inform the court that that agreement you are seeing signed between Jaco and Loki was signed by Victor Videra, the director of Loki. And the negotiations between Jaco and Loki was with him. So this operational manager, you see, he is stating here that he came in April 2017. And I have never signed an agreement with him. But the point which I want to make here, my lord, when we got the disclosure, there was a statement given by the same guy.
There's no statement in the...
There was communications between ACC investigating officer and Luis Fernandez. And my lord, I just want you to have the same copy because I want to indicate how ACC was trying to have some threatening words to this gentleman. There are some copies which I want the lordship and the state to have so that I will make my point later.
Okay.
Maybe my counsel can just give to...
Also, I can confirm I have a copy to make available to the court.
And we need one as well.
Yeah, let him just see what you are giving me. Yes.
If you check that affidavit, my lord,
Which affidavit?
the copy which was given now by my counsel,
It's not an affidavit. The copy which your counsel gave is not an affidavit.
it's not an affidavit.
No.
There's a cover.
It appears to be extracts from email correspondences, not an affidavit.
There's a cover of an affidavit like this. There must be a cover like this.
We just received emails.
What you're referring to is affidavit, there is a text to that particular
Yes.
image.
Yes.
I said to Mr. Olaf here for it.
Yes.
Yes.
My lord, that affidavit was written by Mr. Willem Olivier, the investigating officer of ACC. I want you to go to paragraph 3. It reads as follows. Bank statement of Wanakadu investment held at FNB account number 62257961295 was analyzed. We found that Wanakadu investment had received other payments a total of 9 million
To a total.
to a total amount of 9,931,250 Namibian dollar from Loki Investment Pty Limited. And I have approached Luis Fernandez via emails regarding the payments to Wanakadu Investment Pty and other third parties such as Njako Investment CC. And due to the coronavirus COVID-19 pandemic situation across the world, they cannot return to make any statement. Paragraph 4, he went further. He said, Luis Fernandez explained via emails and provided the records and the report. I have reason to believe that his explanation about the payments to third parties, namely Wanakadu Investment, Njako Investment, and Fine Seafood are not true, that no services were provided, and informed him so. Otherwise, that they must provide proof that the said third parties indeed provided services as indicated in the invoices. However, they have not yet provided any other clarity or declaration. So, my Lord, here you will see Mr. Luis Fernandez have explained through emails that the services were provided. So if you turn over there on page 1 of the email, on page 1 of the email, you will see an email from Luis Fernandez.
Sorry, let me understand what you're trying to say.
Yes.
Paragraph 4 of the affidavit that you just read to us.
Yes.
It says, Luis Fernandez explained via email and provided records and report.
Yes.
I have reason to believe that his explanation about payments to the third parties, namely Wanakadu Investment, Njako CC, Njako Investment CC, and Fine Foods are not true. Yes. That no services were provided.
Yes.
That no services were provided.
So it was ACC investigator, believe, not Luis Fernandez.
Yes.
It was his belief that the services were never rendered.
Yeah.
So then if you check the next page where the email started, you will see the email coming from Mr. Willem Olivier. From Mr. Luis Fernandez. It starts by saying, Dear Ms. Willem Olivier, hope this will find you well. One more time, thank you very much for your patience. And then he proceeds, on October 19, 2020, I proceed to send an email acknowledging receipt of requested documentation made between October 15, 2020 and October 16, which is provided in the following days by means of 11 emails between October 22 and 28. The last day, October 2018, and in response to my last email, an email is received from Mr. Willem Olivier in which it's requested that the documentation provided be summarized, which is done by means of preparation of this document. And then he went further to give the background that October 15, Mr. Willem Olivier came to low-key offices located in Walvis Bay, and in my absence, this is now Mr. Luis explaining, in my absence due to the fact that I have been attending to personal issues abroad, some requests are communicated to the receptionist of the company, which sends me by email, and it was summarized in the following. Services delivered by a company called Wanakadu with all relevant documents, invoices, and payments. And then he explained by saying, Wanakadu is a company with which we contacted in our implantation in Namibia, given the lack of experience of our company in that country. in this sense, low-key structure at that time is almost null, and that needs to handle itself in a country with such complex regulations could compromise the investment made in Namibia. So he went further, my lord. So our business relationship lasts less than a year, mainly lately, late 2017 and early 2018, and focused on advice and logistic support. The invoices and proof of payment were already delivered, which are reiterated in this document. My lord, I just want to go to Njako, where I have the interest. If you go to number 9, let's move to number 9 of the, you will see there, it says, written agreement and services delivered by Fine Seafood Investment Trust, Njako Investment CC, Wanyemba Investment Trust. ACC was asking this. And then Luis replied by saying, both Fine Seafood Investment Trust and the Wanyemba Investment Trust are companies with which we have never had a commercial, business, financial, or any other relationship. However, although it's not required, we have had a commercial relationship with the company Fine Seafood CC. We do not know if it's related or if it is an entity related to Fine Seafood Investment Trust, since we have sold fish, mainly by catches. I have established that one already. All this is accredited by the attached document 4. Then he went further saying, regarding Njako Investment CC, the agreement signed with this company are provided as document 5. Proof of services provided by above companies, as we have already established in point 1 and 7. Point 1 and 7, low-key structure was very narrow, and in addition, we had lack of experience in the Namibian fishing businesses. So it was essential to have advice, logistical support, and medium long-term development assistance. The end of relations with Wanakadu at the beginning of 2018 took us to enter into commercial relations with Njako on those dates, as is proven in the agreement provided in point 9 of this document. So if you go, my lord, on the next page, you will see the amount which was paid to Njako. And then there is a statement below that amount, that the services provided and the invoices are consistent with the agreement signed and provided in point 9. Additionally, we have checked a missing payment on the above requested. We attach the proof of payment with the rest of POPs. So, my lord, this was the communication between Mr. Luis Fernandez and the investigator of the ACC, Mr. Willem Olifield. But Mr. Olifield, on his own, he came and wrote this affidavit saying he believed on his own that the service was never rendered.
No.
Yes.
No. He believes that services were rendered. That's what he says.
No.
Not that knows, yeah, he believes that what he says is he believes that services were rendered.
If you check on his affidavit, number 4, paragraph 4, Mr. Willem Olifield of ACC, he's saying, I have reason to believe that his explanation, meaning the explanation of Luis, his explanation about the payments to the third party, namely Wanakadu, Njako, Fine Seafoods, are not true.
That
Meaning,
no services were rendered.
yes, that no service were rendered.
Which means he believes that services were rendered.
Okay, maybe my English is challenging me. Okay, but anyway, I just want to take you further to the last page, to the next page, where you will have an email coming from Mr. Benito Pina. Benito Pinar. I just want to show you,
Mister?
there's an email coming from Benito Pinar.
Where is that?
After, yeah, there.
Okay.
So because here I just want to highlight how ACC was trying to threaten some of the witnesses when they were doing their investigation. So if you go below, there is an email coming from Mr. Verem Oliphant. After he was already provided with this explanation, he sent another email to Mr. Benito and CC Luis and Andres Kanyangela plus Kare Klute. He said, "Dear Mr. Fernandez and Benito, I hope this message will find you well, and you will understand the content of this message. We are busy with investigations regarding the so-called fishing quotas meant for governmental objectives, wherein it was found that your business had also received such quotas from Fishcor. Certain persons in influential position used their positions and office for personal gain, either for themselves or another. Fishing quota was given to Fishcor as a designated entity, and in order to monetize such quota, it was sold via catching agreements to entities such as Low-Key. I want to make it clear that your report is not accepted, that your business did not have the capacity and to provide bogus invoices of Wanakad Investment CC and others for services never rendered. For your information, we established that the said Wanakad investment neither had any capacity to give any service according to you invoices for vessel repair, vessel management, food for crew, etc. The owner of Wanakado Investment CC is just a city of Bindu police officer with no capacity to perform such work. He is failing to come and provide any kind of proof of any services. To put it simple, I cannot accept such invoices, knowing that such services were never provided. The same goes to the other entities such as Njako, Wanyemba, and Fine Seafoods Investment Trust. We want you to provide us with a correct version and provide sufficient proof. So,
What is threatening there?
no, he was given a version, but instead of accepting what Mr. Luis is saying, he's forcing the guy.
No, he says he has reason to believe.
Yes, but
So if he has reason to believe, okay, I'm not going to debate.
Yeah.
You can put your position, but all that I'm telling you is that I want to understand why you say he was being forced.
yes, because my understanding is Mr. Verem Oliphant was driving a certain narrative, and he wanted statement to be given the way it suits him, but not to the reality on the ground. And that is as a result now, because these emails and this communication were done, the emails were sent in November 2020. I was already, I was still not arrested this time, but the email where he was still seeking for more information to drive his own narrative, this one was sent in January 2021. So, my Lord, now to come to this statement where the one we got from the council, it's now clear that Mr. Luis, he gave the first explanation of why payments were made, which are different. His version is differing from what he gave in October 29, I think 2-3 weeks ago. And based on the email from Mr. Oliphant, there was a narrative which this investigating officer were driving for Mr. Luis to give a statement which suits them. So therefore, my lord,
Mr.
Shuudifonya,
yes. Read the last paragraph of the email from Mr. Willem to Benito Pinal.
The last paragraph.
Yeah.
For your information,
No, the last paragraph.
we want you to provide us with the correct version or provide sufficient proof of services. We cannot simply accept, I think there's a defect there,
This kind of.
then there's a dim there, this kind of, then on the next page, parties, Wanakadu Investment, Njako Investment, Wanyemba Investment Trust, Fine Seafood Investment Trust, and to prove that the said company indeed provided the services as specified, we need to record sworn in or affirmed declaration from you.
Yeah. What did Mr. Olivier? What did Mr. Olivier ask there?
Huh?
What did
Come
he
again?
ask?
No, he is saying he have a belief.
No. What did he ask in that sentence that I say he read?
The last statement, he is asking him to provide proof.
To provide?
Proof?
No, the correct version.
The correct version.
Yeah.
And we cannot just accept.
Yes.
You see?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Shuudifonya. And from what you are saying, you said that he initially provided an explanation, and then Mr. Olivier wrote this letter. Apologies.
This email.
This email, yes.
Yes, correct.
Okay. And in the
Sorry, the witness actually asked for the emails to be admitted into evidence.
there's no objection, Your
Yes,
Lordship. It can be submitted.
Is the emails and the affidavit of Mr. Olivier?
Yes, Your Lordship. Both can be admitted.
I'll admit it into evidence as exhibit PQ.
As you please, the court.
It's Q1. The affidavit is exhibit Q1. And the emails are exhibit Q2.
As you please, the court. All right. So it appears from the second last paragraph of that, after information was provided, it says, for your information, we established that Wanakadu Investment neither had the capacity to give any service according to your invoices. So it appears as an investigation conducted.
That was the version of Mr. Berem Olivier, isn't it?
Oh, okay.
Yes.
And then that's when you went on to say that provide us with the correct version, and the paragraph goes on.
That's what he was saying.
All right, thank you. I just want to take you to page, maybe before you get there. I think in your evidence today, you had indicated that there were some payments you had made to JTH Trading.
JTH Trading.
Yes. Remember?
Yes, the one for the loan.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
For the?
For the repayment of Tafika loan. It was directed that I must pay. JTH Trading. CC.
What is that? Do you
CC.
What is that?
CC.
Yeah, no, I'm asking what is JTH Trading?
It's a cross corporation, which is where Mr. Thompson Hatuikulipi is having an interest.
Oh, JTH, the abbreviations for who?
I don't know what it stands for.
But you see, just when you said Thompson, and I saw the TH, I thought you knew.
No, I don't know
Okay.
what it stands for.
All right. And how much were you instructed to pay?
Your Lordship, as I have said, I can't remember now because I don't have all the documents.
All right.
But I know I made a payment related to the Otwafika logistic loan. And I have also engaged that company when it's come to fish trading. They used to assist me as well.
Oh, okay.
Yes, we had a relationship.
For which loan were you paying for when you paid JTH? Was it a once-off payment?
Otwafika. Otwafika.
No. JTH. You said you made a payment to JTH.
In respect of the loan?
Yes, of Otwafika.
That's
Otwafika.
correct.
Yes. What I wanted to find out is how many payments were made to JTH?
Lordship, I can't remember now. I can't remember now as I stand here.
Oh.
Whether it's 1 or 2 or 3, I can't remember now.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
And for which loan was it that you're making this repayment?
The loan for Otwafika.
Yes, okay. There were 3 loans that you
Yes.
testified to. Which loan is it?
Yes. I can't now figure out which one because I don't know how much was paid and for which date, so I need details.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. Can you go to page 337 of the forensic report?
300?
And 37.
Yes.
There's a diagram there, table 259,
Yes.
where at the bottom there's a total amount of 19,693,750 indicated.
Yes.
These were the funds that Jaco received from Loki Investments.
Okay.
Do you know how much you received from Loki Investments?
Yes. I
How
know
much?
what I have, the value of what I have done.
Okay, how much
Yes.
is it?
It was 19 million,
Oh, okay.
19.6.
All right.
Yes.
Okay, and that diagram shows how these funds were dispersed, all right? It shows how you made the payments from Jaco.
But I'm disputing that because I've never done business with Gregat.
Is it?
Gregat, no.
Yes.
But I think the description, it's clear on the description how Gregat came into picture.
How is that?
If you go to page 335, 335, paragraph 10.286,
Point 1?
yes, point 1. On 13 March 2019, Jaco Investment paid 2 million to a bank account 800402741 of Otwafika Logistics. We reviewed the bank account of Otwafika CC and noted that on 14 March 2019, Otwafika Logistics paid 500,000 to a bank account number 6,147.93 in the name of Gregat Investment.
Okay.
So I think that was the dealing maybe between Otwafika and Gregat,
All right.
because I've never done business with Gregat.
Okay. And the payment to Guanyembe Investment Trust,
Yes,
you made that payment?
yes, that one was in respect of our mining investment.
Mining in Angola?
Yes,
Okay. And the one from Fine Seafood Investment Trust, you also made that payment?
yes, this was an assistant loan that we gave the trust.
And the one to Otwafika Logistics?
Yes, that one was in the respect of the loan.
4.7 million.
Yes,
Which loan?
Your Lordship, if you check the agreements which I gave you this morning, 1, 2, 3, if you total the loan amount plus the interest in those loan agreements, it will give you 5.7 million.
Okay, fair enough. So tell me 4,750,000 plus 2,300,000. How much is that?
That is 6 plus
7.
yes. Then
It's more than 7 million.
there's another loan agreement.
The fourth one.
Yes.
Why are you hiding it?
No, I just
Please speak to the mic.
okay.
Don't speak to the chairs.
All right. Yes, there's another loan agreement.
Okay.
Yes,
Can we please have sight of it?
the fourth one.
Are there any other hidden loan agreements?
No.
That is the last one.
I just came to learn now. Yes.
Yes, you are quickly giving us these documents. I don't know if the court has a copy. Okay, but it's fine.
Yeah.
If you have your copy with you, then we can give a copy to the court once I've referred it to the relevant provision. Okay, so this
I don't have a copy with me now. Yeah.
oh, this is the only one.
Yes.
Okay, so this contract, before you proceed, this contract is part of the repayments indicated on this diagram at page 337.
I can't confirm that now because it was Deloitte who did this report.
No.
It was not me who did the report. So I could only confirm if I was involved in the formulation. But what I want to highlight is for you to read the titles of those agreements very well. The titles on the cover page. Because the first three loan agreements, they are in favor of Njako. And the last loan agreement is in favor of Otwafika. So I just want you to be clear.
Okay. What do you mean the last one is in favor of Otwafika?
Yes, Njako advanced funds also.
To Otwafika.
Yes.
So in instance, Jaco, in terms of this agreement, was now owed by Otwafika.
Yes.
Okay.
And the terms are there when Otwafika is supposed to pay.
All right. Because on the parties, it says the parties to this agreement are Jaco Investment as lender and Otwafika Logistic as borrower. That is basically what you explained.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
I want you just to...
Okay, that's fine. Can we go back to our diagram, 337? Do you have any other agreements there with you? This is the last one. No surprises.
Yes. I don't have another agreement.
All right, no, it's fine. Because remember in your evidence, I believe you indicated that the JTH trading,
Yes.
that is paid there. You said that was for the loan, repayment
Yes,
of the loan.
the repayment. Yes, that's
Okay.
correct.
And the Otwafika, you said that also repayment of the loan?
Yes. And also the advancement, because what I see here now, what I see in this table, they lump, because if you check that agreement number 4, they lump part of that amount in here, in this 4.7.
These amounts
Yes.
are amounts received from Loki by Njako and paid by Njako.
No. These are amounts from Njako.
Which ones are you referring to, Mr.?
It's table 259.
Yes.
Yes.
These are amounts from Njako to other entities.
Yes.
Yes.
From Loki.
Loki, yes. Loki have a business with Njako, and Njako have other business also.
Okay.
Yes.
We're in agreement, Loki paid Njako. You
Okay.
indicated this amount of 19 million, which is indicated 19,693,750.
Yes, that's correct. That's correct.
Njako received this amount.
That's correct.
And Njako paid out this amount, as indicated on this graph.
Yes, as per the agreement in place, because like
okay.
Otwafika, I owe them. I have to fulfill my obligation. So
Okay. What is reflected here
Yes.
are all the payments that went out of Njako.
okay,
We agree with that, yes?
I don't agree.
You don't agree?
I dispute that.
Are there some some payments that are not reflected there?
I can't confirm now because the way the summary is done is not giving me the true picture which I know.
Okay. And okay, what is the true picture you know? You can.
Because the true picture I know is that Otwafika, there's supposed to be 5.7 million there. But now that I see that, okay, because the other loan repayment were directed to be paid to DHT, DTH, JTH. So I'm expecting if you add the amount of JTH together with Otwafika Logistic to give me 5.7 million. I'm expecting that one.
Okay. Maybe just.
Plus,
Okay.
Let him finish, please.
Yes, I thought you'd stop. You paused. You continue. Plus.
that loan agreement which I gave you now.
The one where Otwafika is now borrowing from Njako.
Yes.
How does that fit in here if it's Otwafika borrowing? Because these are payments being made out.
Yes, because it's still Njako who paid to Otwafika.
In terms of the last agreement.
Yes, Njako paid to Otwafika. Otwafika became a borrower in the last agreement.
Oh, okay. Now, if we go on, I just want to refer you to another page in this report.
That agreement?
Your Lordship, we actually don't have an objection for it to be submitted. I don't think they made an application, but there's no objection.
No, I just want to see so
Okay.
that I understand what is going on.
As it pleases the court, Your Lordship.
No case on our side.
You see, because this is not the trial yet, and it's the only agreement.
Yes.
We need to have a copy so that he has it for his trial.
Yes.
As the court pleases.
Mr. Just before we go on, I'm sorry to, you are on, these payments to Otrafika, is there any indication when they were made? The payments in the table on 337.
Yes, it should be reflected. The court will just bear with me. What page are those payments? It should be the paragraph reflected there. I just want to verify the page numbers. This should be page 333, 333. There's another payment at page 335, paragraph 10.286. Your Lordship, just the paragraph next to the transactions on the graph, and the last payment.
Sorry, when are the payments?
If the court will bear with me, the first one is at page 333. Your Lordship, the payments as described on that particular page, there are paragraphs just next to it in the next column with reference, and those paragraphs indicate as to when the payments were made.
Okay, all right. Okay, can proceed.
As it pleases the court. All right, sir. I just want to take you to page. All right, with regard to page 333.
Yes.
All right. When Jacko received money, if you have regard to paragraph 10.2 at 3.2, it's indicated there that the balance reflected in the bank account of Jacko Investments prior to the receipt of 3,450,000 from Lockheed Investments on 3 July 2018 was 998,000. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right, and it goes on to say that the bank account of JACO reflected no additional receipts between the receipt of 3,450,000 from Lockheed Investments, P2I Ltd, on 3 July 2018, and the payment of 2,300,000 to JTH Trading CC on 4 July 2018. Is that correct?
I can't confirm that.
Okay. Where's the next one? All right, if you go to the next page, paragraph 10.284.4, it shows that the balance reflected in the bank account of JACO Investments CC immediately prior to the receipt of $3,881,250 from Lockheed Investments on 12 March 2018 was 1,678. The bank account of JACO CC Investment CC reflected one additional receipt of 50,000 between the receipt of $3,881,250 from Lockheed Investments Pty Ltd on 12 March 2018, and payment of 400,000 to Guajema Investment Trust on 11 April 2018. You see that?
Yes, I have no comment on that.
No comment. All right. All right, and if you go on to the next page, page 335, at paragraph 2.10.285.3, there's an indication there that the balance in the bank account of JACO Investment CC immediately prior to the receipt of $5,750,000 from Lockheed Investments Pty Ltd from 10 to 14 May was 328,000. The bank account of JACO Investment CC reflected one additional receipt of 1 million from Fine Seafood Investment Trust between the receipt of 5,750,000 from Lockheed Investments Pty Ltd on 10 to 14 May 2019, and the payment of 1.5 million to Guanyemba Investment Trust on 31 May 2019. Therefore, the payment to Guajema Investment Trust of 1.5 million would not have been possible at Lockheed Investments Pty Ltd, not paid the amounts totaling 5,750,000 to JACO Investment CC. You see that?
That's what the report is saying. I cannot confirm that.
Oh, okay. And you are aware who has an interest in Guajema Investment Trust?
Yes, and I have explained.
Yes, you have.
There is no interest in Guajema Investment Trust.
Yes, trustee.
Yes, that's correct.
Yes. And if you go on to page, what page is that? 336, paragraph 10.286.2. There's an indication there that the balance reflected in the bank account of JACO Investment CC immediately prior to the receipt of 2,875,000 from Lockheed Investments on 8 March 2019 was 46,442 Namibian dollars. The bank account of JACO Investment CC reflected no additional receipts between the receipt of 2,875,000 from Lockheed Investment CC on 8 March 2019 and the payment of 2 million to Africa Logistics on 13 March 2019. And it goes on to say that, therefore, based on the analysis described above, payment to Africa Logistics of 2 million would not have been possible if JACO Investment CC did not receive the amount of 2,875,000 from Lockheed Investment CC.
Your Lordship, JACO had a call account, but this report is never, there's no way they are mentioning the call account, the bearing interest account of Njako. There's no way in this report they are mentioning about it.
Now, why were you forwarding these funds to other entities if this was your money?
I was not forwarding.
Oh, okay.
I was fulfilling my obligations. Njako owes Otwafika. We have to pay Otwafika. Njako have a commitment of mining investment. Njako has to contribute as per agreement. As soon as Njako have income, so it's up to the Njako to decide how to utilize that.
Yeah, okay. So you have funds from Loki that went to the mining investment in Angola.
Yes.
Okay.
But not
Where-
really specifically from Loki, it's from other income which comes to Njako.
Okay.
It's up to Njako to decide where to direct the funds.
All right, because I was asking you with regard to the 1.9 million paid to Guanyembe Investment Trust, at page 337. You indicated that was for the investment, the mining in Angola.
Yes, any payment related went to Wanyemba from Njako. It's in that respect.
Okay, so
Yes.
we can accept that all the payments from, okay, what about Fine Seafood CC? If there are any payments to Guanyemba, will those also
No,
be?
no.
Sorry, before you proceed, let me
Yes.
just understand. I just want to understand. You are saying the 1.7, the 1.9 million
Yes,
that went from Jaco
to Wanyemba.
to Wanyemba
Yes,
is in respect of the interest in the mine in Angola.
yes, that's correct. And then
No, let me just understand. I just want the 1,900,000
yes,
that went to Wanyemba
yes,
is for the interest.
it's for the. Remember, Your Lordship, there's an agreement.
No, I'm asking
Yes,
the payment of 1,900,000
yes,
from Jaco
yes, to Wanyemba.
to Wanyemba is for the interest in Wanyemba Nite. What is it?
Wanyemba Investimento.
Wanyemba Investimento. Is
That's-
for Wanyemba Investimento.
Yes, for that investment agreement, my lord.
So this money went to Investimento.
That is the money I have been explaining that is the money which was used to acquire machineries.
The 1.9 million.
In total, my lord, I've mentioned here that the capital.
No, what I'm asking, you are testifying that 1.9 million went to Investimento.
Is part of the capital contributions which Njako made.
I'm not asking what part it is.
Yes,
There is 1,900,000
yes.
that went to Wanyemba
Investment trust.
Investment Trust.
Yes.
All I'm asking, and it's just a simple yes or no, the 1,900,000, is it for Investimento?
No, my lord.
Okay. No? All right.
No, my lord.
What is it for?
The 1.9 million is part of contribution that Njako is making to Wanyemba investment towards the mining investment in Angola.
You see, when you say it's part of the investment, where did it go to? Where did the 1.9 million go to? That's all I want.
It went to Wanyemba investment,
Yeah.
and then they acquire machineries for the mining project in Angola.
The 1.9 million
Went to Wanyemba investment.
and they acquire machineries
For
with the
the
1.9 million
Yes,
from Jaco.
yes.
Okay, that's all. Yes?
As it plays the court, Your Lordship, I believe it's time, it's an appropriate time for an
Lunch
adjournment.
again?
Yes, my colleagues are complaining here.
Time is running.
Fast.
Yeah. 2:15?
As it plays the court.